chips us down. At the end of the day, no matter what happens, that's what you say. Tell them we got it. Tell them we far from done. Tell them we got it. I'ma take everyone. Tell them we got it. Tell them we far from done. Tell them we got it. I'll take them one by one. I'll take them one by one. I'll take them one by one.
条图肯定不是这两支队赌。
是。哎，抢车，果然这两支队伍还是有些冲突。这个车是 FTI 拿到了。
小心，没有掩体呀，有掩体，但这个后卫可能也是一个选择。那直接需要找枪了。
有把枪，我看到了。
啊！
哎，
撬棍，
撬棍，
直接
抢车。
哎，下车，规避伤害。
开始表演身法了，这个撬棍打上去，直接打到了车后，走了。林书豪真的走了吗？
走了。
However, on the east side, look at this Ents on the pull-up here. Stardust still positioned in this little defilade.
There's no way Ents were into where this position was taking. Hilty finds one, finds two. That is 4-4. Wheel of Time, they've been as quiet as last game was. They have been brawling this entire end.
Much more of a solo Snake effort here. You can see FaZe now creating an opportunity here with the utility, trying to at least create a pathway for them, but they're leaving it pretty late here if they're going to pile up into vehicles. Lose set up with a Grozer as well.
At the same time too.
Free nade from Perfectix could be huge.
Let's see if it hits anything. Comes out on the other side of the wall. AIDS is still in his car. Tries to reverse off of the wall and drives straight on top of the landmine. But Tulans gets confirmed on it.
수류탄도 있습니다. 수류탄도 있네요. 자, 타이밍. 오, 타이밍. 무작위. 지금 던지는데 문 닫고 앞쪽으로 수류탄 너무 느렸죠 直接上车顶哪里？顶防区吗？往防区走了，过点 iPhone 那是防区的。
这边的话，
铁皮挡板卡住了头车，后面拐弯没有拐过去。
Esports taking a ton of damage as well. Actually losing one in the process. Exo on the pull-up with the nade though, it goes straight in. Faris has found Iroh.
Full speed forward they go. Odin down as well. Confirmed line. This nade could be broken and he finds free! Payne's able to get him, doing all the damage. Lyra needs him, fortunately. Not able to get him, but now they're all burning one by one. Payne's doing all the damage needed to find. Rack up much needed points here.
Actually, Laza looking to continue. Hobbits will fall.
Now the does Ruin goes down. Last a nice off angle. Finds the first. Does he get the second? Yes, it does! What a nice transfer. Finds the second in Filfist, and now it's just one on his feet. Great play from Lassa up close, using the spoiler, the element of surprise to perfection.
That's going to find one of the confirms here. Dante on the push though. A wild push. Laza finding all 4 kills.
구절당하지 않는다면 반격할 수 있고요. 던져놓고 그렇죠. 됐습니다. 리부스트 앞에 있어요. 하나 더. 이것도. 에더. 총성 넥서스 하나 더. 자 여기서 하나. 네 윗각을 싸고 있어요.
We are a minute away from arriving at the PCS7 battlefield. This is the last battle for PGC 2022. Give everything you have. 64 squads from 4 main regions, APAC, Americas, Asia, and Europe, will be participating in this operation. Erangel and Miramar, where the operation will take place, seem quite peaceful for now. But when the battle starts, you'll never know what could happen here. Remember, the squad that scores the highest points on this battlefield will become the champion of PCS7. Prizes are awarded to the champions and those who survive the fierce battle. Total prize money mounts up to $1 million. But prize money is not our main mission objective. PGC points is what this mission is all about. Take a close look at these squads. They are your rivals on the way to PGC 2022. All squads are ranked based on their achievement from regional qualifiers. The world's best 32 squads with the most PGC points can advance to our final mission, PGC 2022. Day Trade Gaming is leading the way in APAC, where the first gunshot will be fired. The point gap is big, but there is a way to turn the tables at once by becoming the PCS7 APAC champion. I wonder which squad will advance to PGC 2022 in this competitive region. Sonic's four-time PCS champion in America's region is leading the region with a total of 745 PGC points. Seems like they are almost locked up along with E-United. Still, all squads have a chance to advance to PGC 2022 as there is a slot reserved for the PCS7 champion. Asia is the homeland of all the PGC champions until now. Their firepower is beyond limits. Strongest among them all is Petrichor Road, the three-time consecutive winner of PCS. Unlike other regions, there is no champion seed for PGC 2022, so watch out for any drastic measures the squads may take. The last one coming, Europe, is where Northern Lights wield their power. However, no one knows how things will go, since all the squads in this region have what it takes to become a champion. Like APAC and Americas, Europe also has a champion seed for PGC 2022, so every squad has a fair chance. Operation PCS7 is an important gateway to PGC 2022. It is time to start the operation. Everyone ready? Do not forget that only the best performing squads have a chance to fight at PGC 2022. So prove yourself in the battlegrounds.
Hi PUBG Esports fans, this is Annie of PUBG Esports News. PCS7, the last chance to earn points for PGC 2022, is back. Let's take a look at the APAC region first. Total of 16 teams from Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and OC region will be competing in APAC region. From Thailand, the host country of PNC 2022, a total of 5 teams qualified. 3 teams from PUBG Thailand series, Day Trade Gaming, Buram United Esports, and Theaton 5, and 2 teams from Thailand Open, Yarena and MS Chonburi. Day Trade Gaming advanced to PCS7 APAC by again winning PTS with huge point gap. We can see how powerful this team is by looking at PTS stat leaderboard, Nurin's on the top followed by Flash and Balmeth. The focus is now on whether they will win consecutive championship in PCS7. Scream out loud! Buram United Esports, who always showed aggressive playstyle in global stage, is back in PCS7. They failed to advance to PCS6, but they just got better this time. What a nade! Let's see how much more aggressive Buram United Esports can be. Quite sure they will be making some epic moments this time in PCS7 too. Theaton 5, the super rookie team in Thailand, barely made it to PCS7. The point gap with 4th place Myth was just 1 single point. Thanks to Rosetta Jr.'s final kill, they were able to secure a PCS7 APAC ticket. In PUBG Thailand Open, MS Chonburi also won a ticket with miraculous chicken dinner thanks to Julia's incredible clutch. We'll have to wait and see whether this could also happen in PCS7 APAC. From Vietnam, veteran teams, The Expendables and Severus Esports, and 3 rookie teams, Genius Esports, New Generation Esports, and Icarus Cyber have advanced to PCS7 APAC. The Expendables have advanced to PCS7 by winning PUBG Vietnam series with 120 points gap with second place Cerberus Esports, who has the record for the most wins in the PVSs. Cerberus Esports seemed not as powerful in the global tournaments, but they showed potential in PCS6 APAC by ranking 4th, so they do have chance to take away Daytrade Gaming's champion title. Competition among veteran teams from Thailand and Vietnam will be an interesting point to watch in PCS7 APAC. Genius Esports sound like a new team, but this team is consisted of Simon T, Chloris, and Zest from BN United. They placed 3rd in recent PVS with their clever timings and engagement skills. Especially, the head-to-head fight against BN United made Vietnam's fans go wild. Genius Esports must make it in the top 5 in PCS7 APAC to advance to the PGC 2022. We'll have to see if they can make it happen. In PUBG Challenger Rumble 2022 Season 4, 2 Malaysian teams, Shuago Dwi and PMA, and Archangel Predator from Philippines, and From the Future from Indonesia have advanced to PCS7 APAC. Among them, the team we need to focus is Shuago Dwi. This team is a newly formed team led by Leo, who represented Chinese Taipei in PNC for 2 times, and he's playing with 3 Malaysian players, Shen, Sophia, and Jarvis. They were able to secure the first place by beating the Philippines Archangel Predator with 76 points gap. Will they be able to prove once again the potential they've shown in PUBG Challenger Rumble? From Oceania, Team Bliss and Origami Orangutans have advanced to PCS7 APAC. Team Bliss, led by Insight, is indeed the best team from OC region, and their goal must be stacking up more PGC points so that they can advance to PGC 2022. Let's take a look at the PGC point standings for APAC. Daytrade Gaming, the winner of PCS6 APAC, is ranked 1st with 200 points, and if they make it in the top 12 in PCS7, they will be able to secure their spot in PGC 2022 with no difficulties. However, other teams may be going to face different fates depending on the results of PCS7 APAC. All teams have chance though, as PCS7 APAC champion will directly advance to PGC 2022, so don't give up. With a mix of North American superstars and South American rising stars, the Americas region is expected to be one of the most exciting competitions. From NA Regional Playoffs, Sonics, the winner of most PCS Americas, Wildcard Gaming, E-United, Dodge, and Tokyo Manjigang, and Luminosity Gaming, who picked up shoot-to-kill players, have advanced to PCS7 Americas. Sonics proved their class by winning the regional playoffs and sweeping all the big stats such as most kills, most assists, most damage, and even most winner-winner chicken dinner. Wildcard Gaming is back in PUBG Esports scene by picking up Gascon's players. They ranked 2nd after Sonics, only 2 points gap with 3rd place E-United. E-United showed off their potential in the last match by pulling off a 2v3 clutch. With this member, they can do anything. The competition for the cut line was just as fierce as the competition for the top group. Yahoo, who has the Brazilian superstar Sparking, Dodge, who strengthened their roster by recruiting Corsock, and Tokyo Manjigang, who moved from Europe to North America, competed for the 6th place, and at the end, Dodge and Tokyo Manjigang won the tickets. The competition among South American teams was also on fire. Fiumba, 22 Esports, and 4 Poor Men with Brazilian youngsters have qualified as a top point getters. Team X of Colombia and Synergy Esports with the living legend of Argentina, Siljan, put their name on the PCS7 America list along with Trogloditos in a point tie. Fiumba is consisted of the old KPI Gaming members. Siljan has left to Synergy Esports, this team is still very strong. With young bloods from Argentina, they've ranked first in South America regional playoff. As we've seen how well Brazilian rookie players performed in PNC 2022, let's keep an eye on Haven from 22 Esports and LFP VHC from 4 Men, a team with interesting name, and see how they perform in their next global tournaments. Bing Bang Boom, Peak FA, the Rumblers, Eoscuri made it through the last chance qualifier. Bing Bang Boom heading to last chance qualifier was not expected, but they were able to make it to PCS7 Americas thanks to Keenan's performance, recording the most kills and most assists. The strength of the Brazilian teams was also outstanding this time. No Brazilian team have passed the last chance qualifier in PCS6, but this time, Pick FA and Eoscuri outperformed among prominent teams to qualify, and we should look forward to seeing if they can show their skills in the global competition. Let's check out PGC points for Americas. Sonics, who accumulated 725 points, and E-United, with 680 points, have indeed locked up their spot for PGC 2022. This means 4 seats left for Americas region. Which teams will be taking the spots in PCS7 Americas? PCS7 will be held in 4 regions around the world, starting with APAC and America on upcoming September 16th. And then Asia and Europe will kick off on September 30th. As this is the last chance to get the tickets for PGC 2022, please stay tuned to check out the results. We'll be back next time with news about Asia and Europe region. See you then. Bye!
们这次是为了包揽 PCS 冠军而来。PCS 3连冠的队伍已经有了，但还没有诞生4连冠的队伍。我们这次是为了打破纪录而来。
패테이커의 소년 우승은 대단하지만 그게 영원하진 않다고 생각하고 4연속 우승 도전은 저희가 꼭 끊어내도록 하겠습니다.
韩国队每次都说要拿 PCS 冠军，但是已经说了6遍了，即将也会成为第7遍。趁现在赶紧再说说吧。
중국 팀들이 좋은 모습을 보여준 건 인정하는데 저는 무조건 이제 이기고 싶습니다. 절대 지고 싶지 않아요.
PCS7 では自分たちがどれくらい実力を発揮できるかっていうのを試したいと思ってます。
我们的目标是拿到前3名，然后也要证明 GS 在亚洲区的实力。我们 GS 会变成他最可怕的敌人，然后送给他们一点颜色的小角。
上一次我拿了亚军，然后在更早的一次也拿了一次亚军，这次能不能再突破一下拿一下冠军？
这次我们希望能达成大满贯的荣誉，从 PCS7 延续到2022 PGC， 然后我们是非常有信心夺冠的。
이번 PCS 거기서 거기라고 생각하기 때문에 우리 배고파가 기강 한번 세게 잡아보겠습니다.
他们没我弟我们厉害，他们就感觉不会自我突破，等好点拿冠军吧。
이번에 담원기아가 사고 한번 치겠습니다. 무시하지 마, 우리 한국인이야.
And we're here. It's the final day of PCS7 Asia. It all comes down to this. 5 games to determine who is going to win our event and who is going to be going to PGC in Dubai. I'm Paper Thin. This is State. Big day today. Still a lot can change on the leaderboard. Still a lot can change about who's going to go to PGC. So this is a really exciting day, to put it mildly. There is so much at stake.
Yeah, so much is at stake. Will we have our first ever Korean champion? Will China win yet again? Will New Happy finally win a PCS? There's so much on the line. The top of the leaderboard is so stacked. Coming into today, it feels like anybody in the top 6, top 7 has a chance to win this thing. And considering the upsets that we had yesterday, I mean, GEX won the last 2 maps. Some of these teams, even lower in the standings, have been having really good showings, and that could really shake things up, even for the players at the top.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think the thing about today to keep in mind is that, yes, there is a pretty sizable lead for some of the teams in some ways, but it's not that great. Like, it's basically like you're talking about like 10 points from, you know, team 1 to team 2, team 2 to team 3. Like, then it starts to get even closer below that. So yeah, everybody is really close. I think top 6, if you have an insane day, if you're the Kwangdong Freaks or Petrichor Road, who are in 6th and 7th, yeah, you can get this done. But it's going to take one of the biggest days ever. And it's 3 Miramars, 2 Erangels today, State.
Yeah, it is 3 Miramars and 2 Erangels. And so far in this tournament, China has only won 2 out of 12 Miramar games. So I feel like if you're one of the Korean teams, if you're Gen G, if you're Baego Pa, this is really where you want to kind of show up, get a win going into those final 2 maps of the day, continue China's losing streak here on Miramar, and try to rack up as many points as you can, because right now, like, if New Happy wins one of these games on Miramar, it almost feels like that's going to be the nail in the coffin, because although they have only won 1 map so far in this tournament, they're first place in placement points, and they're even the top team on Miramar just because they frag out.
Exactly. It is really scary with what New Happy is able to bring to the table in terms of just their overall level of consistent play. Their team fighting ability is through the roof. Of course, you know, everybody's playing for this wonderful prize pool of $250,000 plus the extra money from the skin sales. Plus, of course, everybody's trying to get to PGC. But here's your overall leaderboard. Like I was saying, 10 points from New Happy to Baego Pa. Then 9 points to 17 Gaming. Then 5 points to GFY. Then, you know, that's 7 points to Gen G, ha, math. And then 10 points to Kwangdong Freaks. And then 2 points to Petrichor Road. So I think there's worlds where Petrichor Road and Kwangdong Freaks can win this, but it's going to take a really anemic day from New Happy for that to happen.
Yeah, they need to have basically everything go right. They need to have a perfect day for the Freaks or Petrichor Road. If the Freaks want to be the first ever Korean champions of PCS Asia, if Petrichor Road wants to win their 4th PCS Asia title in a row, they're going to need to fire on all cylinders, because right now they're 40 points out, and while, yes, that is not an insurmountable lead, it's going to be tough if they want to do it. And, man, as you said, the top of that leaderboard so stacked. Baego Pa only 10 points out, 17 Gaming, 19 points out, and then 20 and 30 points for GFY and Gen G. It's really close, and so far in Erangel, 17 Gaming by far been the best team, 5.8 kills per game. Begopal right behind them.
Yeah, and we were worried yesterday if, you know, for 17 Gaming, we felt like they needed to have a pretty big Erangel day to, you know, stay in contention for the title. It was an okay Erangel day. They had a win, a pretty sizable win.
Yeah.
So that keeps them within spitting distance. So now they've got to have some big Miramar games. We know they're capable of it. We saw it at PCS6. You know, can they find that form that they used to have? And I mean, this movement right here with Sho was just so brilliant from 17.
Yeah, Sho holding down the anchor at the 6 o'clock position just caught everybody by surprise. I don't think Danawa or Infantry expected it. As this battle commenced, everything collapsed, and then the final fight, Sho coming in from the top rope there, gets the perfect angle here on Danawa, and they just were not anticipating this. See it right there on your screen. Mowing people down that SLR, and Little Ghost right there with the M4. Cleaning up. Salute not able to clutch it out as 17 Gaming, as you said, they got a really big win right there. I think 8-9 kills, 10 points for the placement. They didn't have the best first map on Erangel, but that second map definitely was a nice thing to put in their pocket.
Yeah, it gave them hope. And here you can see, you know, Begopal has been a real pleasure to watch. And I really want to talk about what this team is and why this is just so mind-blowing that they're able to be in the position they are. So obviously everybody knows PO. I think at this point, in my mind, this is the greatest player to ever touch the game. And I don't think you can deny it anymore. He's won a PGC, he's won a bunch of events, and now he took a break for half a year, put together a team of very good veterans who have tons of, you know, big stage experience, but, you know, just kind of slammed a team together last minute, got here, and then now is in contention for winning this event and is almost assuredly going to PGC.
Yeah, and a big part of their success is also just straight up PO. In particular this week, he has been climbing up the kill leaderboards. He is now in second place behind Aix for the kill lead here at PCS7 Asia. And on Miramar, I mean, we talk about how China hasn't really been able to get a lot of wins on this map. They've only won 2 out of 12, but look at your top 2 teams right now. Just because they frag out, it's New Happy and Tyloo.
And this is a perfect kind of example of what you and I have been talking about this whole event, that the Chinese teams, their meta, their play style is to go for the points. Wherever they're available, you know, taking high percentage plays to get points that are oftentimes safe, because not only are you, you know, cleaning up fights that have already happened, or you're hitting a team in a flank where they're not ready for you, or, you know, and then on top of that, you're clearing more space for yourself. So yeah, sometimes you third party someone, then you get third party. That happens. But it's consistent, and New Happy in particular is just such a nightmare to deal with. I mean, you can just see how good they are with these barrel sprays, with their SLRs, with everything. They're so clean, they're so well coordinated. What also really has always impressed me with these Chinese teams in the last couple of years is their team fight, like, just synergy. The way that everybody plays off of each other, there's double peaks. It's like they don't even have to talk to each other. They just know, and they get their job done. And of course, it helps when they're just absolutely, you know, bananas with their assault rifles.
Yeah. I mean, we saw it right here in this final circle. They weren't able to win because they got engaged in that fight a little bit too early. But, I mean, despite that, they got so many kills. You would watch them the way that they kind of establish a beachhead. Everyone kind of covers the first guy going in line to breach the compound. And it's just like the synergy across this team, the way they work together is phenomenal. And Tyloo as well, one of the best teams playing here on Miramar. Although they're a little bit behind in the standings, not really in contention for first place. They've had a great tournament.
No, they really have had a very solid tournament, a very solid year for Tyloo. They are basically going to PGC. It's basically a done deal for them. And of course, like you were talking about, Aix still our kill leader, still our damage leader. Our assist leader still Xiao Didi, who has been very, very good for 17. He's been a, you know, kind of that 1-2 punch with him and Sho for 17 that has really propelled them to the success they've had so far this year. I mean, 17's always been good, but this year, I think this is the best version of 17 I've maybe ever seen.
And here with only 5 maps left to play, I feel like you got to kind of focus in on the top key players for all of these teams right now. Aix left with Pero. There is a world where they can come in first with this day if they have an absolutely huge showing in these 5 maps. If they pick up wins, they get a lot of kills, and New Happy, as you said, it plays kind of anemically. There is a world where Pero can win, but Aix left has to absolutely pop off Same thing with Begopar right now. PO is a huge part of their success here in week 2. He's now up to 40 kills, 2nd overall here at PCS7 Asia. He's going to have to do really well. Zipian, we've seen every time New Happy gets a Groza, they put that thing on him because they trust him to get those kills. He's up there at 37 kills, and that's why those guys are top 3 in the Fantasy League right now is they get so many points for their team. They are so critical to the success of their team. And now with everything on the line, Akeslef, PO, Zipian, and Show, they're going to have really good days for their teams to win it.
Absolutely. You're looking at these superstars to really come through right now for their squads. And, you know, there have been at times other players for these teams with Petrichor Road, whether it be Mill or Ming, who have put up huge days in kind of the late stretch to kind of push them over the line. You know, always Akeslef, PO, Zipian, Ming, Show, you know, Renba in this case, or Anonix for Gen G. These guys are always having good performances pretty much no matter what. They're reliable. But sometimes it takes those role players to have a big final last couple days as well to really push you over. Now, you caught me a little bit here.
A little bit. I had a good day yesterday.
I'm right at 500th in the global ranking in Asia right now. I'm like exactly at 500th coming into the day.
Yeah, I finally had a little bit of a better day. It's been
yeah, you did.
Yeah, we talk about anemic showings, but man, my performance in Fantasy League has been anemic. I've been really struggling right now, but Tungmu having a huge day. He's racked up so much damage. I think Salute is the top rifler right now, but Tungmu just absolutely destroying. I think he's put up like 7.2k, 7.3k damage over the course of this tournament. Although he's not one of the kill leaders, only Akeslef is ahead of him in damage.
Yes.
So
he's been phenomenal. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Right now, Salute is actually our assault rifle damage leader. This week, he just went bananas with it. I don't know what happened, but he's literally 700 assault rifle damage more than a Tungmu. And he's one of like the few players who has more assault rifle damage than DMR damage. There are some others, like 7-7 for Tiamba, Wang Zai for infantry are some that come to mind. There was another one that for 17 that I can't think of right now, but they're all, like, there's only a few players who put up more assault rifle damage than DMR damage. Tungmu being one of them as well, so actually he's not. No, I take it back. He's not. He is not. Hold that thought. Tungmu is not putting up more assault rifle damage. He's putting up so much damage total. It's crazy. So his DMR damage is also through the roof. But
and his AR damage is just insane.
Yeah, he's doing it all, right? Yeah. He's a well-rounded player this event. Really fun to watch him frag out. And that GFY team, it's really important for them. I think we should talk a little bit about the PGC stuff because that is not a little bit, it'll probably be a very big storyline that'll be the undercurrent of today. And so for GFY and Begopar, for example, they just need to be top 5. They're top 5, they're golden, they're into PGC. Well done. If they go below that, that's where things get tricky because of TMA, who was at PCS 6. They have 80 PGC points, so it creates this weird little line where if you get down to 6, you get less than 80 points. And then you got to rely on some luck. Like, you got to rely on some other teams maybe not doing so well and things like that. Like, you could still get in, but you significantly reduce your chances. You make it a much more coin flippy type situation. So those are 2 of the teams that I think are really I'm keeping my eyes on for this because of how precarious their position is. I think Begopar is basically good to go.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, they're only 10 points out of first place right now, so probably feels like they're going to be a lock unless we have a really surprising day. But considering how well they played yesterday, I mean, even when they were up against the ropes and they had to rat it out, they were able to find placement points, they were able to find kills, and that kind of tenacity, that kind of willingness to just grind it out for, like, honestly, scraps. Like, just a couple of points. They're scraps. But that's the difference between a championship team and a second-place team. And the way that Begopar was playing yesterday proves to me that they have what it takes to be a championship team here. And, guys, we're ready with the first map of the day. Only 5 maps left to be played here at PCS7 Asia, as in a couple of hours we will have crowned a champion. And all these players, all these teams, they've got to be feeling the pressure right now, man. It's all going to come down to the wire.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is going to be the best, most intense day we've had so far at PCS7 Asia. It's day number 6, game 1. It's Miramar. Here we go. 5 games to go. Find out who is going to be our champion, our final PCS champion of 2022 in Asia, and who is going to be going to PGC. A fairly fair playing path here. I mean, I'm not, it's a little bit more Western than I think some teams would like, but, you know, for all intents and purposes, you're going to be relatively happy to get to where you got to go. Now, I want to break down a little bit of PGC point stuff here in the hopes that nothing crazy happens in the beginning of this game. So we talked about Begopar and GFY. Let's go through the teams that we know are qualified.
Yeah.
New Happy, no doubt. Petrichor Road, no doubt. 17 Gaming, no doubt. Kwangdong Freaks, no doubt. Bagel-Pa, again, they're probably fine unless something really wild happens. Tianba, in, basically no matter what happens here. Tyloo, in, basically no matter what happens. Gen.G, there is a weird world where I think it's so unbelievably statistically unlikely we might as well not even talk about it. Gen.G's in. GFY and Danawa are on, those are two teams we really got to keep our eyes on today because GFY is in a really precarious spot where they need to be top 5. So GFY, if they slip down into 6th, then things get complicated. So here it is, literally what I'm talking about right now. This is the current standing. So GFY, Danawa are on a bubble. Danawa just needs to be better than 12th, and they're fine.
But if Danawa right now at 10th place, I mean, the difference between like maybe rank 8 and rank 15 is only a handful of points. It is incredibly tight there in the middle of the pack. So Danawa, although they are in 10th and they need top 12, they're not safe by any means. They need to have a good showing today. And honestly, so far here in week 2, it's been a little bit shaky from Danawa. We saw a bit of a better performance from them yesterday, and they're going to need to continue that here on the final day of the tournament if they do want to secure that top 12 spot because, like, for example, the way we saw GEX playing yesterday, there's a lot of fight in these teams that aren't quite at the top of the leaderboard. They want to climb the ladder. They want to get more of that prize money. They want to have a little bit more confidence for teams like GEX going into that final championship of the year. And Danawa, they're going to have to show up today if they want that top 12.
Yes, this is a really important day for Danawa. They have looked, frankly, mentally shaken this event. If I'm just being, perfectly honest with what I'm seeing a lot of mental mistakes with Danawa. New Happy, of course, this was the last game of yesterday. They slaughtered 4 or 5 teams in this match. It was absolutely brutal. They wrecked Damwon Kia. They wrecked USG. I think they wrecked the Freaks. I think they wrecked Gen.G. Basically, they were just wrecking everybody. And this is what makes this team so scary is, HS just literally 1v4s Damwon Kia by himself. And then, Ming Ming, ZP, Ananan are also just absolute monsters. So this team, no doubt about it, 7 kills in that previous game for HS.
Yeah, just absolutely huge. And I mean, they didn't win that game, but they certainly got the most points. They absolutely racked up the kills, got another top 3. And that's one thing that I've been honestly phenomenally surprised by is that despite the fact they've only won 1 game so far in this tournament, they're first place in placement points. I mean, despite really tough situations that they found themselves in, they always seem to find a way to get top 3, top 4, and get a little piece of that pie. And behind it, they're getting so many kills as well as we saw in that last game.
Yeah, they're just so mechanically gifted. They can fight out of bad spots better than just about anybody. So no doubt that that's a team you're looking for. Bagel-Pa, of course, in 2nd place. I mean, again, I think it should go without saying that Pio is the best player of all time, and the results in this event should solidify that in his history book. Sungjong, of course, the former IGL of OG and Entis Force, brilliant IGL, brought his team to tons of top 5s at international events, at Korean events, all over the place. They were consistently doing really well. And now he's a close quarter specialist. He's putting up really interesting kind of up close and personal 1vx's that he's winning. And he's the one who clutched the final game for Bagel-Pa to get to PCS. They had to win the last game in the PWS to even get here, and he was the one who clutched it. DG98, again, a FACEIT Global Summit champion winner, so he's won an international event with OPGG. He's an expert at, I'd say, ratting, for lack of a better term. He plays a bit like Loki, where he can just sometimes outthink you, outsmart you in the way that he maneuvers. And then Two-Heart is kind of a player that probably a lot of people outside of Korea aren't super familiar with. Used to play in Griffin, was arguably one of the best players in Korea, if not top 5 in Korea for some time in terms of individual skill, back when Asuro was IGLing for them. And he's really doing a great job with the DMRs, putting up a ton of DMR damage. I looked at it, he's like over 6,000 DMR damage. So
holy cow.
So, Two-Heart is really popping with those long-range rifles for Bagel-Pa.
Yeah, Bagel-Pa from top to bottom, just playing fantastically, really firing on all cylinders, and it's part of the reason why they're only 10 points out of first place as our teams are starting to file in to Los Leones. New Happy is center of this big city, as our observers are nicely pointing out here, as we got 4 minutes before the next circle pops, and quite far southeast on this one. We'll see where this one decides to go. Of course, the circle doesn't really tend to shape up on Los Leones, but we haven't really had any urban circles that I can remember here in PCS7.
Yeah, not yet. Maybe we're due. And they do end in Los Leones from time to time, of course. Now, we'll see on phase 2. Because Los Leones is right in the center, like, it's hard to judge where the circle is going to go. You can go literally anywhere. So this is one of the few Miramar circles where it's hard to talk about what the circle is going to do initially. There's just so many possibilities for what it wants to do. And I think New Happy is just keen to lock down kind of the valuable parts of Los Leones. Now, if it does go into Los Leones, it's kind of interesting that there are parts of the city that circles are more likely to end in. So it's important to control certain structures, like really tall ones, in those areas, particularly in and around the Abbey, which is that big square structure in the center of the city. That one is, a lot of circles like to go there, or the soccer field that's in the middle. They like to end somewhere near there quite often as well. So, but in general, in Los Leones, you're looking for the tallest buildings. Those are the best buildings.
It's a good way of approaching it, looking for the tallest buildings, the ones with the best vantage points, and as we briefly saw there, New Happy actually picking up a crate there in the city. Ming Ming now with an AWM. I think they gave Nan the level 3 gear as well. As nice start here to today, picking up some good loot as Bagel Pa now rolling down from Valle del Mar. They got a long drive into Los Leones, so they decided to go that way. We'll see if they decide to play edge a little bit, as a lot of the city is already occupied, as well as the perimeter of it. And Bagel Pa, I mean, coming into today, again, China has only won 2 maps so far on Miramar. I feel like Bagel Pa really, they want to come out, they want to come through with a win here in the first 3 maps heading into Erangel, because them and 17 Gaming are the 2 best Erangel teams so far in this tournament. But if they can stifle New Happy just a little bit here and at least stay dead even with them on the points, I'm really liking their odds. But just the way that New Happy's been playing in particular yesterday on Miramar, just absolutely destroying, getting double-digit kills, like, it must have been like 16, 17, 18 kills in that one game. I'm feeling very confident in their chances unless someone is able to slow them down.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think really this has to be a big 3-map set for Bagel Pa. You know, there's a world where New Happy just runs away with this, to be frank. And we go into New Happy, we go into Erangel, and we're like, well, New Happy's won. You know, how is this going to go? You see that from time to time in PUBG. But there's tons to play below this, of course, so there's tons to still watch for. So, I mean, yes, New Happy may, you know, who knows? We hope, you know, as fans, we hope that it's close into the last game. You know, we want that excitement. But that's not always the case. That's part of the fun, right? Like, it's all about consistency over time.
Yeah, absolutely. And just as you said, there is a lot to play for everybody else as well. GFY, you mentioned how they need top 5 in this one to really solidify their spot. Damwon Key and Infantry also gunning for top 7. Danawa, they have to get top 12. So everywhere from top to bottom in this leaderboard, you're going to have teams fighting not only for the prize money, but also for the placement points, because they really want to get to that final championship. And there is so much on the line for so many of these teams that expect to play every single match out to your limits, basically. And Ghibli as well, man. As we've seen the last 2 days, they have been fighting non-stop in the early game. They could really be a wild card here for a lot of these teams at the top.
It almost feels like to me, and I could be completely off base here, but it feels like to me Ghibli's coaching staff just said, just go for it. You guys just go fight. Like, let's try and practice some things. Let's work on some things. You know, see if we can bully people to control territory. 9 here, initially looking to try to pop the tire of one of the Donut's vehicles. Didn't get to see if he was able to successfully complete anything there. DG waiting for Gen G's rotation. You can see he's already got 1 tire onto Spears, is trying to go for the second. This is just slowing things up, potentially for the other members of Bagel Pa, who wait ahead. Zuart's turn. He lets loose. So far, no damage. Well, a little bit of damage done there at the very end of it. Now, Sungjong, very good with the M4, gets 1. Can he find the second? No. He caught the head of Renba, didn't find the knock here, and Gen G trying desperately to just keep the pedal down, but Sungjong gets another. That's 2 for Sungjong. And I told you guys at the beginning, his rifling has been really, really good. And there's another one with the Mini. That is potentially 3 points here for Bagel Pa.
Man, what a brainy move by Bagel Pa, just holding down the fort here on the southern road, getting 3 players knocked there from Genji with some great rifling from Sungjong. And now it's going to be all up to Renba. He was able to get past that little barricade there on the south side of the road, but the rest of his team, as you see on the kill feed right now, and Onyx now finally going down, Spear soon to follow, as Bagel Pa closing the distance, already getting 3 kills. Be very happy with that.
Yeah, it's devastating for Gen G. But ooh, nice shooting from Tom. Corn and USG have just been driving around, and they were angling more towards the east, gambling that maybe the circle would go that way. And now out in the open with Tong on the high ground, you've got to get to that cement wall just barely. Is Americano going to be able to avoid a knock? But so USG is driving around, right? We saw it earlier, trying to find space. But the circle went, again, this one's hard to predict because Los Leones was like dead center. You don't know where it's going to go. Now the circle is actually more likely to start going west or north or northwest. More than not. It could still go Los Leones, but we'll see. Ghibli
laying a little bit of a trap here, or getting caught in the trap of GFY for a moment, but wisely backing off, peeling off through this field. Only a little bit of damage there on ZRM and Tosi as they're going to get out of that without too much trouble as teams continue to file their way into the next circle. Ghibli going all the way up north, seemingly past Minas Generales to find their way into this next circle as GFY hungry for some points right now. Every kill so critical for these teams. GFY, they really want to get that top 6 position.
I really like Ghibli's rotation here, though. There's a lot of, not only is there a lot of space, as we can see on the map up there, but there's a lot of high ground. There's a lot of playable terrain up in this northern part because that's like the La Bendita crater, the Picado crater up there. So there's, you can see a little bit here from this angle that we're seeing from Petrichor Road of some of the stuff that's open up there for them to at least use as a staging ground.
Yeah, there's a lot of space as well. Most of the teams are still kind of hunkered down near Los Leones, especially around the northern side of it. So Ghibli will have a bit of area to play with now as New Happy, during all that, was able to migrate to the northwest side of the city. This will be a nice staging ground for them to make their rotation later if the circle hard shifts. And some nice hard cover as well. If they're able to find any teams caught out in the open, they will be able to get a ton of damage in as Danawa continuing to give trouble for USG Donuts. USG Donuts first fighting there a little bit with Tiamba, and now Danawa giving them hell as Kane takes quite a bit of DMR damage there, almost getting the knock, and Soul finally finishing him off.
Soul trying to reposition here to get the finish, and Kane, I think, not exactly sure where some of that shooting was coming from, or well, he couldn't really get around the side of that. He was done, so anyway, there was no way with the way that container's positioned. He wasn't getting through. But yeah, Danawa in a position where they gambled on the south side of Los Leones in a similar kind of state to USG where it wasn't the right gamble. And so now they have to fight their way through Los Leones proper because, again, most likely the circle is going to start to go west or north or northwest. Doesn't have to. I mean, if this circle just centers on Los Leones, then we have a pretty good indication that it's going to be inside the city somewhere, most likely. This one definitely gives us... Yeah, okay, so we're going north. So we're going to go north of Los Leones here. The next circle is probably going to hard shift like north-northwest.
Yeah, 17 Gaming with a 2-2 split in the center of the circle right now, and those kind of scrappy compounds north of Los Leones. We'll see if they decide to hold that or if they're going to transition to fortifying one position, as teams are now starting to make their way in. Tyloo coming in on the west side near infantry. They're going to be reinforcing this position by CC, or perhaps he's going to be providing them cover. Keep an eyes on infantry as they rotate in.
I was watching this on the map. I'm like, DG is driving awfully close to Damwon Kia, like by himself there. But, you know, Begopa is playing the high ground on the west side of this to get their information. I think they were just kind of poking and prodding to see if maybe they could backfill on Damwon Kia's position when they moved in. Again, early stages, Begopa likes to play high ground to get information and then, you know, make their decisions and their moves like phase 4 on.
And they play that high ground so well. GFY 911 getting tied out a little bit here by GEX Xenon, and that headshot is good.
Wow.
One of the last bullets before he goes over the top of that ridge line, and that will be 911 going down for GFY. So Gen G and GFY, 2 teams of the top 5, already losing 3 and 1 players apiece, is not the best showing for them. It's a tough start here. Everyone's fighting tooth and nail for every single point.
That was some pretty clean shooting from Xenon there. Yeah, that was a really tough angle he had to get through and hit some good headshots. So finally, DK is going to be making their move, and as we mentioned earlier, Ghibli was making a northern rotation towards these craters, so they're going to be contesting territory here, but they are already out of his vehicle, going to watch Foxy go by. Didn't quite find enough time or the angle to go for the spray with the barrel, so he's holding this trigger for now. Let's see if anybody else. Now Humin starts lighting up. Here we go.
Yeah, ZRM going to try and find Mental there, but Mental with the Murado a little bit too quick going down that hill. And now Long actually from Pero getting in on this action. Give a little bit more breathing room to the players rotating as Damwon Kia. Looks like they're going to be crashing this compound here for Ghibli as Tosi gets the first frag there on under.
Loki responds onto Zayarm.
Now, you have Tosi again, finding another. Just absolutely phenomenal work here, being tough to keep track of. Has to break the glass to go for the flush. Looking out into Loki's position. And then Foxy, the only two left, and they have to rethink this maneuver. It did not go well.
No, Tosi just nails there on the defense of the northwest side of that compound as DK sent packing, and now Ghibli continuing to give him trouble as Foxy has no momentum going up that hill. He's losing tires, he's losing health, and he's now at half HP, going to pop a smoke to try and heal. But behind all that, GEX and Tiamba fighting out. Chewy getting the knock there on SSR to start things off as GEX scrambling on the north side of this compound. They're going to try and come in on this, and it seems like they will not be able to get the res as Tiamba, with their nice 3-1 split, able to hold that edge.
Yeah, so this should shift northwest or north or something like that, maybe west. But somewhere away from Los Leones is most likely. Yeah, indeed, we are going to be leaving Los Leones up to the west. 17 in a very nice spot. There's still the God compound right next to GFY. I can see Donawa potentially driving for it. I mean, we knew Foxy was kind of donezo, but that's just proof of the pudding right there. And here we go. Here's that fight I was just alluding to. Peng going to get knocked by Salute from the side seat, and that's going to send the other two members of GFY retreating.
Yeah, Donawa just a little bit quicker there to that God compound, and Helen with some nice shooting, able to clutch that one out as Donawa going to hold this side. And GFY now, they got to go back to the drawing board as they have GEX on their east side. You see Savior right now with a great angle, actually sees the head of a Tongmu, gets 2 headshots, and that's a Tongmu knocked. His last 2 remaining players here for GFY kind of scrambling to make heads and tails of this situation. Now Non from New Happy.
Let the Molly fly. He's got Mollies. Oh, Zen Non. Oh, no. They need to. Why are we not throwing utility inside of this building from up high?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Perhaps it's Non from New Happy shooting him with the DMR from the side. Now finally utility coming in as Saber is able to find an angle. But yeah, a little bit late on the punch here as Summer will finish off Yan Lee.
He just kind of really got tunneled on trying to use his gun there, and I think just spaced out on the utility in his bag. Amali's perfect in that situation. You should be able to get it to land right inside of there, and potentially at the very least confirm the knock there. Sungtong does get knocked for Bago Pa. Two Heart and the others, I mean, Bago Pa is a tough road ahead of them here. They were on the outside looking in for a lot of these circles. You're going to get Two Heart barely able to get around this corner. Has to let a frag fly to try to clear space on the inside. DG's trying to help. He's going to get shut down. Two Heart, the only one alive for Bago Pa. And no siree. The circles moving away from Bago Pa, and they could not fight their way through.
Yeah, western side of this circle is very densely occupied, and Bago Pa late to the party, not able to breach that compound. They get dispatched here with only 3 points in this game, and Genji as well, now finally eliminated as Damwon Ki and Infantry duke it out over here for this hill. Wang Zai with a nice angle will clean up Loki, and now Damwon Kia dead here in this lobby as Korean teams dropping it really fast here. First 3 teams out of the match number 1.
Yeah, you're kind of looking at Donawa here, or Kwangdong Freaks, to have a big game for Korea. But really in my mind, I'm really looking at 17. Petrichor Road is having also really good opportunities in this one with the positions they're in. New Happy is just wildly consistent, and Ming Ming with a AWM is a wickedly scary prospect.
Yep, gets the knock there on Soul. Lambu waiting for that smoke to pop so we can walk on over and get the res off. As New Happy's been posted up over here on the northwest side of Los Leones for what feels like forever, and this is just a very entrenched position. Been sitting here for so long, and oh, let that bullet fly, man.
I know. Well, New Happy knows this space better than anybody, right? Los Leones is their drop spot, so this should be, really comfortable, sight lines and those kind of things to work with. So still Donawa, Petrichor Road 17, not much changes here for them in terms of what they have to do other than defend their spots, because now things get desperate for everybody on the outside looking in. Those are the only 3 compounds. Other teams got to figure out a way to find space. Of course, there's a few hills here and there on the northwest and on the south side, but for the most part, the compounds are going to be some of the safest territory. There's a little bit on the east here by Donawa, too. You could maybe nestle underneath them.
Yeah, and Tai Lu now coming in. It seems like they're not going to be setting up for a crash just yet, posting up just to the south, 17's compound. And now Tiamba coming in. There's an opening knock on Wayless, and Tiamba's going to use that as an opportunity. This nade could be good. ZG coming in just a little bit too far as the players for Tiamba were bunched up, but only finding a little bit of damage there is 4AM.
4AM needs to bombard this position. Soul here able to keep Summer at bay from GFY. Tiamba still scrambling to break the lines of 4AM. More grenades start raiding on the open house part of the God compound. 7-7 able to get through. This is great work, great footwork here, but finally a knock coming through. Another one here for 4AM. Now it's Xiao Lu looking to see if he can finish it. But all of a sudden, the fight is turning into Tiamba's favor. Chewy's still up, just way less than Xiaolu alive. That's 2 down. ZG and Forever get cleaned out.
Yeah, 7-7 and Chewy with some big knocks right there. Now Chewy gonna try and find 2 more with a nade. He gets a good idea of where they are, but perhaps not enough time to throw that as Wayless and Xiaolu able to vacate that position. Now Wayless with the nade of his own going in that cubby. It looks good. Chewy takes a ton of damage from that one.
He just couldn't pull the trigger when he saw the head on the Chewy. And now more grenades being thrown. Tong rezzed. Shotguns in hand, but it's actually Soul from Donawa that has an angle down into this. Wayless's Molly gets a knock as well, so only one member of 4AM, or excuse me, Tianba still going against 4AM, and it's 7-7. He took out Xiaolu, so I think Wayless is gone. So 4AM, yeah, he gets taken out as well. So just kind of par for the course for 4AM in this event, dude. They just cannot do much well.
Yeah, and Tiamba, their crisis management has been pretty spot on so far in this tournament, so able to survive that fight with 2 men still up as now Heaven. He's been getting a ton of damage so far here at PCS7. One of the top highlights here for Ghibli. Trying to battle it out here with Aches left just a bit. That nade ready, and now Donuts. Corn trying to find an angle here on New Happy, as New Happy had to exit those buildings on the northwest side of Los Leones, trying to find their way in.
Yeah, if Corn could do some damage here to New Happy, a lot of other teams are going to be very happy about that, as it turns out. I mean, and, you know, Donawa has completely taken up a position to barricade the Kwangdong Freaks on the other side of this. Corn now, blue is here, position revealed, gets a little bit of damage in the ZP, goes for the repeat, is going to pay the price as all hands are on deck. Lambu knocked now by New Happy. I mean, it's just one battle to another. They turn on a dime and start fighting Donawa. New Happy is just so dialed in this week.
Yeah, New Happy doing a great job of consolidating that southern position, but they do have Tai Lu to worry about just above them. Oh, just below them, actually. Look at this angle.
This is not great for Tai Lu. The only thing they have going for them is that 17 can cover them inadvertently. You know, or that's what you got going, because if New Happy starts committing like frags and stuff down onto Tai Lu, it could be problematic, but they're going to go for the vehicle first. Nan is out just by himself.
Yeah.
Salute's actually the one who got the knock here to help out. Tong's able to stabilize and keep New Happy at bay. Another one comes in. This is one at a time for New Happy. This is uncoordinated kind of drops.
Kind of uncharacteristic play here from New Happy, going in one at a time here in this dip. You kind of thought that one of them would just lead the pack and then everyone would fall in right behind, but that's not the story.
First? Yeah,
why not nade first? Why not come in the vehicles together? And instead, New Happy with a rare blunder here, losing some players to Tai Lu in a fashion that we haven't really seen from them so far in this tournament. Usually they've been spot on with this, and now Ming and Zipian not going for the dive at all, just going to try and vacate this position and find something else to work with as the next circle has popped.
Yeah, Donawa is going to be now on New Happy watch duty, and you can see that Donawa is putting a ton of damage into New Happy. They're even going to finish off Tongs there, get another kill. And look who it is. It's Xiao DD waiting with open arms. Gets one. Zipian, the last one alive for our current first place team. Going to look for the Molly, but not even going to be able to get the chance. Good cover there from Xiao DD's teammates. And now we scoot over to Ghibli and Infantry.
Yeah, and this is pretty much a best case scenario here for 17 Gaming, as every other team in the top 6 is eliminated in this lobby. It's a big opportunity for them to rack up a lot of points. They still have 4 men fully up. Now Ghibli over here on the western side. We'll have to watch out for Infantry on the flank, as Wang Zai sneaking up behind them, and the 1-3 split for Infantry could be devastating here. Wang Zai getting a good initiation. Nice spray with the barrel on Human, but not sure where the rest of Ghibli's players are. Tosi's able to take him out.
Yeah, a grenade up and over now. Lin's grenade is really good. It's going to get the knock onto Tosi as well. Bounced perfectly off that rock. Heaven has been great for Ghibli. Petrichor Road getting involved as they're helping out Ghibli just ever so slightly. I mean, they're more keen to just get all the kill points, and, you know, they need everything they can get here. They need a big game, so they're going to fan out and start collapsing on this fight.
Yeah, two knocks for Pero right there, as they're going to try and bleed out Longsker as well. Xlef does finally get the flush, as Ghibli in a lot of trouble. Ming now with a nade getting Human, and Pero, we've seen this time and time again where they feel confident in initiation and they will just go for it. As now Ghibli Esports is eliminated, only 2 players up for Infantry. Mill, Long, and Ming coming in. Monster's gonna let out a nade to try and buy his team some time, but Lin already knocked.
It's actually 17 who's now collapsing into this fight. They want to scoop up these points. They want to prevent Petrichor Road from getting them. I can see a Groza there floating around inside of Petrichor Road as well. Grenades are right on the money, and down goes Infantry. So 17 able to steal those points away from Petrichor Road. In the meantime, by the way, 17 absolutely wiping out Donawa's attempt to try to take control of the center of the circle. So in all of this chaos and confusion, 17 has done a really good job of maintaining space.
Yeah, 17 Gaming doing a fantastic job of fighting on two fronts there, picking up the kills and 3Ping, and then absolutely wiping out Donawa. Helen goes down to show as now it's a 2v2, should I say 4v4, as Pero and 17 Gaming, the last two teams standing. There's a lot of points on the line right now. Both these teams in contention. 17 Gaming, they want to finish this map in first place. Pero, they want to close that distance.
Yeah, 17 Gaming has already leapfrogged ahead of Big Opa with their current points. Now let's see if they can catch up to New Happy, but Petrichor Road wants to have something to say about it. There's a flank out. It's Show once again trying to find that wide angle, and he's already getting damage done. Petrichor Road at least has a hillside here to work with to kind of keep themselves safe from his angles, at least for now. They're going to have to rotate back towards the north, and I think 17 Gaming is going to be relatively comfortable with that.
Yeah, Pero, although they do have that hill to work with, 17 Gaming has the wider spread, and they have most of the circle right now. And you see Xiao UDD, Xiao Bei, Little Ghost all navigating to more defensive positions over here, as the game plan is to just kind of control as much territory as you can, set up crossfires, set up angles. Don't give Pero any options, as now Mill and Show battling out just a little bit.
Yeah, Petrichor Road is looking for a flank to overstack. That's generally the way they like to go. So it's going to take some smokes to cut off some angles to kind of trickily maneuver some players. You can see they were funneling some frags over to Axlef, so they're going to look to use him as a point man to try to break open a flank. And look at the reaction here from 17. They know it's coming. They're going to consolidate their forces onto one front to try to guard this hillside, leaving Xiao UDD, though, in a very uncomfortable position in the middle of this circle.
Yeah, 3 players for Pero on the north side, and just Mill holding down the flank, and 17 Gaming looks like they want to pounce on this position, but keep in mind, Mill does have a Groza. That thing can dish out a ton of damage here, so they got to be really careful. Now, Xiao UDD continuing to move across the middle of the map. Mill doesn't seem like he has a full idea of exactly what is going on here. Show, Little Ghost, and Xiao Bei all lurking right behind this hill.
Yeah, if Mill can do some damage here, he is going to have a good opportunity, but they sense that somebody's going to be close to this tree. Mill hot on his feet, smart to get out right away as soon as he sensed any danger. Now the other members of 17 caught in a crossfire. Ming going to get one knock, a lot of others taking a bunch of damage. Xiao UDD out in the open and knocked as well, so that's 2 big knocks for Ming.
Yeah, Pero with fantastic defense here. They make 17 Gaming pay for that push on their flank position, as now it's all up to Xiao Bei, the last man alive. Very low HP as that nade almost got him, and Mill getting the flush now on Little Ghost. 17 Gaming all but dead here.
Yeah, they know where Xiao Bei is, and they're going to make sure that they can clean everything up. That Molly even clips him. That might have done the job. Shots in as well. No, he survived with 1 sliver of health, so just an up and over there with the Groza. And Petrichor Road, we said they needed a big day if they're going to be back into contention to win their 4th PCS Asia in a row. Well, my word, what a way to start.
Yeah, getting the win there, a ton of kills, finishing with 173 points, as that was a great game for them, but also 17 Gaming now in 2nd place. They had a fantastic finish as well, as a lot of the teams in the top 6 of the leaderboard just got wiped out very early in that one. We didn't have really anyone pulling ahead from the pack. Instead, it's gotten closer.
Yeah, I mean, we saw with Bagel Pa, they opted to go for an early rotation trap that got them 3 points. Not bad. That's all they were able to get out of that, as the circle was, relatively unfavorable to them, and they couldn't find a good fight early. And so, other than of course, the one they took against Shenji, but after that, the other teams like New Happy only got 1 more point than Bagel Pa. They were able to find 3 kills and a placement point. That was it. So, yeah, for a lot of these teams, the door was open, and Petrichor Road and 17 took full advantage.
Yeah, Petrichor Road with some great late game play there, identifying that 3 players for 17 Gaming were attacking their flank, and then coming all the way from the eastern side with the DMRs, laying down so much damage, getting the knocks, and then not giving them any breathing room, as we've seen Pero do time and time again, man. When these guys are on it, when they're feeling aggressive, they do not let up, and the nades and gunfire rain down on 17 Gaming, and Pero's going to win.
Well, they bamboozled 17 into a bad position.
Yeah, they did.
They put 17, they left Mill there with a Groza, and, just in case they pushed that hill too fast, but they were able to get enough of an angle that they could see 17 on that hillside.
Yeah.
They got a bunch of damage in, and then, of course, a knock, so that's when the dominoes started to collapse.
I like that the initial setup that 17 Gaming had, where they were kind of trying to cover a lot of different territory. They had a wide spread, and instead, going from that position to try and focus on one side, it's a bit of a gamble there, as Pero just had fantastic angles with their DMRs on the eastern hill. Just getting so much damage in, and we did talk about how Pero, they need a ton of points here if they're going to be in contention for their 4th straight PCS7 title, and now picking up a win with what felt like a bunch of kills is a great start to it.
Yeah, and now things get scary for GFY, who had a not-so-great game. Savior, I really thought Savior had a good opportunity there to throw some mollies inside of there and try to get something done. I understand there were people who were eventually shooting at him.
Yeah,
like,
Nan was, I think.
But he had at least a moment where he could have at least maybe gone for a Kobe or something, but, you know, just the fadeaway. But it is what it is. The end game here just masterfully maneuvered by Petrichor Road. They are so good in the late game. It's just, if they have 4 up, I feel like they've just basically won it if we're at, like, phase 7. I'm just like, all right, well, Petrichor Road's got it. They're so smart and so sound tactically.
Yeah, heading into phase 8, I was thinking, looking at the map, 17 Gaming is in the better position, but Petrichor Road just working that hill perfectly, playing the game of information to perfection there, and they're going to be winning the first map of the day, as we only have 4 maps left to go here at PCS7 Asia, and the race gets ever tighter.
Yeah, man. It's a great way to start. Keeps things right where they need to be. A big game for Danawa. We should talk about this, who, again, needed to be above 12th place. I didn't catch exactly where they ended up in the leaderboard after everything was said and done, but they get 3rd, they get some kills, they get a good finish. There was a moment there where they tried to reach out for the middle of the circle, I think a little bit too early. I think if they had waited a bit longer, they might have been able to take that position eventually. They just kind of, I think, thought they had some safety, and then 17 punished them big time. We didn't get to see it on screen because we were watching the infantry battle, but...
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe they were watching the kill feed and they knew that 17 was there in the southwest side, and they saw 17 Gaming picking up kills, 3P'ing that.
No, they moved before that.
Did they?
I was watching it, yeah. That's why I'm saying I thought it was a little bit too early.
Yeah, because they got punished hard for that one. 17 Gaming on 2 different fronts, not only going for the 3P, but also wiping out Danawa was very impressive there, and getting some much-needed kill points is... Man, it feels like the entire tournament, as soon as we get the game, like, I just want to jump into the leaderboard, because
I know
it's been so close every single time. And
I know.
Now 17 Gaming, I think, in 2nd place, just behind You Happy. Bagopal also very close behind them. It is such a tight race here at PCS7 Asia. We may be going to Erangel in a couple of maps with no idea who's going to win this thing.
No, absolutely, yeah. It should, and that's the way we want it to be, right? Like, we want to go into Erangel, and we have absolutely no idea. Like, I want there to be 4 or 5 teams that can still win it when we get to Erangel. So I do want to give Danawa some credit. I know I kind of said that they maybe took this position. You can see 17 still hasn't pushed to rotate it over towards the infantry fight yet.
Yeah, good match.
When they come out there. But in general, I thought Danawa played this really, really well. They were stuck on the bad side of this circle early on, and they managed to rotate all the way to this God compound. Were able to isolate and identify that it was open, and took it and held it down, and gate kept a couple different teams from coming in. So for what it's worth, up until that moment when they just overstepped a little bit, they played this game very, very well. So, you know, the first 6 circles of this were really masterfully handled by Danawa. Just a little bit of a misstep at the end, and then, you know, phenomenal execution from 17, and then even better execution from Petrichor Road to close this out. So Danawa scoots up to 10th, and that's huge for them. Again, they just need to be above 12th, and they're good to go for PGC.
Yeah, Danawa picking up 14 points there. Good for 3rd in the lobby. It's a nice finish for them. Going to be very good. As Petrichor Road and 17 Gaming, man, what a showing from them to start things out. Really kind of mixing it up at the top of the leaderboard. Petrichor Road, they've done it before, PCS6, where they didn't really have the best performance in week 1, and then week 2 they absolutely lit it up. We might be seeing Petrichor Road again coming through in the clutch here in the final day. We said they need to be perfect, and so far they have been. 8 kills, and 1st place is going to be good for 18 points, and right behind them, 17 Gaming moving up to 2nd overall on the leaderboards with that 16-point finish.
Yeah, it's exactly the start they needed. And this is, you know, I'd say there's like 2 teams in this lobby that I think you should be watching for to have like the clutch, huge, like history-making final day. Petrichor Road, just based on what they've done in PCS in the past, the way that they close out events is just phenomenal. And then Bagopal. I think that's the other team that has these crazy clutch moments throughout their history. They had it in the PWS in the very last game of the PWS Grand Finals to get here. So they're another team that I think just with the pedigree and the players that are on there, expect the unexpected.
Yeah, I absolutely have the same two teams in mind. As Ming going to be the match MVP there, half of his team's kills and 500 damage as Pero with a great start here, the final day of PCS7 Asia. We'll see if they're able to keep this up as they're going to need to continue to play to that level if they want to win this thing.
Yeah, and this is great. This is what I was talking about before the matches today, was that sometimes it's the role players who push you over the line.
Yeah.
You know, like Ming or Mill for Petrichor Road in the past have been those guys. You know, we all know Left is, you know, beyond belief. He's our frag leader. He's our kill leader right now. And that guy is just an absolute monster. So here's our point board. And yeah, 17 now, neck and neck with New Happy. Begopa only loses 1 point relative to New Happy in that game. GFY doesn't really gain much ground, but they're still in fourth. The problem for GFY is now Petrichor Road 2 points behind Gen G, less than 10 points behind them. So they got to be above. They got to be fifth or above, right? It's for GFY to be safe to go to PGC. That's the threshold for them. So got to keep our eyes on that part of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Petrichor Road now only 30 points out from first place. We've seen crazier things in PUBG Esports in the past. We'll see if they're able to pull it out as, I mean, 3 teams above 190 points right now. It is so tight here. New Happy, 17 Gaming, and Begopa. I can't wait to get to the next map.
Well, if you can keep New Happy at 3 or 4 points a game, then you've got a shot. That's really what you're looking at, is to keep them in 17 can't have another big game either. That's kind of where you're at for Petrichor Road and GFY and Gen G. Those top 2 teams, those top 3 teams really can't have any more big games, or else then it kind of gets out of reach.
Absolutely, and New Happy and Begopa not really getting too much done there. The first map, just a couple of kill points, and I think New Happy maybe picking up a little bit of placement points as well. From 80 to 81.
Uno. They got Uno placement points.
One more placement point, and it's still baffling to me. I know we've talked about it so much, but the fact that they are like first in placement points despite only winning 1 map so far, and we're here in the final day, like the consistency of this team is just unbelievable.
They're crazy good. It's just, that's why they're winning everything they touch.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the best team in the world right now, in my opinion, and you're seeing why. I mean, as much as I love Begopa, as much as I love 17 Gaming, I picked 17 Gaming to win this event. I thought this would be theirs. New Happy is still, your reigning PGC champions, your 2-time, well, at least this year, PCL champions, I think maybe even 3-time PCL champions. They're just an insanely good team. There's no other way to say it. They win the best regions in the world, and then they go to the globals and win those 2.
All right, day 6, match 27, loaded up as we're going back to Miramar. The second game of the day, 4 left to be played in total. As looking at the plane path, quite far to the east, but not too crazy. Los Leones to Cruz de Valle. That is not...
It's pretty bad.
Is it that bad?
It's pretty bad.
Why is it so bad?
It's really east.
Well, yeah, but...
No, it's really bad.
Never mind then. I guess it's terrible.
No, it's not. I mean, like, this isn't the worst possible plane path at all on Miramar. The real concern I have is kind of like the teams that need to get over to the west, Begopa, Danawa, Gen G, that want to go west. I do have some concerns. Damo and Kia, this is a really unfavorable plane path for them. They got to go all the way to Vidomar. This is the one time they can go to Vidomar because Tiamba goes Puerto Paraiso. So this is the problem with this plane path is it is one that concerns me, that there might be like a fever drop or just kind of something weird that happens in the early game.
Yeah, looking at the map though right now, the map feed at least, doesn't seem like we're gearing up for any fever drops. Might be a little bit of contention for some vehicles along the roads, but besides that, everyone kind of content to just go to their drop spots or their alternate drop spots and loot peacefully. Whoa, what a circle.
Well,
that's kind of crazy.
Okay, this is one of the few times where I will say it is actually decently possible this goes down to that island.
That
small island.
One of the most southmost circles I've ever seen.
It has to be a half-half, like first circle, for it to even have hope of going to that island. So here we are. We have the hope. I'm telling you guys right now, don't get your hopes up. It's not super likely, even with this circle. But regardless, this circle is very likely to end probably within 100 or 200 meters of the coast if it shifts back up. Unless it like hard shifts on phase 2, and then it's like, well, okay, this first circle is just absolute bait.
Yeah, again, a little bit of drama here as we start things out on Miramar. Now look at the top kill leaders from the previous match. Really well balanced there. Danawa Seoul having a great game there in second with 3 kills. Ming, of course, the match MVP with 4. And not really one player popping off. A lot of team efforts all around the board.
Yeah. Well, this is the circle that eventually led to what is known as the long skir game, where he hit underneath that bridge that connects the small island to the main continent, and then came through and just started smoking teams and took a win. I think he had like a 1v4 or a 1v3 against, I'm pretty sure it was Buriram at PGIS, and just absolutely popped off. And, you know, we in Asia already knew Longskir was good, but that's where internationally he really put himself on the map. So who knows, maybe we'll get a repeat of something like that. We can only hope. We want the craziest, best games possible.
Absolutely, man. I mean, imagine the circle just continues to shift south. Here on championship day, I love like top 4 fractured by like a couple of points, so close at the top. Having complete chaos here on Miramar would be a fantastic treat, and we'll see if it decides to go that way. For now, Danawa going to be looting, and they're going to be really happy with this circle as they're already deeply in it. Same with Damwon Kia, man. I mean, yeah, they had a long way to go from the plane path all the way down to Valle del Mar, but the circle doesn't get much better than this.
No, it's very true. I'm a little curious about Foxy still at Valle del Mar with Bagel Pa sort of in the area, but Bagel Pa isn't in their vehicles. They've actually stopped up at Valle del Mar to get information. So this is one thing that I really like about, you know, the way that PO runs his teams, is that they're very information heavy in the early game. They don't take a lot of risks in, you know, spots where they know that it's very likely that there's going to be enemies. They'll take their time to scout you out, to watch you, to wait you out. They're patient. They don't mind, you know, waiting for you to make your move first, and then they'll backfill on the side of you and try to wait for their moments. 17 going to be, of course, just like on Erangel, they're our central dropping team, right? They have Kato here, so they have prio on most circles. On this one, yeah, maybe not prio, but they still are going to have, you know, basically 3rd or 4th team access to the center of the circle.
Yeah, already rotated in with 1 minute left to go on this first circle. This New Happy also from Los Leones starting to work their way in. We'll see if these teams decide to butt heads just a little bit, as Danawa has a really wide spread, kind of a 4-way split here, as everyone's in their own little different compounds. And Genji there on the south coast, New Happy coming in from the northeast, and 17 from the north. There is the chance that we have an early fight.
Yes. With this hard shifted of a circle, yes. You're absolutely right. There could very well be fights. And so DG is going to identify that a member of Damwon Kia is still chilling. The real question is, does Bagel Pa have enough information or feel comfortable enough that they've been sitting here watching this city long enough that this is one player they can potentially isolate this? You can see DG's cutting the engine early to make sure that he is out of sound range. This is so smart. I love what our observers are showing us. He cut his motorcycle early enough, coasted it down the hill. There's no way Foxy could have heard this. He knew Foxy had gone behind this building wall, so he wasn't going to see him coming down either. So DG is looking potentially for a pick.
Yeah, Bagel Pa, a little bit of a repeat of last game, kind of going for these early traps. They caught Genji on the rotation this time and might be able to catch Foxy here for Damwon Kia unaware. So I think even one more player from Bagel Pa rolled down with her engine killed. Is now getting an angle of 17 Gaming rotating through this position here for Danawa, as Seoul all by himself here in this compound. It seems like 17 might want to take it.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, Seoul doesn't have an escape valve.
No.
Oh, goodness. Seoul, do you have a car back here?
He's got to run.
He's got to run, dude.
Make a run for it.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping he had a vehicle here, but he might have just dropped here or dropped at a compound close. There's the trap sprung onto the unsuspecting Foxy. So smart, so well executed by Bagel Pa.
Yeah, Bagel Pa securing Valle del Mar and getting another point, as Damwon Kia now down to 3 men. And Songs are going to be really happy about that. Getting some more loot, picks up some more bandages, might get some more utility out of this as well. As Bagel Pa has a lot of territory, a lot of breathing room over there on the west side. Most of the teams filing in are to the southeast of, or southwest, I should say, of Los Leones.
I like the way Bagel Pa's approaching today. They're looking for kill points. And I think that's the right way to play. I think if you're going to win this event, you're going to have to get points. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that sounds so basic to say, but the truth of the matter is that's how New Happy's getting it done. They're not, like you said, you've been making a great point of this, that they're not winning games. They're just doing really well. They're putting up a lot of kills, and they're also our highest placement team. So it turns out a lot of times if you're able to put up good kills, that often will snowball into placements as well. So you love what you see from New Happy. You love the way they play. Bagel Pa here today. I have no problems with what they're doing. I'm kind of curious about Pio.
Yeah.
Since he's going over the island. I totally get what he's doing. I totally agree with it because they're hedging their bets that this hard shifts down to the island. And if they could be down there first, right?
That could be huge.
Then it's huge. Then you're putting up like an 18-kill win potentially because you get to gatekeep that island, and then teams just have no choice but to, either suicide to the blue or try to yeet themselves to the coast by swimming or something.
Soul, knowing that 17 Gaming took this compound, try to come in and find a little bit of damage, but then backing off after he gets identified as only one player down so far in this lobby. But with a lot of teams rotating in, GFY, 4AM, Ghibli, Tyloo, and Infantry all making their way into this circle, could be poised for some early fighting as there isn't a lot of land left in this one, man.
No.
I mean, it sounds crazy to talk about that here in Phase 1, but it's just such a hard shift to the south that it feels inevitable that we're going to have some teams having turf wars for pretty much any territory that's left because there really isn't that much to play with, especially if you want an escape valve deeper into the circle because making your rotation in past these hills, it's a really tough area of the map to drive through.
Yes, absolutely it is. It is not fun to go up and down those hills at times. And it's a tough circle for a lot of teams. If it doesn't go south to the island, it's eventually going to drift like center or east because there is land ratio terrain on the west side of this. So I should say most likely it's going to drift center or east on the main continent. Again, we don't know for sure. I like the way Bagel Pa is thinking about this right now because they can afford to absorb a blue here. You'll know by Phase 2 if this is going to go, if there's even the chance that this is going to go island or not. Like, it'll tell you. You can tell by the way that the circle will move because it's going to have to keep a ton of water in it if it's going to go down to the island. So the way that Bagel Pa is playing this, I'm totally fine with. They're hedging their bets. They're watching the entrances. They've got the entire western side completely on lockdown in terms of control of the ability to get down to the island.
Yeah, I love doing that 3-1 split with Pio going down to the islands to just establish a foothold there in case the circle goes that way. It's now Ghibli making their rotation into the circle. They're going to be crashing this compound here for New Happy, and this is a fight that has potential implications for the top of the leaderboard as Ming Ming with a great spray. They're going to catch Guman with a headshot.
The Ghibli's got to catch their footing because here comes the rest of New Happy. They are slamming in. They've got to knock. Again, they're sharks. There's blood in the water. And they are going to start circling, especially with Ghibli really stuck. Okay, this is still very possible we go to this island. This is possible. It could be happening. Buckle up, folks. We are going to end somewhere near the coast at the very least. As Ming Ming still holding the line. Ghibli is able to get their res. You can see already shotguns potentially at the ready. Heavensley got one more bullet in there. He has to slam back. Tosi tries to push the angles. EP is extremely hurt. They know it because they hit him with the shotgun, but they're not going to get to him before he gets the heal off, and a big grenade from HS hits the backside of Ghibli. Only Gumin left. Finds a few more bullets for this sawed-off shotgun. Going to start pushing, and he knows someone's in that bathroom. He's trying to buy a little bit of time, seeing if he can smoke off the stairs.
Yeah, we'll see if New Happy's able to breach that as Non comes in. Guman, though, with a sawed-off is able to get one. Woo! Almost gets another, but HS coming through in the clutch, man. That first nade, getting a knock and then finishing off Heaven and Z-Arm. New Happy getting 4 kills, and all players will be rezzed.
It's just wild. That fight was absolutely wild. Gumian almost pulled off the impossible for a moment. He pre-fired on that spray and got the knock on the player coming out of the bathroom. I think it was ZP. All right, so Under was ahead on this for Damwon Kia. He was the one player who had gone down there. They had a pretty similar idea in a way to what Bagel Pa did. You can see Infantry's going to play for the bridge spot. Infantry's taking the boat. They're going to lose a player for it. And everybody and their grandma is shooting at them. Literally everybody's shooting at them. But they're going to get there, I think. I don't think they're going to lose anybody else. And they're going to have control over the bridge. Under's turn to try to punish Bagel Pa. Sungjang here so far doing okay-ish, but a headshot will definitely not. Oh, that's not great. That's not great. He should be donezo. Oh, he has to get out. Oh, my God. How did he survive?
Having that building as cover is very fortunate there for Sungjong as he's able to get out of a dire situation as Under's been camping out in Los Higos for quite a while now, but not able to catch Begopal on the rotation to the island as PO and Two are already establishing a bridgehead over there on the southmost island. DG soon to join them, and we're watching Infantry try to make their way across.
Yeah, I love what Infantry's doing, even though they lose a player. This gives them priority on the bridge, whether that be whether it goes to the island or goes back up. This gives Infantry a lot of power to pivot, and so this is how they played the circle. I'm pretty sure this is almost identical to how they played it when Longsker pulled off that miracle back in PGIS. It gives you the ability to cross back over to the other side. Now the real question is Begopal actually going to beat them there now because it took them so long to get to the island? Their boat got blown up. They had to swim. Begopal might be able to beat them to that priority.
Yeah, we'll see. Infantry and Begopal might have to duke it out for that beachhead. Control that bridge is now GFY coming in. On the western side, going to be rolling up this hill. Not a lot of momentum as Wayless going to see if he can find an angle here with his Mini 14. But GFY peeling off, going back down to the road into the arms of Damwon Kia.
I don't know why Wayless isn't going to shoot at this. He really might as well, in my opinion. He's tried to have taken a few shots, maybe popped a tire. It's not like his position, he's going to be there for much longer. He's going to be moving to the other side with the rest of his team. He might have been able to bait a little bit, but he decides to hold the trigger there. And GFY is going to, not comfortably, but at least for now, get to somewhere where it's not great. Okay, now we're not going to the island. Sorry, folks. Not happening. It's pretty unlikely.
Yeah.
It can still do it, but it's like 0.01% chance.
Yeah, my question now is, how long is that island actually going to stay as playable terrain here? Because
no, it won't. Since phase 4 is next, it has to leave water as much as possible. It's shifting back. It's extremely likely it shifts back up to the north.
Begopal gonna
like
have
hard
to get
shifts.
Yeah, Begopal gonna have to get on their horses and make their way in. As Hugh trying to get away from infantry. In the meantime, Tiamba spraying down Tyloo here, not able to get anything, but Xiaoyang hits a tree. I think he lost a tire there. Yeah, that back tire is out, and now his vehicle's smoking as Nine's continuing to wail in on him with his M4, just absolutely shelling this position. Xiaoyang's going to retreat to the water for some cover because he knows his vehicle is doomed. And he'll have to swim away, but this is a dangerous situation, man. When he comes up for air, his head is going to peek back up, and Nine might just pop him.
Those trees might have just given him enough cover. Does Begopal know that Wang Zai from infantry is danger close? He has crept his way up here. I don't know. From what I'm seeing from Begopal, I don't think they know. I don't think they know that infantry is as close as they are. I don't know if they heard the shots. Now he's going to hear the footsteps.
Yeah.
So now Two Heart going to be sounding the alarm that infantry are, he doesn't necessarily know it's infantry. But there is a team here. Monsters taking some damage in the back. So Sungjong having a good cover angle for Two Heart. Two Heart going to send a grenade to try to cover the angle, but it's actually Wang Zai unexpectedly, unaccounted for there and going to get the finish.
Yeah, Wang Zai with a great angle, able to catch Two Heart while he's throwing the nade. DG now holding the bottom of this building. Knows that Wang Zai is there as Begopal already down one player and actually getting a little bit of help here from GFY as Longsker had an angle, and that nade on PO is good. Good for 65 damage. Wang Zai comes around from the side to finish him off with a spray, and PO now going down as Begopal falling apart a little bit here. Infantry with a great ambush here in this compound.
Sungjong's got to spring to life. DG just took a lot of damage, is trying to get to safety. Cannot do so. Sungjong here needs to get that spray under control. Cannot. That's devastating. He lost the handle a little bit there. Wang Zai's going to go in and finish PO. A grenade on the inside does a ton of damage in response, but no knock found. Sungjong trying to cling to life here for Begopal, but I tell you what, infantry's done a good job of recovering in that fight.
Yeah, infantry's playing that really well now, and it's a 1v2 with Wang Zai and Monster. Behind all that, Aix left with a nice nade on. Might be able to find a COD, and yes, it does. The COD is going down here. Now we see Sungjong on the north side of this compound. Not going to go for the res, as it's too tough a situation. Instead, just trying to hold this window as long as he can, find an angle, see if he can get a knock and even the odds just a little bit.
Yeah, he's trying to hope that DG can relay some information to him that he's going to be able to get Wang Zai. Instead, Wang Zai, they're actually trying to sneak DG across the road in the smokes. This is cute. This is really, really cute. I didn't see this at first. Yeah, okay, nice try. Yeah, the Monsters is like, all right, nice try, bro. I see what you're trying to do. But I tell you what, Sungjong has been really good in these situations. Yes, the circle is going to hard shift up to the north. At this point, I'm not certain if those hills right above this bridge are land ratioed or not. I don't think so, but I'll take a look in a second. Sungjong now under pressure from other angles. Yeah, Bagel Pond, both infantry. It's not going to be fun the rest of this game.
No, they've got a long way to go, even for the victor. It's not going to be looking pretty. They got that bridge to cross, and now Akeslef continuing to pop off. Gets a fantastic headshot there on Lash with the DMR. As Pero continues to rack up the damage, looking to rack up the kills as well. Now Tiamba making their way in from the southeast side. This is still about 100, 150 meters out from the circle as Pero, off of that knock, going to try and push this position here for the Freaks. They know it's probably only 2 left. Going to stop short here at this tractor. Establish a smoke, get some more cover. And Sungjong finally going down there south of that bridge.
Yeah, it was tough. Just Bagel Pod not really in a great position defensively to cover each other. Got caught with their pants down a bit. Oh, Akeslef able to be traded, but he has got the finish. The Molly was already out and it already caught Lash. So he is a one-man wrecking crew again, just continues to be an absolute human disaster, just storming teams, ending their days. GEX trying to cut through on the eastern side. It's Donawa in the way, and Donawa well aware. I can see the little beam lines from the gunshots coming out in the direction of GEX. Here we go, infantry now going to have to make their move across the bridge. It's Tai Lu waiting on the other side. Meanwhile, Donawa, Lambu, flanked out here. He's got a really tough position to hold. He cannot afford to get knocked there.
Yeah, GEX wants to breach this compound. They're posted up right on the lip of it. As Lambu in a bit of a precarious position. We'll see if he gets identified there by GEX. He does have some hillside to play with, but man, if he gets knocked, it's going to be trouble here for Donawa. And keep in mind that although they are lower on the leaderboards, they're really fighting for that top 12 spot.
Yeah, Tai Lu has to push through Tiamba now, and they are doing a good job of it, doing a lot of damage as Tiamba, or excuse me, the other way around. Tiamba has to push through Tai Lu. They get shredded, they get annihilated, down they go. Tai Lu manages to continue to control this bridge. GFY trying to sneak underneath while all that was going on. I think they found footing at the very least, and you can see there, yep, indeed, they've got a position there. There's a little bit of a hill underneath here that you can cut yourself off from Tai Lu's vision. GEX finds a little bit of edge, a lot of damage done, no knock from Lambu.
Yeah, Pang got a knock there on Tai Lu, actually, as Pang in 911. Holding the bottom of this bridge, Summer now coming in to reinforce. The shot caller there for GFY, and seen on the map, a Tongmu coming in as well. So Tai Lu, they have a little bit of a spread here with just C and Tongs on the bridge, CC up in the hills. If GFY decides to mount pressure on one position, it could be devastating for them.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's actually pretty likely for this to go west. It's a little bit unintuitive. A whole bunch of damage being done across the board. Tai Lu trying to get up high. It's going to be Tongs shut right down by a Tongmu. Who else for GFY this tournament? Yeah. He's been absolutely devastating with those assault rifles. Grenade from Summer, a response from Tai Lu's Sia. Gonna let go with one more. Trying to find the flush. It just does not quite get enough of Pang to flush him. Summer gonna flush CC in response. It's still a 1v1 for all intents and purposes. Maybe Summer can get this res.
Yeah, might trade reses here as there's a lot of players knocked on both sides. Summer's going to try and get up too, but Sia fishing for it a little bit. He's going to be nading Pang's position. Pang already was geared up to bleed out. We'll see if he's able to find the 3 players. Oh man, almost got him. 3 players with GFY. Awfully bunched up there as Sia does get the knock on a Tongmu.
Well, Summer has to now make a play to try to end this fight. He doesn't have many other options. A Tongmu is bleeding out really quickly, at least on second. Summer gonna flash the angle. Can't get anybody to, position in confusion, so opts to go back for the res. New Happy in the meantime trying to crash in towards USG. Wang Zai sees Damwon Ki above him with a Groza. They know it, and under. Quick on the trigger with his barrel. Let's see if New Happy can find something.
Yeah, New Happy coming in, but HS and Mingming and ZPyan, they're already really damaged. See 2 players now getting their nades out already for USG Donuts. Not able to connect though, just a bit of damage on Non. Non fighting back with nades on his own. As Utility continuing to be shelled here, but New Happy, not the best start here to this fight. They really need a knock to kind of swing this advantage in their favor.
Yeah, we've seen that USG can be really tenacious at times. They put up that big kill game on Erangel. Let's see if they can stymie our current leaders. And again, keep everyone else in the hopes going into our final 3 games. Non has found footing behind the building, going for some heals and things like that. Grenades bouncing all around, but for now, New Happy, they've been taking damage, but none of it's been critical.
Yeah, and they've been able to get a lot of heals off as well, so New Happy's position improving just a little bit here in this compound fight. Is Nan going to try and come in with another nade in that small house? We'll see if he's able to find anybody. And he does, in fact, get Kane. Kane, before getting knocked, was able to throw a nade of his own to turn this into effectively a 3v3 here. As Pero and Donawa, they hear the action, they want to get in on it, and Pero 3Ping Donawa going for the 3P themselves as now Salute knocked by Ming's nade.
Well, Sheva gets knocked here by Lambu, gets flushed as well, so that sort of helps New Happy. Petrichor Road is opting to try to help USG in a way as they're doing damage to New Happy. So there's 4 teams engaged in this. I even see Gen G thinking about getting their toes wet as well. So we'll see if they're going to push on through. Damage not really being done. There's a lot of smokes out here as Korn is going to hold the line against Donawa, keep them from being able to push in. So that's one more team removed from this equation. Petrichor Road going to back off. Circle going to go over to the east. New Happy, now they're going to breach through. Able to just shut Kane right down after the res. Americano was probably flashed up. He gets taken out as well. It's all onto Korn for the Donuts.
Yeah, New Happy breaching this compound with just brute strength right there. Taking down a lot of the Donuts players. Korn's the last one alive. Is New Happy already in this lobby, up to 6 kills. Despite all of these teams kind of converging on this one location, they have stood strong with all 4 players still up, and now Korn up against the ropes here as this is the last remaining compound in this circle.
Monster's still alive for infantry, able to find a knock on the Wayless. Lit out with that grenade, and well, it didn't matter. I mean, Wayless was out in the open. That frag will do the job. I don't know if it was necessary.
Monsters picking up yet another kill, perhaps looking to take that crate now that he bought himself a little bit of breathing room, and Renba wailing in on GFY's Atongmu. Atongmu and some of the last 2 remaining players here for this team as 4AM and 17 Gaming now popping off all the way here on the western side. They want to finish this fight quick, but there's a lot of players knocked on both sides as Little Ghost does get another one for 4AM, and yeah, 17 Gaming able to clean this up.
Yeah, 17 looks like they might get reses. Oh, I say that, Monsters comes alive, gets the knock on to Lil Ghost. Damwon and Kia stuck on the bottom side of this hill, so they're not going to be able to get involved. Monsters, in fact, cleaning up a lot of people. Great spray from Mental down onto Atongmu. Going to get the knock onto him. Grenade out to try to finish, see if they can get it. It's Gen G who's watching. Going to get the knock onto Under. Inonix with the long-range Mini 14 finds him. Just Mental on his feet for Damwon, Kia, and Gen G fanning out.
Yeah, Gen G doing their best job to control the southern side now with Damwon, Kia, and GFY both having players knocked as Asura and Spear going to be pushing up in the front, trying to see if they can get any flushes here. They know GFY and Damwon, Kia are both battered and bruised. They want to finish the job, and Korn able to get the knock on Ming Ming, but not before he gets cleaned up by HS.
Well, now New Happy has control of the compound in the center of the circle. Renba around the corner, knocking Atongmu. Takes some damage, but not knocked. Summer, once again, the only one alive for GFY. Atongmu was bleeding out ridiculously fast. There's no way you're getting to him. Didn't matter. Anonix was there with the mini, and now Summer just trying to find some way to hang on for as long as he can. You still have DK with 2 up above this.
Yeah, Spear and Renba going to try and fish Summer out over here as he's doing his best to shield himself not only from Damwon Kia, but from the probing arms of Gen G. 17 Gaming finally getting all these reses in on the top of this hill. Summer taking some damage there from Damwon Kia's Mental, and he's in the blue, and yeah, it's going to take him out. Actually, Under there with the nade was able to get it. I thought for sure he was going to die to the blue.
I did too. Actually, that's Xiao Bei now from 17. They're about to get backstabbed by Petrichor Road. Indeed, here comes the full force of Petrichor Road. Axlef gets knocked, but they're going to, not before they wipe out 17. Axlef may be out in the open and maybe flushed. Indeed, Asura and Anonix going to combine for the kill onto him. Still Petrichor Road, 10 kills, looking to try to win 2 games in a row, but New Happy and Gen G stand in their way with somehow, some way, 2 members of Damwon Kia still kicking.
Yeah, Pero coming in from the high ground, racking up even more kills as Gen G, they really want to deal with Damwon Kia over here on the southern side. They want to control as much territory as they can as Mental and Under continuing to be a thorn in their side.
This is tough, man.
Yeah, Ming has an angle on all of this, though. This high ground is so advantageous. As long as he can avoid getting knocked from a heady, he should be fine as Ming does get Under there. Under not able to connect with that Groza. More nades coming in.
Yeah, I think now Under just too many knocks, too much damage, and it is going to be Ming who finds it. Ming saw Mental for a second, thinks he can maybe get an underhand there. Almost. It just came up a bit short. That was a pretty good idea, a decent opportunity. Just not quite enough range, and Mental's out in the open with Gen G watching him. Should be done. Yep, he's done. Asura there for the cleanup, and that's a decent amount of kills here for Gen G, but Petrichor Road still on overwatch of Gen G's position. Now Ming with that SLR 4X putting some decent damage in. Of course, with Aches left down, Petrichor Road you know, they're cut off a little bit in terms of their overall power, but I tell you what, these guys could still frag out.
Absolutely, man, especially with the tournament Long has been having so far. Really performing up to task here as Pero going to try and control this high ground. Renba pushing forward here for Gen G. A lot of damage being traded here with the sprays. Mill does connect with a headshot there as Spear and Asura now pushing through the smoke. Mill, suspicious of this, will throw a Molotov into that position. Not sure if it found anybody there, but now Mill coming once again from the angle.
Oh, man.
Mill and Ming getting 2 more knocks.
Unbelievable. Spear got a knock of his own, but it's just Asura on a sliver of health. And Ming, yeah, New Happy knows that this is their game to win. This is potentially nail in the coffin for this tournament. Long up over the top, sees Asura's head. Asura trying to stay alive. Grenades now. Yeah, I think that might have just been a stun next to him. Indeed it was. That might have been good enough, and it was. Mill and Long hold on. Let's see if they can make it against New Happy. Oh, Ming already coming alive. Or excuse me, Ming coming alive onto Ming. And now New Happy looks to clean this one up. Long's trying to get in the blue to not see the point over. He knows how far away they could be. And New Happy clears more space from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, Ming getting the final kill there, padding the lead just a little bit here for New Happy. As that was a great showing from them. We talked a lot about how these teams needed to kind of keep New Happy under control here on Miramar to have a shot to take them out of that rank 1 position, but New Happy fighting back, getting a ton of kills, racking up the win. That was a huge game for them.
Huge. This is potentially the tournament right there for New Happy. And it's just, they win a fight they probably shouldn't, if you want my honest opinion here. Like, the Donuts have a great defensive position. They're a pretty solid defensive team, but again, we saw this a couple times in this game where teams just couldn't hold their compounds. They weren't really in great positions to defend things. Now, it doesn't help anything that Donawa and other teams got involved in that fight. It made it a much more, complicated equation in terms of who was going to come out of it. But New Happy came out of it unscathed. They had 4 up. They took control of the Central Circle Central Circle compound and let the other teams fight on the edge and came and cleaned it up at the end. It's winning that one fight. That's all it took to propel them to this victory.
Yeah, and that was a huge fight to win, too, with both Pero and Donawa raining down on that compound. They both wanted to get in on the action, but New Happy, they run a tight ship, man, not taking too much damage, being able to get every single res, breaching that compound with, honestly, brute force there. They weren't able to get any good opening knocks. They just kind of pushed it to the limit, and with pure muscle, taking out the Donuts, taking that compound, waiting for the final 2 teams to fight, and then swooping in for the kill. As New Happy going to be in a very comfortable position here in first place. But let's not forget that Pero also racked up a ton of kills there.
Yeah.
As they've been having a great day so far, as well as Gen G. A lot of the top teams in that lobby are at the top of the leaderboard, and they racked up a lot of kills.
Yeah, Gen G desperately needed some decency this week. It has been a very, very poor week for them so far. So that was a big one to at least get some kills and a decent placement point. But it's 2 teams who are ahead of you who are doing even better. That's problematic, and then, Bagel Pod goes for kills, gambles on the island. I don't mind what Bagel Pod did at all. It just, they didn't have the information fast enough that infantry was where they were to react in time. They were too spread out, and infantry, knew they were there ahead of time. So infantry somewhat had the element of surprise in a way.
Yeah, Wang Zai getting some critical knocks there for infantry really set the tone of that fight in that Southern Bridge compound. And what a great game from a lot of these top teams. New Happy, Pero, and Gen G. Probably going to be the top 3 right there in that lobby, and it felt like every single one of them had a ton of kills. Look at this right now. Before the game is over even, New Happy with 7, Pero with 10, Gen G with 5. Very top-heavy game.
Yeah, yep. Gen G had a pretty solid one. But these fighting retreats that Petrichor Road can make on this steep uphill that Gen G has to climb, it's too steep. Like, sometimes these downhill positions late game can be pretty good because you're pretty well covered. You don't have to worry about your backside. This one's actually just too steep. It's really hard to get up there.
Yeah.
You're so slow trying to climb up that hill that makes it pretty easy for Petrichor Road to re-peek you, throw some utility at you, keep you pinned there. And they do a good job of utilizing it. Of course, yeah, New Happy wins. Just patience, towards the end of the game. But in the middle of that game, it was all about them being able to take that compound 4 up at the end of it. I mean, how do they do that? It's just crazy how they get away with these things.
4 teams converging on that compound, and New Happy emerges not only unscathed, but with a ton of kill points. As they win the game, 19 points total in the lobby. Petrichor Road just a little bit ahead of them, of course, picking up 15 kills. will score 21 points as Gen G also with 12 points on the board, and New Happy patting the lead between them and Bagel Paw just a little bit, but
a lot of it.
But Petrichor Road, man, nice showing. I mean, they might, given this win from New Happy, they might not be gunning for position 1 as they kind of needed these top teams to flounder just a little bit today. But Petrichor Road, with the way they've been performing here to start things off, they could be looking at 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. They might be in for it. I don't know where they're at.
Yeah, potentially.
They are climbing that leaderboard fast today. Ming Ming going to be your player of the match, the MVP of the PCL, one of the best in the business. This guy is absolutely just monstrous, and you could see why with the way, it's not just him, it's his whole team. They're incredible top to bottom. And again, they win battles that I don't feel like they have a lot of business winning. They're just that good. And we've seen it time and time again in this tournament. It just keeps happening. That's why they're at where they're at. 20 points ahead now of 17 Gaming. Petrichor Road in 3rd, ahead of Bagel Paw by 1 point.
I actually hadn't expected them to jump this much. Starting today, I think they were down to like maybe 5th or 6th.
They put up.
They were in 7th
put
place.
up like 40 points in 2 games.
They were in 7th place to start out today. Now all the way up in 3rd as they are within striking distance, man.
Yeah,
they're playing really well.
That's what happens when you put up a boatload of points in 2 games. When you put up like what most teams would consider a good day
in 2 games. Yeah, Petrichor Road coming to life here. Looks like they're actually even tied after that game in total kill points with 17 Gaming at 134. Fantastic start for them today. If they can keep it up, there is a chance.
It's there. The opportunity is there, but New Happy can't have big games anymore. It's like New Happy, that game right there was enough to put everybody else on notice that if they have another decent game, it's over. Yeah, it's done. Like GG. Congratulations, your PCS7 Asia champion will be New Happy. I don't know. Teams got to start watching their kill field. They got to start keeping track of those kind of things. But, guys, we got to take a short break before we go to our next game. Still have another Miramar, then an Erangel here at PCS7 Asia. You don't want to go anywhere. This one ain't over by a mile.
桥头肯定不是这两支队赌。
是。哎，抢车，果然这两支队伍还是有些冲突。这个车是 FTY 拿到了。
首先，没有掩体呀，掩体，但这个空的位置可能也是一个选择。那前期需要找枪了。
有把枪，我看到了。
啊！
哎，
抢棍，
直接
抢车。
哎呀，下车，规避伤害。
开始表演身法了，这个撬棍打上去，直接打到了车框，走了。这个双方真的走了吗？
走了。
However, on the east side, look at this Enso on the pull-up here. Stardust still positioned in this little defilade.
There's no way Inns were into where this position was taking. Hilti finds 1, finds 2. That is 4. Wheel of Time, they've been, as quiet as last game was, they have been brawling this entire end.
Much more of a solo Snake effort here. You can see FaZe now creating an opportunity here with the utility, trying to at least create a pathway for them, but they're leaving it pretty late here if they're going to pile up into vehicles. Lose it up with a Grozer as well.
At the same time too.
Grenade from Perfectix could be huge.
Let's see if it hits anything. Comes out on the other side of the wall. AIDS is still in his car. Tries to reverse off of the wall and drive straight on top of the landmine. But Tulans gets a confirm on it.
수류탄도 있습니다. 수류탄도 있네요. 자, 타이밍. 오, 타이밍. 무작위. 지금 던지는데 문 닫고서 앞쪽으로 수류탄 너무 유리했죠. 直接上车，顶哪里？顶防区吗？往防区走了，过点 iPhone 那是防区的。
这边的话。
铁皮挡板卡住了头车，后面拐弯没有拐过去。哇，还好。
Esports taking a ton of damage as well. Actually losing one in the process. EXO on the pull up with a nade though. It goes straight in. Faris has found Iroh.
Full speed forward they go. Odin down as well. Confirmed line. This nade could be broken and he finds free. Pain's able to get him, doing all the damage Lyra needs. Unfortunately, not able to get him, but now they're all burning one by one. Pain's doing all the damage needed to rack up much needed points here.
Actually, Laza looking to continue. Hobbits will fall.
Now the does Ruin goes down. Laza, nice off angle, finds the first. Does he get the second? Yes, it does! What a nice transfer. Finds the second in Filfist, and now it's just one on his feet. Great play from Laza up close, using the spoiler, the element of surprise to perfection.
That's going to find one of the confirms here. Dante on the push though. A wild push. Laza finding all 4 kills.
구절당하지 않는다면 반격할 수 있고요. 던져놓고 그렇죠. 됐습니다.
리부스트 앞에 있어요.
하나 더.
이것도
에더.
총성 넥서스 하나 더.
자 여기서 하나. 네 윗각을 싸고 있어요.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
And welcome back to PCS7 Asia, and it is still New Happy on top. We were talking about it at the beginning of the cast that they only had one win coming into today, and they just got another one, their second one when they needed it most.
Yeah, 3 maps left to be played, and now the question is, can anyone stop New Happy? Because they are racking up the points. They're finally starting to pad that lead there in first place, and 3 maps, not a lot of opportunities. And you know, we were talking about this during the break that if it was another team in first place right now, I would feel like that lead is a little bit more tenuous, but they're so consistently good at getting at least a little bit of points in every single game that I don't think anyone is going to be able to succeed to shut them out. Like, even in the previous map, there were 4 teams, including them, converging on that one compound. They emerged victorious, getting 4 kill points. Every single player was still up. That was a critical compound in the last circle. Like, you put them in tough positions like that, or a couple of days ago, like on Erangel, south of the military base, they got out of that.
Yeah.
You like when they had to go into the junkyard compound, like they almost got out of that situation as well. Like, you put New Happy in these tough situations, and they still find a way, even if they're not winning, to grind out placement points, to grind out kill points. And as a result, like, I feel like a 10, 20-point lead with only 3 maps left to play, unless they absolutely get stomped in an early game fight, which I don't think is going to happen. These other teams, they're going to be gunning for second place and not for first.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is, like, I would like to see, this is one of the few moments where I would like to see somebody not hot drop them, but set up a rotation trap on them. Try to shut them out. And 17 Gaming probably is the best opportunity with the, you know, proximity of their drop spots here on this, our last Miramar of the event. You know, Picado, Los Leones. If it's a, you know, a Western circle of any kind, or maybe a center circle, I think there's an opportunity for 17 Gaming to maybe go for a rotation trap to try to shut down New Happy and give themselves hope, because right now they're 20 points behind and they got to do something to stop. Like you're saying, New Happy's just way too darn consistent. You got to stop them in their tracks right now, or it's not going to happen.
Yeah, if they are left alive, they will find a way to get every single point possible. They are tenacious in that respect. Is right now a 20-point lead over 17 Gaming. Petrichor Road and Begopa right behind them with 10 more point differential. Petrichor Road at 194, Begopa at 193, and paper thin, it's looking like China might win another PCS.
It feels pretty much like a done deal at this point, but who knows? I mean, again, if there's any team that can, you know, create a magical moment, it's Begopa. If there's any team that has that miracle 3-game performance inside of them, I would say it's Begopa. So that's where I'd put my chips if I was going to on a Korean team, no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
But I mean, it's just been too strong for Petrichor Road and New Happy today. They're both just playing really, really well. So it's tough to beat that, man. I mean, I like what Begopa's doing in the early game. I like the points they're going for. It's just little things get them. You know, it's the circle shifts away from them in game 1. Well, okay, then they can't find a good fight. At game 2, they go for that little island, and they think that maybe they're the only team there, and by the time they realize that they're not, yes, Two Heart gets a knock, and he hears the players of infantry, but they're not all accounted for. They don't know where they are. Catches them off guard. All right, last Miramar of PCS7 Asia. We're going to be up in the air momentarily. Are we going to have another crazy circle? Well, I love where that camera's starting. I love it.
Didn't get an island circle last time. I mean, realistically, not going to get one this time.
It's, again,
a man can dream.
Unlikely, yeah.
A man can dream. GX going to be the first team out of the plane. And, yeah, looking at this one, kind of cutting across the middle, east to west, you got to figure that we're probably not going to have a hot drop. I think the highest probability early action we're going to get that would have an impact on this game would be either Ghibli doing what they kind of were doing yesterday and just like gunning for a fight with some team near them at the beginning, or what you were saying, a team like 17 Gaming setting up a trap on the rotation from New Happy if the circle decides to go either to the north or to the west.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for here. If it's another like southeast circle around Los Leones, that's wonderful for New Happy in a lot of ways. It makes it a lot harder for teams to pick on them, to really kind of, you know, set their targets on New Happy and try to shut them down. And so you look for like a western circle for anybody to have any opportunity to, you know, kind of single out New Happy and try to see if they can eliminate them early. And well, it's not quite what we expected. I think Shava's good to go since that's a DBS. I don't imagine at this range that you're going to be able to do much, especially with, you know, the other side of that hill covering him. It's an East Circle, so it's wonderful for New Happy, if I'm being honest. It's going to be really hard for teams to mess with them, at least in the early part of the game.
Yeah, there's only Tiamba and GEX really to the east right now, and the odds are, the way that New Happy's really played these circles that kind of rotate around, or center around, I should say, Los Leones is, they like to play edge of Los Leones, either on a hill or in those buildings, and that kind of hard cover or altitude advantage often sets them up in a position where they're able to find sightlines on opponents, and even if they do take some damage from DMRs, like, they're not going down as Pero. Yeah, wow.
Look at that. I mean, that's 14 kills right in that top 3 with one team.
Championship form Pero, man. I mean, like championship weekend.
Yep.
It's reminiscent of PCS6.
It's reminiscent of 3 PCSs.
Yeah. Yeah.
6, 5, and 4.
We'll see if they're able to keep up the heat, because with the way they've been performing in the first 2 days, or first 2 games, I mean, keep in mind that, yeah, New Happy did win that last lobby, but it actually was Petrichor Road that had the most points.
They're so fun to watch once they start really pressing down on the gas pedal. Once they're just like, you know, they're like a rocket ship. It's like once that thing's in the air, it's not going anywhere except out into outer space or crashing into the ground spectacularly. Like,
yeah,
that's all you're getting.
Very, very apt way of putting it. And even when they're playing without Aches left, you found that Pero is stepping up. I mean, we had that one game on Erangel, I think it was last week, where Aches left kind of sacrificed himself to establish a forward position for his team, and they were able to clutch that one out. And then there at the end as well, they were able to clean up Gen G in the previous map without Aches left. Weren't able to get New Happy, but that's kind of the way the cookie crumbles given the positions of the team in that circle is Pero. They got to secure that front against Gen G. They got to get those kill points while they can get them. And New Happy very wisely pouncing on that position, and Pero unable to take that fight too cleanly. A lot of players get knocked, only 2 men up, and yeah, New Happy is not the kind of team that loses opportunities like that. They get the win, but Pero racking up so many kills. So we just saw their top 3 players getting, what was it, 14?
Yeah, 14 just between those 3.
Absurd.
Oh, I think like a lot of credit has to be given to both these teams. They played that as well as they could have, frankly. I mean, both teams played that whole game near perfect. New Happy just, all it took was that one fight against USG that, yeah, other teams tried to third party it, including Pero, who I assume Pero either had a juicier target that they diverted off to, because we saw them poking at that fight, or they just, maybe they were getting shot at range by somebody else and couldn't really pressure that fight the way they wanted to.
I think they also had a little bit more distance. Like Donoa was the first team that was trying to come in and 3P it, and Pero, they were on their way to come in 3P, and they caught Donoa rotating in. So.
Yeah, but I don't know that would stop them from aggressing on that if they know New Happy's there. I feel like there had to be another reason. Because I think at least if it's me, and I'm Petrichor Road, and I'm seeing that New Happy's involved in that fight with USG, I'm gunning for them more than anything else in that circle if I can help it, if it's reasonably safe to do so.
Renba in a buggy for Gen G, actually coming all the way out here towards Power Grid. I'm not sure exactly what this play is, but
he's in a lot of trouble. That's what this play is.
Yeah,
He's got to drive backwards to get out of this. He might be okay though.
Interesting move. I mean, you kind of know, given the plane, like this is Petrichor Road's territory, Power Grid, and this whole plateau. Renba kind of adventuring out, maybe was looking to gather a little bit of intel on the rotation, maybe identify later when Pero was going to rotate into the circle.
No, he expected an earlier rotation.
That's it.
That's more what this is. And given the plane path, you would assume that Pero gets there sooner than you, that they should be like that kind of stopwatch, right? You start the clock, you assume that they're probably going to be a little bit faster than you on getting out of there. But maybe Renba's loot was just good enough soon enough that he felt like he could take a stab at trying to get there, and maybe that Petrichor Road wouldn't be there, but wisely Petrichor Road, you know, keen to what's happening.
Yep, PGC points now on the board, as keep in mind that not just the top guys on the leaderboard have something to play with for that first place prize, but also teams like GFY, Dongwon Kia, Infantry, and Donoa also gunning to try to get past certain thresholds. Donoa right now kind of on the precipice at 11th place. They really need that top 12 position. GFY also, I think they need top 5, and right now they're in 6th. So there's a lot to be played for in the middle of the road, even as the games continue on into the final matches.
Yeah. No, GFY is 1 point away from a very, very crucial spot. Gen G's basically good to go. So for Gen G going to PGC, that's not something to worry about. BagelPa as well needs to stay up in that top 5. Now they're in a much better spot to do so. They just continue to harass Gen G's rotations in the early game. Man, if one of those bullets from that AK had hit ahead, maybe there's a world where something goes real wrong for Gen G, but it looks like they're A-okay to continue on their rotation.
That's a tough angle there for Two Heart. I mean, they're right around the corner, and they're going at max speed, so.
And it's an AK.
And it's an AK. So only so much you can do. Nan gets a little bit of damage there on Shy UDD. Unable to find the knock, so he will settle for the tires on that motorbike. As the motorbike is a very sad vehicle without a front or back tire.
Yeah.
Doesn't get a lot of...
That's putting it nicely.
Yeah.
It's you might as well just, you know, put it in one of the dumpsters when it loses both tires. It's rather difficult to use. So let's see what's happening here. Oh, I forgot the New Happy fought Ghibli in this game as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Zepion, actually, this Molotov came in. I don't know who exactly threw it. I thought it might have been Ghibli trying to flush him out or something, but that Molly for Zepion bought a ton of time. Perhaps it was him kind of giving himself space.
Yeah. Well, it's just New Happy's just so good with their utility placement. They're so good at identifying where players are and, you know, pressuring them for it. Gumin trying to do what he can. I mean, it's just too much. I like the attempt here by Gumin to prone to try to see if he can cause some chaos.
Yeah, prone with a sawed off and see what damage you can find. But, I mean, that fight plus the fight with, I think, USG Donuts, that's two kind of urban compounds that you're fighting through. The second time with a lot of other teams pushing that position as well. And New Happy able to emerge completely unscathed. I forgot about that Ghibli fight, too. I mean, that's a crazy game for New Happy.
That felt like game 1.
Right. Oftentimes, like, we have battles like that happen, and there is going to be some attrition. Like you will lose 1 or 2 players, at least, in fights like that. But New Happy just absolutely mopping the floor with these other teams, man. They're taking these fights so clean, so crisp.
Yeah, and I mean, they're able to, you know, Ghibli's not having a great tournament, let's just be honest. They're in 15th, so, and USG as well in 13th. So, in a way, they're kind of picking on some of the lower tier teams, too.
Yeah.
You know, maybe unintentionally with the USG fight, but and maybe that one, they were the ones who rolled into that fight against Ghibli. So Ghibli also, again, the defense here has been really shaky from a lot of teams.
They've been a lot better on offense, and Ghibli also one of those teams that perhaps because of their fighting style has been getting some pretty good damage numbers, in particular Heaven coming into today, close to 300 damage per game, which is spectacular, but it really kind of, hold that thought actually, is Sungjang rolling up and Monsters has a double barrel.
Yeah, this is not so good potentially for BagelPa, but Sungjang knows something's going on. And so gonna let loose with some frags and maybe just get the heck out of here, because I don't think BagelPa wants to take this fight. They don't have enough information on this. I think they expected this to be open at this point because, again, this circle's gonna most likely, good shooting here from Pio to help out, but this circle's most likely gonna go like north of Los Leones, maybe east, but north is the more likely direction. That's why you can see teams lined up in that area around La Bendita, you know. So I think BagelPa was kind of hoping that this side of the cliff would already be open. Yeah, we're going north of Los Leones, indeed. But this is great for BagelPa. Now they can kind of watch the backside of infantry. They can watch Picado, maybe even go into the north side of Picado and lock that down and use that as a kind of starting point, a springboard to rotate off of. And now teams from the east have to make pretty challenging runs. New Happy going to be one of those who's on the outside looking in from the next couple circles, most likely.
Yeah, New Happy was playing the north side of Los Leones for a long time, and Tiamba actually rolling in on this position, perhaps identifying earlier that New Happy is here, and New Happy not really gunning for rotation just yet. They have a 2-2 split with Ming and HS over here on the eastern side in these buildings. 2 more players on the west as USG Donuts rolling in towards La Bendita, finding a nice little house compound. As watching the map feed, it seems like Tiamba might be peeling off just a little bit, not really finding any weaknesses there with New Happy. As we want to keep an eye on that fight, as anything that New Happy gets into could have dire implications for any of these other teams in the top 4. Is if they have a big game here, it's all but over for everybody else.
And no one other than Tianbar or really Danoa is in a position to do anything about New Happy in this part of the game currently.
Right.
Everybody else has positions that are just, you can't give them up. They're too good in like the Freaks and 17 Gaming. Those are just, you lock those down until you can't. Good spray here from ZG, and that is going to be 9-1-1. Down and out, not a good start once again for GFY, who desperately need these points to stay in the PGC conversation. Again, 5th place, that crucial cutoff line where they can guarantee themselves. Now, there are other worlds where other things happen where they still go to PGC if they're not into 5th, but that's, you know, the place where they're gunning for to make sure that they can, you know, clamp it down.
Yeah, and right now, 1 point out. Every loss is bitter for GFY, as they're going to have to tighten the ship just a little bit to hold on here. As now Gen G making their way into this position over here in the southwest. Looks like they will be playing the edge of this circle as Heaven continues to pop off. This is who I wanted to talk about on Ghibli. Is he's close to 300 damage per game, but Ghibli just hasn't really been able to pull it together, and you would think that 300 damage per game, you're at least going to be positive in the KD department, but Heaven all the way down at 0.8. Not the best performance, a little underperforming considering how consistent the damage has been. I mean, 300 is huge.
It's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage.
I mean, yeah, it's...
That would be the most damage of any player on, or he would be second place on like a team like 17 Gaming, for instance, you know? Like that's...
Yeah.
It's huge.
300 damage for any player in any event is great. I mean, that's you're having a really good event. And again, if you're new to PUBG Esports, it takes 100 damage to knock a player. So 300 damage means you're essentially doing 3 knocks worth of damage, which is obviously great.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's right below that at 274 coming into today. So been one of the few bright spots here for Ghibli, despite being in 15th place right now in this tournament. It's a big part of why these past fights that they went for early.
He's always been a really individually talented player
in
Korea for a long time, like when he's been on MTech and others. But you know, he hasn't really found the right team that can take the next level, or at least, you know, that he can bring to the next level. Obviously, he's solid, he's good, but you know, still struggling yet. Ghibli, though, of course, you know, I've talked a lot about it myself, but in case you're tuning in now for the first time, this is the final day, so probably have a lot of new people watching here for PCS Asia. Ghibli opted to go young as the circle does shift towards La Bendita here, so it's going to probably shift again in the La Bendita direction. Doesn't have to, but a little more likely than not as time goes on. But so Ghibli opted to go young, so a few of their players, go over to, well, 3 of their players go over to Gen G. 1 goes to Danawa here, who you're watching on your screen right now, and they just drive right into New Happy, right into the open waiting arms of Nan and ZP-Yan, and they're going to stop up and try to fight this. But Helen's on the other side of the road, getting shredded by 17. A shotgun not going to be good enough there as Danawa just gets obliterated.
Yeah, Danawa with a really unlucky rotation right into the arms of New Happy. New Happy with a fantastic spray there, ZP-Yan and Nan, picking up some kills, and then 17 from the north side, just decimating them as teams continue to fight their way into the circle. GFY now making a rotation in. Tosi from Ghibli Esports does try to spray them down, but there are long sight lines over here near La Bandita, and exposing yourself to shots like that means that you're going to be taking damage yourself more often than not. But here we go. Forever now on top of this hill. He's been really good with the AR so far in this tournament, but not connecting with the spray there on GFY. And although it's Hungmu and friends are going to be able to get in, Summer, the IGL for this team, will be knocked out on the rotation.
I think his vehicle blew up and landed on him. I think is what happened there to Summer. We'll see if maybe there's a replay. I hope we can get one. Meanwhile, Forever has blown that. You know, that vehicle is also blown up. This one's not going to land on any players who comes close. It thought about it. But just wasn't quite close enough. So GFY just, it's just a struggle today. And meanwhile, this team is not struggling. New Happy now. Tianba has to fight this. I think Tianba would be wise to try to take this 2v4, essentially. I mean, I know New Happy's been really, really good today, but you've got an opportunity here. You have to know the other 2 members of New Happy are on the other side. If you've been watching your kill feed, you know, you just saw them kill Danawa. You heard the shots. You know where it's happening. You know that if you know that's New Happy, you've got a really good opportunity. Theo up on a hill, though. Long range shots, and look who's right underneath this. It's Longsker with a Groza.
Infantry once again. They were problematic there for Begopa on the previous map, and they continue to be a problem as Longsker with a fantastic Groza spray going to take down Pio. The nade will finish him. Begopa losing their best player, but Two Heart getting the jump there on Monster, getting a nice headshot as well. We'll be going for the flush with a nade, going blow for blow here with Infantry, but Begopa, if they want to keep their tournament victory dreams alive, they're going to need to tighten this fight up right away.
Yeah, they got to win the rest of this fight relatively cleanly. Two Heart takes a bunch of damage. Sungjong and DG starting to finally get into striking distance of this fight. Right now, it's all been on Tuart. He's got to be super careful on his bottom right with Wang Zai. He heard the footsteps. He's going to go for the grenade, try to roll it down the hill, up and over. It could be decent. It does a little bit of damage, but it kind of gets caught up on a hill edge there. Longskr starts taking a lot of damage himself, has to retreat back. There has been the res here, though. DG tries to find an angle, just really can't. Tuart going to be knocked. Sungjong's grenade is going to have to be massive. Only half damage onto Longskr, as now infantry starting to scoot along the edge of this blue. Bagopaz, Sungjong, it's been phenomenal close quarters this event. Genji gets wiped by 4AM somewhere on the north side of this circle, try to wrap all the way around. Sungjong has to start whipping out smokes to try to keep himself alive.
During all this, New Happy and Tiamba dueling it out on the southeast side. New Happy already has 2 players knocked, so in a bit of a precarious situation as 7-7 from that rocket to try and get some more damage in. It is a 2v2 right now with 2 New Happy players. On the ropes is Sungjong now throwing a Molotov, barely missing it. Oh man, what a peek. Gets 2 right there, does Sungjong. Some shots now coming in from 17 Gaming as they want to clean up infantry here. Bagopaz cannot afford to lose any more players.
Yeah, that grenade is, just shy of being really good onto Lin. You can see Xiao Bei is fully expecting him to come down the hill, and he's going to wipe him out. So space bought there, and it is going to be New Happy taken down by Tianba. Everybody in this lobby now thanking Tianba for their hard work.
Yeah.
As Bagopaz is beat up, and look at DG. He is 1 bullet away from getting knocked.
Yeah, he didn't even have time to heal with how forward Xiao Bei and Xiao Yididi pushed there. DG now going to get out of his vehicle and go for the heal. As Bagopaz, a tough road ahead of them. The western side of this circle is heavily occupied, and 17 Gaming continues to encroach on their position, chasing them a little bit on foot from the south. Is Dongwon Kia all the way up to the north will also need to find their way to get in. And look at this angle now, 17 Gaming. It feels like they're on the hunt. They want to take down Bagopaz.
Yeah, absolutely. This is 17 Gaming in a nutshell. They are another team that's kill happy. They will gladly fan out and try to cut off, weakened enemies. They know that Bagopaz is down to just 2 players. If they've been keeping track of their kill feed, which I guarantee they have been, they're even going to get a knock onto Damwon Kia here, who's already engrossed in a battle with 4AM. Loki starting to throw some grenades out as ZG able to be in that prone state, avoid the knock initially, but then a follow-up from Mental is good. He did get the return knock onto Mental himself, so it's a trade. Just Foxy left for, nope, take it back. He's not left.
I can't believe Sho got that kill on under. That was like so far out there, man. Like Damwon Kia is all the way up here to the north of La Bendita. Sho is in the compound.
Meters.
It's like 4 or 5 at least, man. That is a long shot there by Sho. I was watching the kill feed. I look at the map.
500 meters, yeah.
I was watching the kill feed. I look at the map and I just like start counting the squares. Like, how is this possible?
Well, you get up on top of that warehouse and you can actually see for days.
Yeah. All right, Tyloo now duking out a little bit with 4AM, who is stuck in the blue. This nade will land on that one Murado, but it's not the one that Wayless is in, as he will be able to find his way into the circle. Tyloo wants to push this position, but it's in fact 4AM Wayless that gets the spray there on Zhao Yang. And Sia goes down as well, as 4AM able to hold that front there on the north.
All right, well, this is what happened with Gen G. They had no idea 4AM was here, and they just, it's just a traffic jam. That's just painful to watch. They get caught right, as they're trying to get their vehicles out, and it's wonderful work there by Forever. Just phenomenal timing. Sungjong's still alive for Bagopaz. Gets into La Bendita. This is not the easiest place to rat, though.
No, it's not. It's tough to move from building to building, and there are those sight lines on the ridge line all above these compounds, and even the structures themselves, as you see right there, there's so many openings, and these are not in pristine condition. La Bendita has been through some stuff, to put it mildly.
Yeah, there's a plane that crashed into it. That ain't great. Did not go well for the residents of La Bendita.
No, not at all. Now Ghibli making the mad dash into the arms of 4AM and Forever, who lets loose a nade but lands just short. Human now going to try and push up in the front as Bagopaz Sungjong also trying to survive over here. GFY is right on the helm as Ghibli getting some knocks. ZG and Forever both going down, but 4AM fighting back. Wayless is able to finally get Z-Arm there with a knock.
Yeah, it's just a 1v1 now in this particular battle, although I see the Donuts still trying to see if they can find anything in it at long range. Tosi, though, has to go for the med kit out in the blue, and he comes alive and takes down way less. Should be able to at least get to the edge of this, but the Donuts are sprinting over into his direction to try to take these points. They're going to grab Heaven and looking for Tosi. Just, you know, Sheva's just kind of spraying at anything he sees, and he's able to transfer over to the head, finish the job. Ghibli down. Sheva's going to reach out into the blue for Raisins?
Maybe getting a little bit more utility, maybe getting some more boost.
I assume.
Yeah, it's got to be something like that. As Sheva will soon rendezvous with his teammates USG Donuts, who are posted up at the northwest compound. Now the Freaks are all the way down here to the south, and they might be gatekeeping 17 Gaming just a little bit. I want to talk about this just a bit because 17 Gaming, I've noticed, in a lot of their movement for the past couple of minutes has been on foot. I'm not sure exactly what their vehicle situation is. I see Xiaoyu now is in one vehicle, as Xiaobei as well. Okay, so they do actually have a handful of vehicles, because when they were chasing Bagel Pop for what felt like the longest time, that was almost all on foot. And I was wondering whether they were going to be able to safely make this rotation.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because the compound they're in has a lot of flat space and the fields around it. It's kind of up on a plateau almost. Ooh, Savior. That is some gorgeous shooting. Very nicely done. Tungmu Dunzo.
14 as well.
Yeah, so 17 has to make a push, and the Kwangdong Freaks know it. On the other side of the hill, you can see it far in the distance there. The Donuts are pushing the north side of the Bendita crater, which had been abandoned by Sungjiang, as our observer so kindly showed us earlier. Petrichor Road still 4 up. Not a ton of kills, only 2 so far, harassing USG on their way in. Only a little bit of damage done. Sheva should be good for the heal. And now you can see the eyes of Petrichor Road, the ears of Petrichor Road perk up as I think they heard something potentially on their right, and they want to go see what that is, because it's really powerful, especially with the way this circle is cut, to work the top of this ridgeline. If you can work it successfully, you're going to be finding a lot of damage, a lot of kills potentially, to really give yourself a big game.
Yeah, and Pero, they love to play those ridge lines, and what actually happened was Long was getting some damage in, got a knock, and I think even a kill on one of the players for 17 Gaming. So now communicating to Pero that this opportunity has presented itself, and they know that there are 3 or 4 teams holed up in La Bendita. If they can control the territory outside of it, they can play that ridge line just like you said, to perfection, and that's why they're fixating now on 17 Gaming. Long with a great spray, able to catch Show unawares. Xiaoyu already knocked. Xiaobei is going to try and get out of this position, but he's in a buggy. Very exposed, taking a lot of damage, and he will finally get eliminated. So Pero continuing to dominate here in the final day of PCS7 Asia. Already 4 kills as they're looking to control everything outside of La Bendita.
Well, now they just found a kill on the Freaks. Hikari's way out in no man's land here. You can't be giving these points over like that. That's really kind of a head scratcher there for the Freaks. I know they wanted those points on the 17, of course, but you know, Petrichor Road now only 6 points away from toppling 17 into second place. So it's great timing, great movement, great just confidence from the side of Petrichor Road to go out there, take out 17, and then they get a freebie from the Freaks as well. Sungjiang is just going to chill in this spot. He ain't going nowhere until he absolutely has to. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road could just watch everything that's going on. They might even be able to get a freebie on top of the plane. Yeah, Zennan just caught trying to get a off angle on, I don't know if it was Sungjiang or what.
Yeah, only going to try and provide some covering fire there as he's shooting down Ming's position. Will be able to do it, give enough space for Zenon to make it his way down to this battered building and get the res. As Pero doing a great job of working this ridgeline, just identifying where everyone is in La Bendita. And given the way that the circle is going, man, I love their game plan here of just controlling the ridgeline, making sure everything to their south and to their southeast is at least at a distance and giving themselves room to maneuver, because if this circle moves away from La Bendita, as it feels like it probably is apt to do, Pero is going to be in a fantastic position to play that altitude advantage.
Yep. It's wonderful. This is shaping up really nicely for Petrichor Road. Really, the only thing anybody's going to have to say about this is if it hard shifts down towards the Freaks, maybe, or into La Bendita. Okay, that's not bad. This gives the Freaks an opportunity, potentially. There's going to be a lot of chaos inside of Bendita as teams try to get out of there, or at least get to the edge. You can see already Xavier as a Mark 14 gets a knock on to Sheva, as there's going to be, you know, if anybody can come out of this with, you know, 4 or 3 up, they have an opportunity to have a decent game to try to get up that hill, but it's going to be tough. It's all kind of depends on kind of the rock, paper, scissors here. Will the Freaks put pressure on Petrichor Road enough that it makes it hard for Petrichor Road to watch the inside of this. All these kind of, you know, butterfly effect scenarios come into play.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts here in this final circle as so many teams are holed up in that compound. And for me, the main story to watch is exactly who is going to be able to control the ridgeline if there is a battle for it. Will it be Pero on the western side or the Freaks, who has a nice wide spread on the east? As yeah, I mean,
does he have a shotgun underneath that mini, or did he just drop the mini? That's kind of weird. I don't know if he has another gun in there or what, but I saw the mini on the ground underneath Sungjang, so I assumed he had swapped it for like a shotgun just in case. But
perhaps, but
I didn't see it in the secondary slot when they showed us his view. He didn't have another gun in his backup, so I'm not sure.
Aches left and long, gathering a little bit of intel over here on the position for the Freaks, and looking at the map feed now, Lash getting in a vehicle. We'll see exactly where he decides to rotate. Instead, just popping off as Ian did spot Long, encroaching just a little bit. And man, Long took a ton of damage. He thought he could prone in a position where he wouldn't be seen, but Ian from the rooftop has the perfect sightline on him. Pero's gonna have to scramble to provide covering fire and allow Aches left to close the distance and get that res.
Yeah, COD's in not really a good position to help this, though. It's all on Lash and Ian right now. The Freaks are just trying to cover too much territory. This isn't... COD needs to be over helping the rest of his team, in my opinion. I mean, I know there's kills to potentially be found inside of this crater, but Pero's probably your bigger threat in the grand scheme of things. Xavier's grenade is just right in front of Bang. He had no hope there, trying to vault over that edge. SSR going to get knocked by a COD, but you can see he takes a ton of damage for it, has to back right off. Long looks like he's going to be able to be rezzed. EN just, you know, spraying and praying into the smoke, hoping that somehow, some way he's able to find that knock or at least get a re-knock after the res comes through, but it's not going to happen.
No, seems like very close on some of these shots, but those smokes covering a lot of ground. 3 or 4 of them here in position to give Pero some breathing room, and man.
Long got knocked again, though.
Oh, Long did get re-knocked.
Yeah.
That's tough.
That sucks, but now the Freaks have a real opportunity to knock Petrichor Road out of this game. Such that grenade is perfect from a COD. Shows up at the right time to get the knock and the finish onto Aches left and Long. Now he's got an angle onto the backside of this shed with that smoke up there. He's got to know Mill is waiting as well. So a COD finds the perfect time to strike. I tell you what, it's better late than never.
Yeah, that blue knock just devastating there for Pero as they hold up in that position for too long. A COD coming in with a nade, able to get the flush, and now Pero down to 2 players, and this battle is turning on his head just a little bit as it looks like Sungjang might be getting flushed out here.
Well, I mean,
perhaps.
The thing is I tell you what, it's tough to get a grenade in that window. They know he's in there, but the problem is like every time USG tries to reach out for Sungjang, they're getting absolutely devastated by GEX, so it makes things really awkward. Now COD gets the knock on it. I mean, COD might just 1v4 Petrichor Road here. Actually, Zenon there put some shots into his back and puts him down. Mill on the edge of the blue, trying to prone through. Not a lot he can do here, maybe. It depends on how many more smokes he has in the bag.
Wow.
Well, forget it.
That was a perfect nade there by Ian, and the Freaks able to take advantage of a misstep there by Pero to control the ridgeline, and now it's going to be them who have 3 up on the high ground here. Xavier with some nice spraying. He's been playing really well this second weekend. Going to get more damage in. Already 500 plus damage under his belt in this lobby.
Ian is going to guess incorrectly that somebody's inside of that house. Zenon is actually in the ruins of the house next to it, the neighbor house. Xavier just holding angles onto USG. We're going to wait this one out, no doubt, as we are into phase 9 next. So we just come right down to the center, right outside of Sungjang's position. Him and Zenon are pretty much equidistant to the center of this. So they are just going to probably, you know, hold tight, see if they can last this one out. The Freaks have to find the opportunity to come down the hill. Xavier knocks one, that 3x barrel spray. Now he is under pressure himself.
Yeah, Shava fighting back with the spray, but unable to get the knock as GEX gonna have to slowly work their way in. That nade very close to getting the knock on Xavier as he's down in just a sliver of HP. King gonna try and find one with a frag, but coming up just short. As the battle with the USG Donuts and the GEX continues to rage on, and the Freaks are going to use this as an opportunity to at least get one player down closer to the center of the circle. It will be a COD. As Zenon now trying to fight the Freaks on top is the walls are closing in, paper thin.
Well, it's a steep hill for the Freaks to come down, so they have to find the right timing. The smokes don't really do too much for you, but Akkad's already found his way down. Lash K starts peppering GEX from above. He can't really see them, but he can guess pretty decently where they are. Sheva up close and personal, not going to win that one. Kane there to trade right away. Now it's Sungjong's turn to start striking. Throws a great grenade right on top of Korn. Korn's out in the blue now. Kane trying to come alive and do something here. He gets some decent damage into Akkad. Akkad backs off. Lash still has enough room up on that hill, but it's EN who's going to get Kane. Now it's Yan Lee, Sungjong, and 3 members of the Freaks.
Yeah, the Freaks in a commanding position right now as everyone was scrambling in La Bendita to try and get closer to the circle, but the Freaks from the high ground just absolutely decimating any rotation anyone made. Now the blue is closing in. Yanli knows someone's in this building. He's going to try and close it out. Ian is able to get him, so Begopa, Sungjong at least getting some placement points, but man, I think he's in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, he's got to eat blue. He's got no choice. God.
Almost got one more.
Akkad tries to get the drop on him to see if they can get the extra point. Of course, Sungjong just trying to deny there. Actually almost got another point himself.
Yeah.
Akkad did not die, though, so that point does not go over to Begopa. But hell of an effort here by Sungjong to get where he was, and hell of an effort by the Freaks to get a win. This was not an easy one, to be honest, and I thought they might have spread too thin momentarily, but Akkad was able to get there right in the nick of time and save their bacon.
Yeah, you had to think that either Pero or the Freaks were going to be a commanding position the longer that circle went on, and given the way that they were fanned out on the map, I kind of didn't like the Freaks' position, but getting that knock there on, I think, Long, and then Aiksleft, who was trying to save him.
Yeah, Ian got a big knock from that roof.
Yeah,
and
the blue knock.
Time. Yeah.
The blue knock follow-up, and Aiksleft just gets bogged down in the smoke trying to get the res off, and at that point, there's not a lot of utility left, and Guangdong Freaks were able to do, by process of elimination, decipher exactly where Aiksleft was. They get 2 more down, and from there, the dominoes start falling for Pero. The Freaks control that ever so important ridgeline at La Bendita. They send 1 player down, Akkad, into the pit, and they just control the end of that circle phenomenally. I mean, none of the other teams really had much opportunity there to make something happen.
Yeah. No, I mean, everybody just cannibalized each other before the Freaks had to move down the hill is basically what it came down to. There just weren't enough smokes available for everybody to really, make it a mess, create a fog, inside of the crater so that the Freaks' sight lines were obscured enough to make it, so they could at least get to that chance where the Freaks have to come down the hill. And it's well handled by the Freaks, no doubt about it. It's precarious at times, but they do a great job. And there's talented players on this team, no doubt about it.
Oh, for sure.
No doubt about it. And
they've been for a long time during this tournament. I think probably the majority of this tournament, the Freaks has been the team that's getting the most damage done across the board. I mean, I don't know exactly what they're at now, but coming into this weekend, they were averaging, I think, more than 1,000 damage per game. Just unable to translate that into wins, into placement points, into kills. And unfortunately, it's not damage that wins tournaments. It's all the placement points, it's all the kills that do. And
well, usually damage is a pretty good indicator.
It is. It's one of the reasons why we were continuously a little bit surprised with Guangdong Freak kind of being in the middle of the pack, around like 7th, 8th place constantly throughout this tournament, despite getting all that damage in. Because, I mean, if you're positioning yourself in a way to get damage, yeah, you're probably also getting kills, and you're also probably surviving a long time to actually deal that damage out.
Right.
But just for the Freaks, maybe getting some unfortunate breaks, not able to finish some fights as cleanly as they need to, and they are able to get a win here, which brings them up the leaderboard just a bit, but man, New Happy 17 and Pero really comfortable there at the top. Begopa able to make their way into 3rd place from some heroics there by Sungjong. 2 points right here at the end. I think with the placements, not sure exactly where they end up, but still, New Happy in 1st place with a bit of breathing room.
Yeah, at least New Happy, for the other teams in this lobby, were stymied in this game. They didn't get a lot of points.
Yeah.
So they've got that going for them. GX playing pretty good here the last couple days. I mean, it's too little, too late, but having some good games at the end of it. The Donuts able to survive into the late game. I don't know how many kills they got out of all of that after everything was said and done, but I'd be curious to see the leaderboards. Yeah, that was a weird one. That was a tough fight there at the end, and if Petrichor Road, if Long doesn't get knocked in that situation, I think they might actually win that game. I mean, that knock was really, really detrimental, and it took a lot of resources to try to go for that res, and that gave the Freaks the time they needed to reinforce their position.
And it was also Aiklet that had to go for the res too, the overall damage leader here. The only guy with 9,000 damage right now in this tournament, and to put that into perspective, no other player has 8,000. So he is a full 1,200 damage ahead of ZPN, who is in second, which is just phenomenal. He's in another class, and so losing Long, I mean, you immediately lose the guy in the forward position and the numbers advantage in that fight, but also it's Aiklet that you have to commit on the res because he's the closest one, and if he doesn't go for it, there's no chance you're going to be able to get it. There's too much distance to cover. So Pero with an unlucky break there, and the Freaks not giving them any opportunity to come back in it. They clean up Mill, they clean up Ming, and then they control the ridgeline to perfection, and all those teams in La Bendita, they're kind of like fish in a barrel.
Yeah, it's tough as well because of the way the smokes work. It's easier to see down into them than like a lot of other angles. Basically, like there is moments where your head will kind of accidentally peek out of the smoke, and the higher you are, the easier it is to see down into it. You can see here that even with the X-ray on, it makes it obvious for us. But if you turn that X-ray off, you'd be surprised how well you can see into this a bit. Yan Li just tries to wait this out as long as he can. That stun there just makes it so Yan Li can't cleanly get to that door, so EN takes that kill, and then Sung Jong knows this is done. Here's the footsteps. Doesn't actually get that kill, though, onto a COD, so that point doesn't go into Bagopa's bag, but still a second place out of what looked like a disaster of a game to start for Bagopa is 9 points out of that. That's not bad. The problem is that good enough to win this event? They have to win this next game, basically, it feels like, if they're going to have any hope. We'll see the leaderboard in a moment. But
yeah, they only closed the distance on New Happy by 4 points there with that game. As New Happy, although they did go out early, I think it was Chiamba who crashed their compound and was able to take the fight to them. They did get 5 kills during all of that. So this is what I was talking about earlier, why we were afraid of them getting any kind of wins, at least for the other teams, because New Happy, it's very hard to shut them out. Even in a game like that where they were out so early, they still scrapped together 5 points.
Yeah, I mean, Danawa just made the mistake of driving too close to them when they were in a 2-2 split and lost their whole team for it. Now, 17 got involved in that as well and I think 17 Gaming took at least 1 kill out of that fight. There might have been someone else who took another, but because at the end of it, I saw New Happy only got 2 members of Danawa. They didn't get all of them.
Yeah, I think 17 Gaming got the other 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and then Tianba comes in, and it was a very scrappy fight. Even though they barely won it, New Happy still got some kills out of it. So yeah, absolutely, our player of the match should be a COD. Just a fantastic performance from him. Again, the Freaks, the way they play is a spread out style. That's always the way they're going to play. So, if I sound a little bit too, how do I say this? Too judgmental of them, I guess. It's not that I don't think it can't work. It's just, it's not as consistent sometimes. And it was a great timing from a COD to get there when he did. It's just, could that fight have been a little bit cleaner sooner, maybe? I don't know. But it worked, so who am I to complain?
New Happy Esports now at 226 points. Only 19 points separate them from 17 Gaming. 5 more points from Bagopa and Petrichor Road, as going into the final 2 maps of PCS7 Asia, both on Erangel. It's going to be really close, man. New Happy, there still is an opportunity for these other teams in the top 4. If they're able to shut New Happy down early and they pick up a big win, we could see that lead change hands.
Yes.
It's a tough task.
I mean, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, look, you really hope that one of these other 3 teams, either 17 Gaming, Bagopa, or Petrichor Road, can find a win here in this game.
Right.
To, catch back up to New Happy, make it a really interesting race. Because if one of them gets a win, then likely New Happy doesn't have a great game. A couple more points here or there is what you would hope. You never know with New Happy. I mean, we've seen it where they put up 17 kills and get a second. But then maybe you're talking about 3-4 teams that come into that last game with the potential of getting a big kill win and being able to win this event. So we'll see if we're able to get there, as we are done with Miramar for PCS7 Asia. It is 2 more Erangels to go. That's it. Then we will find out who is our champion. Let's get it going. Let's get the plane in the air. Let's take it over to our hilly, grassy islands of Erangel. Is the plane very, very fair? This is as good as it gets.
Dissecting this map in half, all the way from the southeast to the northwest, is the plane path as Bagel Paw gonna be the first ones out of the plane. Novo Repnoy, their favorite drop spot here on Erangel. As if you recall, all the way back in match number 1, they had that fantastic game moving from Novo.
I think you're the only person I've ever heard pronounce the entire name of Novo.
Yeah.
Nobody, everybody just calls it Novo because nobody wants to like try to go for that second half of it. But
I'm pretty sure I'm messing it up.
I don't care. You went for it, and I'm saying I appreciate that.
Thank you. You know, sometimes we get
Normally I'm here like roasting you, like this time I'm like, good job.
I never say Sosnovka Island. It's always been Military Island to me.
Oh yeah, sure. Sosnovka, yeah.
Sosnovka, is that it?
Dude, I have no idea.
It's tough.
Look, I've committed all my language learning points to English and bad English, so and a little bit of Korean.
A little bit of Korean, yeah. Too bad we don't have any Korean map locations here.
Not on this map. We need Taego in professional play. Then you and I are like golden, right?
Yeah.
Buksansa, North Mountain Temple, got it. All right.
Interesting plane again. This one, circle. This one might be going towards Milta Power area. Huh. We've had a couple of Erangel circles finish around that area, if I'm not mistaken.
We had one yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
These circles today are just so bad, but so good.
Yeah, I'm glad that we're not getting anything that's kind of, like vanilla or kind of middle of the road. We've had some interesting circles here. Like we almost even had an island circle on Miramar, which would have been absolutely insane.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it. Love a little bit of spice.
Still a bad circle. Just just not quite as bad as it could have been. This one's gonna look a lot like that other one, where it's gonna end probably around Milta.
Probably to the north in the hills.
Yeah, maybe. It depends. It can hard shift. It's not guaranteed. But that's just, with the way this circle's positioned, you just start to think, all right, like northeast of Milta or north of Milta is
right.
Just what you kind of suspect. Maybe east of Milta, but somewhere in that kind of, I don't know. If you're looking at the map and you like throw a dart at like a Tongmu right now for GFY and draw like a 500 meter radius circle around him, it's probably in that area.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. As GFY has been pretty good at playing circles in this section of the map so far, and right now they're only a point ahead of Gen G for that critical top 5 spot. So in addition to first place, guys, keep in mind that as far as PGC points go, there is a lot to be played for teams like GFY, who right now on the cusp of securing that spot in 5th place, but only 1 point ahead of Gen G, only 4 points ahead of the Freaks after they had that win.
Yeah.
It's very close.
No, this is not comfortable at all for GFY, and this circle has got to leave them just breathing a huge sigh of relief because, they won this game that was in this area last time.
Yeah, playing that compound to the east side of Milta and then going for that 2-2 split with 2 players right in the middle.
Barely worked, but it worked.
It did, yeah. All it has to do is work.
Yeah, that's true.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, look, this is the thing about PUBG is anything can work. If your shooting's good enough,
That is true. I mean,
literally anything can work.
On Erangel before, we've seen New Happy shoot their way out of some, what we were looking at as unplayable positions, is
really bad positions. Yeah.
Oftentimes, even if you get the rough hand on the draw, you're able to shoot your way out of it here in PUBG, as New Happy has done time and time again. It's why
they're on top.
It's why they're on top. It's why they were first place coming into today in placement points, despite only winning 1 map. It's why the first map here in the championship weekend, or first day of championship weekend here at PCS7 Asia, they got top 3 in the first 4 maps. I mean, they're just incredibly consistent.
So let's look here. GFY still technically in with where they're at, right? Because they're in 5th place. That's why we're showing this. Donawa's probably good to go, I think. At this point, it's hard to say, but Gen G's good to go. Bagel Pod probably good to go. So it's really just on that 10th position. TMA with their 80 points, they got through PCS6. It's just GFY who has to get ahead of that. I don't think there's any world now where infantry shoots way up the leaderboard. They'd have to win back-to-back games to even talk about it. So let's see if that happens. Bagel Pot is just getting across the bridge as early as they feel comfortable. Donawa's already drifting down in this direction. They might cross paths here in just a moment. See if it's going to happen. 2 Hearts up on top of the hill. He'll be the first potential player that makes contact. Peel's going to hear this vehicle behind him. Salute got that, or Soul with the machine gun, excuse me. 2 Heart just bails right into the water. Peel might have to follow suit. 2 Heart, though, they never saw him. He springs the trap and gets 2. Now, Salute did get 2 Heart. Helen up top is going to get the flush, but Peel is there to find 1. Is he going to be able to find the final? Lambu, yes, it is gone. Begopa holds on.
Man, 2 Heart, an absolute hero there. He dives into the water and Donawa misses him. He pops out, and him combined with Sungjung use their firing power to save the day for Begopa. Yes, they do lose 1 man, but their tournament hopes are still alive, and now 206 points with 4 more kills, 3 men up, deep in the circle. They're feeling good about this.
Yeah, you're happy with that result. Like a fight that you don't want to take in a situation where you lose a player. Well, speaking of losing players, Sheva's basically done to him.
Oh, man.
Americano just makes a beeline at Xiaolu, says, how dare you take out my teammate? I'm coming for the rest of you now. ZG trying to do something about Korn is going to be able to. Still Forever and ZG, though, on their feet, kicking. Forever should be able to clean that one up.
Yeah, 4AM Forever there with a nice angle on USG Donuts. Able to get some more as Americano, the last man standing here. Will he be able to find ZG? He does. Man, almost spiteful running down to that US on that position.
Americano's angry, man.
You're going to get my TI. He's punching the ground.
Yeah, dog.
He is lit up.
Yeah, he wants to win this fight. It's just him versus Forever, essentially. Going to throw a smoke on himself to try to buy a little bit of time for some meds and other things. I think he hears Forever coming, or just
for sure.
It could just be the shots behind him that made him reposition. I'm not sure, but something's, got him perked up.
Yeah, Forever right now with the M249 on the top of those rocks. We'll see if he's able to connect, as Human is going to try and find an angle. And Forever right now right on top of Americano, just barely out of vision, as Americano at 56 HP coming in with the airmail. Gets a ton of damage on Forever, not the knock, and Forever with the Iron Sight M249 in close range, able to finally clean up Americano. But will he survive this nade from Human? I think the first aid is coming in now. If this nade is good, and it is. Wow, look at that bounce. That's like some professional pool or something. Dude.
Yeah, that's a hell of a bounce for Gumin. That was a med kit, too. Forever was back up to full health.
Jeez.
So that was perfect from Gumin. What a nade.
Yeah, that's like playing air hockey and like you bounce it off the side or something into the goal. Like, that was just beautiful.
It's like playing ping pong in a small room and you play it off the wall.
Yeah, that was sick.
Yeah.
I love that we have the tracers on nades like that too.
I do.
You can really appreciate.
Oh, it's the best part. It's one of my favorite things about PUBG Esports. It's just watching grenades just rain. Just seeing how the trajectory they take. And
yeah, the bounces.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday we had somebody throw a nade that landed like on the windowsill.
Yes.
Obscured by like the little T-post.
Yes, yes, I remember that.
Oh man.
That was unfortunate. I think that was Chewy from Tiamba, right?
I don't know how you always remember this stuff. I mean, we talk about this on the breaks too, where I'm like, hey, you remember this fight that happened yesterday? Was it Pio and DG in this fight, or was it Pio and Sungjung? You're like, oh, it was DG.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God.
I remember that one too, yeah. That was also against Tiamba. Tiamba's been on... Tiamba's like really been up and down this tournament. Like they had those back-to-back wins that one day, and we're like, all right, maybe. And then they won that fight against New Happy. Oh, maybe they're going to take another one here. New Happy's super spread out around the prison. But it looks like they're more just watching other teams go by, get information, maybe hoping that this circle hard shifts up to the north. But I'm not so sure about New Happy here. It looks like to me they're content to try to play edge because, I mean, the circle could shift up to them, absolutely. But a lot of teams tell me they don't like to play south out of the prison because there's that huge area right south of the prison that's really wide open. That's really tough to cross.
That's a little bit tough to work with, but perhaps New Happy right now with a 20-point lead, they're kind of feeling like, all right, if we're able to scrap together a good number of points this game and next game.
Better safe than sorry here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We will be in a comfortable position. Let's just, play it slow in the early game, gather intel. Let's take fights when we have full information and we know we can win them.
Why not? And hey, you never know. It could just hard shift up to them a couple times. I mean, there's a world where that happens. So
they would have some prime real estate if the circle does decide to go that way.
Yeah, they would have everything. Unless infantry, for some reason, crashes them, or Damwon Kia does. I don't know. Petrichor Road, I think, is thinking about boats if necessary. I think they're thinking about maybe a beach rotation. And this is going to maybe look very similar to what we saw in that GFY win the other day. Potentially, but this one's a little more to the west, so this one could go west of Milta as well. But still, I think anywhere north or east of Milta is decently likely. We'll see. Could go west.
Gen.G going to hunker down on this little tiny shanty compound to the northwest of Milta as Tyloo made their way west to the farm. We'll see if these compounds are crashed at any point in the near future. Now Pero making their rotation in. We'll decide to drive down this road through the side, but Tiamba waiting in the wings. Might have some sight lines if they don't venture too far forward.
New Happy is literally just watching every team drive by. I think they're counting the teams left. They're like, all right, infantry, and then let's see, who's left? Oh yeah, Dom 1 Kia, they dropped north of us too. And then we'll be done. Then we're the last team on that edge. Peng got knocked by Ghibli, and GFY, you know, that should be resible, I assume, based on their position. But that still hurts. I mean, that's still armor damage done. That's still a knock, so they're going to bleed out faster, of course, the next time. Not ideal, but maybe there's at least armor or a helmet, whichever got hit there, inside that building. They can recoup, get some fresh gear on. Level 3 vest here for CP Yan, a lot of grenades. So yeah, New Happy content to just chill. Well, and now they get a knock on a Foxy.
Yeah, HS. HS all the way in that northeastern compound, able to get a knock on Damwon Kia's Foxy.
That's insane.
That's like 150, 200 meters out, and there's some cover as well.
It's about 200 meters out, yeah. And just great shooting. I mean, you could just tell when teams are feeling it. I mean, it's like everything they look at just dies. They're just so zeroed in. And New Happy right now, Petrichor Road has a similar feeling to me today, where everything they do just feels strong and thoughtful. And the freaks.
Yeah, even that last game there with Petrichor Road, if they didn't have that blue knock, maybe it's a completely different game where they're able to clean up the freaks. They're able to take that ridge
gets
line.
knocked on top of that house.
Yeah, that fight was hanging on a knife's edge for the longest time as we get a replay here of HS's shot, and that's a fantastic headshot.
God, that's so good.
That was like the third or fourth shot out of the barrel, too, so there was some bounce to it that he accounted for, and
it's crazy good.
HS able to make it land, slows Damwon Kia down just a little bit, as they are now on the map feed, rotating to the northwest. And Tiamba over here, just to the south of Milta Power. Gathering a little bit of intel. Pero is to their north, playing the edge, not quite in the next circle just yet. And Tong, he's aware of this. He's going to be scouting this out with his SLR.
Yeah, Damwon Kia is making a late rotation. Looks like they're going to gun for the western side. There is Wang Zai and Longsker over here as well. Now, New Happy doesn't really have much hope of. I say that and like watch one of somebody's going to get knocked from Damwon Kia, but there shouldn't be a world where New Happy's really able to hit much damage on Damwon Kia, and it looks like they're going to be able to avoid infantry's sight lines, as well as infantry is pulled off back towards the shelter. Bagel Pot, as we saw earlier, has 3 players left after wiping Danawa out. Kwangdong Freaks there in the warehouse, Gen.G next to them. So everybody trying to get on the western side of Milta, because eventually, it's got to leave that water, so it's going to shift sort of west or east. There's a little more land on the west, so you kind of lean to believe that it's going to go that way, but it's actually going to go north.
Yeah, this is almost identical.
Yeah, it's very similar. And it's already, but the interesting thing is it's already removed a lot of water. So it's a little bit harder to predict what this circle is going to do, because now it can literally go anywhere.
Yeah, there's even a little bit of shelter in this as well, as Akado with a fantastic shot there from a distance, able to get Renba as Gen.G's rotating in, and it feels like this second weekend, Gen.G just constantly on the rotations are losing players left and right. He's now trying to breach this wizard compound. Monster is on the second deck, trying to hold it. He decides to come down, and he finds a Nonix exposed, not able to get the flush as the Kwangdong Freaks, Lash and Hikari are zeroed in on this location, but Gen.G in a lot of trouble right now. Spear knocked and Onyx knocked. Monster's going to be trying to go for the flush here with a nade. He will peek out very quickly. Throw that nade. Oh, he's actually going for the full team wipe, and he gets it. Oh my god, what a nade by Monster. Picks up Asura and Onyx and Spear.
Beautiful. Just absolutely beautiful heads-up play from Monsters, and also my fantasy team loves it. Show, oh my god, wow. How did you turn that fire out? I thought Show had you dead to rights, but somehow he spins, gets the knock, he's instantly traded, and GFY trying to steal the point. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. No. Chao Bei able to take that, but nobody else for Ghibli is anywhere near this. That was supposed to be an information gathering mission, I assume, for Ghibli, unless they got caught up here with GEX and just couldn't rotate in time to help. But regardless, Ghibli pulled apart. at the strings. Now let's see if they can defend this. We've already seen once today where their defense was questionable. That was against New Happy, though, who is rather good at everything they do. So.
Yeah, we'll see if GEX is able to breach this position, as these houses are a valuable piece of real estate here on the edge of the circle. GEX going to take a little bit of damage here from that nade. SSR now going for the kit. He will heal up safely. Neonly fishing for something with the frag. Unlikely to find anything, as Ghibli's retreated all the way back to the other side of this house. And SSR, if he's able to bounce this one off that wall, might be able to find some damage in. Nope, just a little bit short there of Z-Arm. GEX unable to get the opening knock that they're looking for here. More utility now coming in. You know that as soon as they get that knock, they're going to want to try and breach this house, as they have Ghibli up against the ropes.
Yeah, so they're going to stun and push. SSR able to breach through the first line of defense. Z-Arm there on the stairs, though, gets a knock. SSR thought he had gone up, able to pull the handle back down to get the shot onto Z-Arm. So yeah, Ghibli's defense today has just been something to be desired with their defense, is what I should say. It's not been great, and GEX this time are going to be the ones who get through them. Heaven and the other member are just Heaven left. Yeah, Heaven left for Ghibli now. So he's all on his own. Circle can go anywhere. Where are we going to ping pong to? Over to the east, onto the lumber yard and the trenches where 17 is at. So a little bit similar to that one circle we saw over in this area, but it's a little more north. So a lot more of the forest is involved.
A little more north, a little bit bigger. We got here a little bit earlier than we did in that previous circle. As Tiamba Chui going to step out of his vehicle, try and get some sprays down on Bago Pa now. Pio and Sungjong on the motorcycles very exposed here. Pio does take 1 bullet worth of damage, as Bago Pa scrambling to try and find some defensive position here, perhaps on the rocks, and that spray looks really good, but unable to connect. Oh my god, 911 actually with a DMR gets the headshot there on Pio, and that is a crushing loss here for Bago Pa, losing their best player, making this rotation into the rock, and now they're right on the footsteps of 17 Gaming.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, at the pro level, the motorcycles are risky business, and you're seeing why. That even as fast as they go, there's enough practice, enough preparation with the way these teams, with how many tens of thousands of hours they put into this game, that they're able to shoot players off of it. So at least Bago Pa is able to get a couple there. Yes, you lose Pio, but you can at least get a little bit further in this game, and you just got to, again, hope that New Happy doesn't put up too many points here for Bago Pa. It's unlikely they're going to get a win at this point. It could still happen, of course. There's a world where that exists, but now you got to start hoping kind of that New Happy just doesn't, scrape together too much out of this.
Yeah, New Happy behind all of this has been so quiet. They've only just now left the prison compound area, as they have 0 kills on the board, and that's not because they're struggling to find anything. It's because they've chosen not to. They've probably been watching the kill feeds. They're watching what Pero is doing, what Bago Pa is doing, what 17 Gaming is doing, and they realize right now they don't really have to push it on the pedal at all. They can play slow and safe, and once the circle gets closer, they can play for position, they can play for kills, because they're still comfortably 20 points ahead.
Well, they're crossing the most dangerous part of their mission right now, and that's that dead man zone between the prison and the lumber yard, and it looks like they're relatively safely going to do it. Nan's the only one who's kind of in a worrisome spot. Damwon Kia is hard pushing on the edge of the blue, but Nan's aware of it, I think, or at least about to be. Looks like they're going to change direction. I don't know if Damwon Kia grabbed that crate or not. I assume they did. But they're angling. See, this is why nobody likes to be here.
Yeah.
It's not fun. It's really butt clenching to run through here.
Absolutely. Skinny trees and not a lot of territory. As Damwon Kia perhaps hearing that vehicle from New Happy, realizing that area is occupied, do not want to try their luck, and instead move on down a little bit more to the west towards this Wizard Tower, as New Happy is going to be able to cross that no man's land to the north side of the lumber yard, and we will see where this circle is going to take us. Teams have kind of entrenched themselves in all these positions, and now that we're going down to the south, we're going to have to see a dash from not only New Happy, but Damwon Kia, Infantry, and Pero all the way in the north.
Yeah, but this one's a little more western shifted again than the last time we saw it, so it's going to be a little bit tougher for GFY, for example, to come out of that compound as safely. There isn't that hill directly ahead that's as free. There still is Bago Pa on that exact same rock they were at the last time.
Yeah, Infantry coming in on Damwon Kia right now, and Damwon Kia might get sandwiched between them and New Happy. Infantry.
Pero, right next to New Happy.
Oh yeah, that's right. There's a lot of key players up here on the north side of this circle. New Happy deciding not to go for the fight there with Damwon Kia despite hearing the action. Instead, they're going to make their way into the circle, into the lumber yard. As Infantry continues to press on, they had some nice opening damage on Damwon Kia, but no knocks, as now the smokes giving Damwon Kia a little bit of room, and now Akelef gets the opening knock on HS.
Yeah, huge here. Ming able to just barely get behind this hill to obscure himself from the sightlines of Petrichor Road. So that fight takes a break back over to Under and Damwon Kia, watching Infantry run right out in front of him. The silenced barrel going to put Lin on the ground. Now looking for Longsker is Under, but Longsker, jeez Louise, he's fast. He just gets that headshot. Foxy trying to do something, gets Wang's eye. And it looks like Infantry's not going so good. Meanwhile, New Happy is getting slaughtered by Petrichor Road. Ming trying to stick a res. It is going to come through. Mill there, able to be backed off by some good shooting from Zepion.
Yeah, during that fight between Infantry and Damwon Kia, Mill from Pero rotated all the way around onto the north side and got the perfect angle. And as a result of this, New Happy's defense here at the Lumberyard has been crumbling. They're scrambling now to try and get some reses at the nades range in, but already 2 players knocked here for New Happy, as they do not want to be knocked out, especially not at the hands of Pero. As even more nades coming in, Ming barely surviving that one on very low HP. Pero, they feel the opportunity here to take out New Happy and perhaps get more points on the board. Keep in mind, they're only 20 or so points behind New Happy right now in this game. Long now throwing more nades in. They have an idea that Zepion is over here in the smokes, but there's just so many of them. And actually, Infantry coming in from the west side after cleaning up Damwon Kia. Monster's going to find none.
Yeah, you can see Petrichor Road immediately swats Infantry their way. They're like, no, this is our fight. You guys get out of here. We're busy. That's a fight up over the top for Ming. Not able to find much damage. Akelef trying to stay behind. Yes, Tianba's doing something in the background. Oh my god, Ming actually going to get Ming again. Like, those two are destined to fight today, apparently.
Now even 17 Gaming coming on the action as Shiny D and Little Ghost are coming on the flank. All of the top teams here in this lobby want to get in on this. Oh, they want to be the last man standing. As Xiaobei with a great nade there gets long, gets more damage in. New Happy Esports is eliminated. Ming is going to go for the res here onto Akelef. Pero down with only 1 player up, 2 players knocked. 17 Gaming, they want to close this one out. As all these top players here in the north side, if they fall, whichever one emerges victorious is going to be in a prime position to close distance between first and whatever spot they're in now.
Oh, this is just a beautiful move from 17. Just absolutely gorgeous. Love the way they're playing this. Now Petrichor Road stuck between some logs in the blue, trying to inch their way forward underneath this wooden fence. Infantry gets up on top of the rocks to try to watch this. 17 keen to keep their barrel sighted towards that direction as well. Meanwhile, Bagel Paz Sungjang is making life miserable for GFY, who is trying to find footing to get into this next circle as it is shifted out of there. Sungjang just swats it away with a headshot of his SLR. 3 kills in the bag for him, 6 total for Bagel Pa. They have a little bit of space to work with because 17 rotated all the way up. Now they're backing off. They said, well, that fight's essentially done, as maybe they can allow Infantry to try to finish Petrichor Road off.
And for 17 Gaming, Bagel Pa and Pero, this is a huge game. New Happy eliminated early with 0 kills. This is their best opportunity to close the distance here as Ghibli Esports coming with a defense. Heaven's been a huge bragger here for Ghibli so far. Not able to fend off 17 Gaming, but a valiant effort there with the AR and with the nades. 17 Gaming take a lot of damage. I'm seeing now on the map feed, Bagel Pa starting to move up to the north. We'll see if they engage on this position.
Yeah, they're fighting with show. I can see the bullets crossing. Now, we gotta watch this fight with Infantry and Petrichor Road. This is super important to see if Petrichor Road can come out of this. I don't know if Infantry knows Ming is right underneath them. It seems like they're watching some of the other positions. That stun buys them enough time to get the sights on him and take him down. So good job here by Infantry to shut Petrichor Road out early. 17 Gaming, though, hasn't hard committed to this fight on Bagel Pa. Instead, they're going to continue to just hold position, hold hard cover.
Yeah, Bagel Pa was unable to find an opening there, despite 17 Gaming taking some damage and getting a knock. And now 17 Gaming back with 4 men up over here on the eastern side. Only 10 points out of that first place position as them and Bagel Pa hungry for points here, and the Infantry just continues to dominate, man.
Yeah.
They have controlled the north side of this map despite 17 Gaming, Pero, and New Happy all getting in on the action. As now Tiamba Esports and Bagel Pa butting heads just a little bit. 4 men up here for Tiamba as Tong is going to try and find Sungjang here behind this tree.
There's still something to play for Infantry. Like I said, if they can put 2 wins back-to-back with big kills, I don't know, maybe they can get a PGC. I'm not sure. I think it's pretty unlikely, but I'd have to do some math during the break. Bagopaa is just trying to squeak in between 17 and Tiamba, but that's just putting all of the attention of both Tiamba and 17 on them. Now, finally, Infantry's trying to take space, and they're successfully doing so, as I think this is wise from both 17 and Tiamba to make sure Bagopaa's out of this, because it gives them both a lot more breathing room. Don't have to worry about those weird backstabs that can happen. Sungjong has a fair amount of smokes to work with, but he's basically out.
Yeah, Sungjong now with only one smoke left in the bag, and there are a couple on the ground. Him and DG are going to try and use this as an opportunity to engage onto 17 Gaming, but XiaoYD just too quick with the trigger as Sungjong comes out of the smoke. DG98 fighting back, though, does get XiaoYD after his position is revealed, and it's a 1v4. I mean, DG98 is a fantastic player, but this is going to be nigh impossible.
Tiamba might get involved there. If he can get one more knock, he might be able to attract the attention of somebody from Tiamba, although they're engaged with Infantry, so I take it back. He does get the flush. Waiting for Lil Ghost. There's a stun, though, and yeah, look at this. 7-7 is watching this and should see DG. He should be getting the finish, I think, momentarily. How is DG still alive? I guess that, yeah, there it is. Okay, he finally finds the angle and takes him down. Not a bad attempt by DG and Bagopaa.
Yeah, Bagopaa going to be eliminated 13 points out of first place, but 17 Gaming at 218 right now with 6 kills. They're going to want some more. Xiaobei laying the hurt down here on Tiamba, lands some nice body shots, both on 7-7 and on Tong. Now 7-7 has healed back up. Chewy is knocked here for Tiamba, as 3 teams remain. 4 men up for Tiamba, 3 for 17, 3 for Infantry.
Yeah, Tiamba's got some work cut out for them. If 17 wraps underneath them like this, they're just driving right at it. I mean, the confidence here from Lil Ghost through the roof. The grenade just splashes a touch of damage onto him. More grenades are coming out. Oh, that molly landed right on him. Lil Ghost might be about to be knocked. Meanwhile, Sho is fighting with a Grows up on top, gets a knock onto Lin, and he's actually now all of a sudden the only member left for 17. Forget it. They're wiped. It's Infantry versus Tiamba.
17 Gaming wiped there. There was a critical knock at the flank position, and Tiamba now in a commanding spot here with Infantry having 1 man knocked. Monster is going for the res here on Lin. Longster coming in from the back, trying to reinforce, but 9 and Chewy are already here.
Let's see, the res did get in, the heal got in. 9, though, keen to be the man to finish the job. Spots him out, yeah, that's 1. Is he going to be able to find the other? Oh, it's Longsker from long range. Well, he got knocked. Monsters, though, holding down the trigger. Might be able to find a point at the very least. Tong and 7-7 versus Monsters. I don't think they should give Monsters enough time yet. No, they do not. They're going to take him down. And Tiamba is going to find another Erangel win.
Yeah, Tiamba playing really well here on Erangel as they take a win with some nice shooting. Defend against 17 Gaming, push to the north and easily dispatch Infantry there as they racked up over 2,000 damage in that game. And man, with New Happy going out that early with 0 kills, I mean, we were talking about them playing slow and steady. And yes, they were able to cross the no man's land from prison into the hills, into the lumberyard. But as soon as they got there, the team fights came and they faltered. And now as a result, I think they only have an 8-point lead over 17 Gaming, a 13-point lead over Bagopaa, and we're going to go into the final map. And if Bagopaa or 17 Gaming win, they might win the whole tournament.
They most likely will. Yeah, unless New Happy's like the second-place team or really just puts up a huge kill game, you know, that's what you got to worry about now. But yeah, it is a neck-and-neck race. A lot to play for going into this final game, as there are still a couple teams who can take the title, snatch it away from New Happy. You know, 17 always been so close, but not quite in so many events. This may be their first big international win. The New Happy wants that final piece of the puzzle for like that, to make the complete picture. They've got all these other wins. They've got a PGC. They've got PCLs. PCS. It's just another trophy that they want in that case. And of course, Bagopaa, the heroic underdog story of a team that no one expected to come out like this and just kind of gathered together here out of thin air in the middle of the summer and put together a team that is world class, competing with the likes of your global champions from last year, New Happy, with the likes of 17, Petrichor Road, better than Petrichor Road right now. So you never know. Anything's possible.
It's phenomenal what Bagopaa has been doing. Now only 13 points out of first place here at PCS7 Asia. Every single time we have another PCS, the Korean players in their interviews, they say they want to be the team to finally win it for their home country. As of yet, it hasn't happened, but Pegopah right at the doorstep. This is the closest it feels like it's ever been.
I mean, the tension is through the roof right now for fans of the Korean region, you know, for fans of PO, which he has tons, of course.
Of course.
So, you know, right now you're sitting on pins and needles, hoping that they can have a big game, hoping that they can come through. You kind of almost want to see them avoid this early game fighting. Now, this time it wasn't intentional.
Yeah.
This was not anything that was drawn up on the board. You know, I think early on today, some of those fights they took on Miramar were absolutely, you know, thought out ahead of time potentially. But this one here was just they crossed paths with Donovan. Now they won the fight. They got some decent points out of this. State Infantry had a phenomenal game. Monsters put up a ton of kills in this one. But Tiamba just controlling space so well. Like the way that they're just fending everybody off. They sandwiched Pegopah between them and 17. Did a ton of damage. Really well handled.
Yeah, it seemed like they took every single fight one at a time. We often talk about in team fights, teams isolating players, but it felt like in this match, Tiamba was isolating teams. They sandwiched Pegopah, they cleaned them up easily. After that, they move on to 17 Gaming with almost no problems from Infantry to the north. They quickly dispatch them, and then they move up to Infantry, and just one at a time with a full four-man squad, Tiamba able to take that win as they're going to emerge victorious with 13 kills, 23 total points. Infantry putting up a great game. 17 Gaming, though, and Pegopah closing the distance with New Happy Man. It is so tight at the top of this race.
Yeah, a rare 0-point game for New Happy. You almost never see them, and what a time for it to happen. And it, you know, for every other team in this lobby, it's a blessing. For New Happy fans, you know, you want this. This is like such an important kind of part of their legacy as maybe the best team ever, right? As maybe, you know, you're talking about ZP Yan and Ming Ming as the two best, you know, players to ever touch the game, the duo that we could be talking about for forever. But so far, you know, they've been really close in PCSs, and they've been playing well. They got bogged down in fights with Donovan, hot dropping, and things like that. So this is where I look to see if, you know, if this New Happy team really has what it takes to take this event, because this is big.
7-7 from Tiamba, going to be the player of the match here in the penultimate game at PCS7 Asia.
He got 7 kills,
of course,
7-7.
Picking up 7 kills.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
That's amazing.
Half of his team kills, almost 700 damage. I mean,
beautiful.
Yeah, fantastic game there from Tiamba. They navigated that end circle perfectly. They took all the fights they had to very cleanly. And yeah, just a solid game, man. Tiamba, a big part also of why New Happy is kind of faltering a bit, because remember on Miramar, they gave him fits. They came into that team fight and they took New Happy out in that compound, and New Happy was not able to get too many points in that game. I think they had maybe 5 kills and no placement points, and so New Happy faltering just a little bit here. And you see it right there on the board, 17 Gaming now 8 points away. Pegopah 13, even Petrichor Road at 207. I mean, this is probably the least likely scenario, but if they have the absolute biggest game, 17 Gaming and Pegopah.
New Happy needs 0 points.
Yeah,
if Petrichor Road is going to win this event, and it can happen, but it has to be basically a 0-point game for New Happy, maybe 1 point, because then you're talking, you know, a 19-point game, right, which is 9 kills and a win. Maybe a 20-point game, 10 kills, you know, and a win is what you're kind of thinking about for Petrichor Road. But there's only really 4 teams that are involved in this anymore.
Yeah.
But any of those 4 teams, who knows? You know, there's a lot to keep track of here. Some potential PGC points implications still on the line with GFY starting to slide a little bit. It hasn't been a fantastic day for them. So there's a lot going on right now in this last game. There's only one left here at PCS7 Asia before we crown a champion, before all of those things. So guys, we are going to go to a short break before our final game, our final Erangel here at PCS7 Asia. You don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to miss this. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
You're a minute away from arriving at the PCS7 battlefield. This is the last battle for PGC 2022. Give everything you have. 64 squads from 4 main regions, APAC, Americas, Asia, and Europe, will be participating in this operation. Erangel and Miramar, where the operation will take place, seem quite peaceful for now. But when the battle starts, you'll never know what could happen here. Remember, the squad that scores the highest points on this battlefield will become the champion of PCS7. Prizes are awarded to the champions and those who survive the fierce battle. Total prize money mounts up to $1 million. But prize money is not our main mission objective. PGC points is what this mission is all about. Take a close look at these squads. They are your rivals on the way to PGC 2022. All squads are ranked based on their achievement from regional qualifiers. The world's best 32 squads with the most PGC points can advance to our final mission, PGC 2022. Day Trade Gaming is leading the way in APAC, where the first gunshot will be fired. The point gap is big, but there is a way to turn the tables at once by becoming the PCS7 APAC champion. I wonder which squad will advance to PGC 2022 in this competitive region. Sonic's 4-time PCS champion in America's region is leading the region with a total of 745 PGC points. Seems like they are almost locked up along with E-United. Still, all squads have a chance to advance to PGC 2022, as there is a slot reserved for the PCS7 champion. Asia is the homeland of all the PGC champions until now. Their firepower is beyond limits. Strongest among them all is Petrichor Road, the 3-time consecutive winner of PCS. Unlike other regions, there is no champion seed for PGC 2022, so watch out for any drastic measures the squads may take. The last one coming, Europe, is where Northern Lights wield their power. However, no one knows how things will go, since all the squads in this region have what it takes to become a champion. Like APAC and Americas, Europe also has a champion seed for PGC 2022, so every squad has a fair chance. Operation PCS7 is an important gateway to PGC 2022. It is time to start the operation. Everyone ready? Do not forget that only the best performing squads have a chance to fight at PGC 2022. So prove yourself in the battlegrounds.
it all comes down to this. One more game here at PCS7 Asia to see who will be our champion, to find out which teams are going to PGC. But I think right now, the most important thing for me is which one of these 4 teams at the top can get this done.
Yeah, New Happy right now in first place, but after a rare 0-point game in the previous match, it is incredibly close. 17 Gaming and Begopa are right on their heels. Will 17 Gaming win one of their first international events? Will New Happy win their first PCS? Will Begopa be the first Korean team to win a PCS7 Asia? No matter who wins, it's going to be a first. And man, I feel like it's all going to come down to this game. Well, frankly, it is, because it feels like any team that wins this game in the top 3, they're going to be the champions.
Yes, top 3, if you get the win, it feels pretty secure to say that you are going to win the event. Now, there are those weird worlds where some team gets like a bajillion kills in a second place, and then, you know, things are different, but those are not as common. Let's just put it that way.
Right.
Petrichor Road is an outside chance of doing something here if they get a big win, but it's going to take some faltering from New Happy. New Happy basically has to go out with not many points, if any, for Petrichor Road to really have a shot. So all eyes on the New Happy. Is anybody going to try to mess with them? We haven't seen it. I don't expect it necessarily. Again, you would think if anybody's going to try anything, it's going to be 17 Gaming, and they really haven't. They're just playing their game. That's pretty typical for Asia. I'm going to be honest. Like, this isn't. Teams just don't almost ever hot try. It happens very rarely, every once in a while. But for the most part, teams think that their best way to win is to play their game, and yeah, that could be. So there's the leaderboard.
Yeah, New Happy Esports right now at 226 points. Only 8 points separating them from 17 Gaming. 13 points separate them from Begopa. Petrichor Road, although there is a world where they might win this thing, they're going to need to play to perfection and put up a huge win here in this final map. They need more than 19 points, and they need these teams at the top to falter a little bit. So Hero, if they play absolutely out of their mind, they may have their 4th PCS championship in a row. It is possible, but right now, all eyes on New Happy, all eyes on 17 Gaming, all eyes on Begopa, as we're getting ready to go to Erangel for the final map of PCS7 Asia.
And we should mention that GFY, where they're at right now, they're still in PGC. If everything was to go as it is, but if they slide, then Take Me Away Gaming will resume that spot. I don't think there's a world where Infantry can do this. I'm not sure. I thought maybe if they won that last game, who knows? But I think that's basically down and out. There's no world where Damonkia, Ghibli, or 4AM have any hope. Of course, GEX and the Donuts USG, because of their regional seeds, already locked. It looks like Donawa's good to go. I'd have to take another quick look at the leaderboard to see where they're at, but I think they're pretty much safe and solid. Gen.G and above, everybody's in. That's done. That's written in stone. GG. Really, I'm looking at GFY. They need to maintain that 5th place spot.
GFY needs to maintain top 5. Donawa needs to maintain top 12 to have their spots, but Donawa, they're playing reasonably well today. They've solidified a little bit there in the middle of the pack, and GFY, although they've faltered a little bit, so has Gen.G. Gen.G didn't pick up very many points in that last game either, so GFY probably breathing a sigh of relief given that game.
Absolutely.
As Road to PGC continues on, we will know exactly where we're headed here once we finish this final match, and man, I am excited to get to it. One more map left to be played.
All right. Wait. That's not us. This is us.
There we go.
We're not 3 guys. We're only 2. That's math. Look at that.
It is. That's, yeah. Well done.
Thanks. I did it, guys. I'm really excited for this game because this is one of the most impactful, one of the most exciting final games of a PCS we've had, maybe ever. With this many teams, with 4 teams that legitimately have a say in this, that legitimately potentially have a shot. Now, again, I say Petrichor, there's like half of a shot because it kind of depends on what New Happy does here in this last Erangel. Well, let's get the plane started. Let's light the tires. Let's kick the fires. It is time. I did that one backwards. Should have been light the fires, kick the tires.
I hadn't even noticed, but man, we got an eastward lane path on this one. All the way down from Severny to a military base. We're going to have some big migration for these teams that want to land on the west side of Erangel.
Yeesh.
It's all going to come down to this.
Might be a military circle.
I was just thinking the same thing. We've had a lot of them so far here at PCS.
Yeah, we've had enough, but we don't get to choose. And again, people who get in there and they're like, oh, the military circles, there's too many. I'm like, well, guys, it's like 18% of the landmass is the military island. It's bigger than it looks.
It's a big island.
It's like an optical illusion. It's huge. It's like 3 kilometers across. Like, it's really big.
Yeah, it is pretty big. So Tiamba now can be landing down here. Looking at the map feed, doesn't seem like we have too many incursions on established territory. Probably no hot drops so far. We were wondering a little bit whether 17 Gaming, New Happy, or Bagopah might try to go for some kind of trickery at the beginning, but doesn't seem like it's going to shake out that way. Everyone just kind of playing their same game, playing nice and safe as that's USG actually trying to get Ghibli, who's landing, but
they hit somebody on Ghibli.
Oh, did they? And okay,
yeah, it was damage done. I saw it. I saw the little gray number, 36 damage, pop up, but then Shava ran out of bullets. So,
yep. Circle going to center up just to the northwest of Farm. So probably not going to be a repeat of what we had in the previous map. Not going to be Military Island. Instead, we're going to be going just to the east of Pochinki by the looks of things. And 17 Gaming, as that Pochinki dropping team, going to be quite happy with this.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing about being the Pochinki dropping team is like most circles you're like relatively okay with. You're like, yeah, this isn't too bad. So absolutely, I mean, 17, their first international win ever could be coming in this game, and they don't even necessarily need the win. They just need like a pretty big game. And again, New Happy to not do much, and they've got it. I mean, they're only what 8 points.
8 points behind.
It's not bad.
Bagopah needs a little bit more. If it's going to be a Bagopah victory here at PCS7 Asia, they probably need a win.
Yep.
In addition to perhaps New Happy struggling just a little bit. And Bagopah right now down at Novo, just looting up. This has been their prime looting spot here in the early game on Erangel. And as we saw previously, they did run into a little bit of trouble skirting past Donawa after crossing the bridge. And we'll have to keep eyes on that as this game develops once they cross onto the main island. Whether there are teams posted up near Milta.
Yeah, it might be Tai Lu or GFY that goes for the bridge. I mean, there's no way Donawa does this time. There's just no way. But because, again, with that last circle, it's going to go more east than not. So teams were rushing in that direction earlier than not. But on this one, it just depends if Tai Lu or GFY is like, I don't know, feeling angry enough that they just want to try to go for some extra points. GFY might just because of the position they're in points-wise, or they're only 3 points ahead of Gen G.
Yeah, 3 points ahead of Gen G, 6 from the Freaks, and 11 from Tiamba, who has been having a fantastic day overall. Tiamba really coming to life here in the second half, although they're not in charge. They're not in the head of the pack.
Oh, Sungjong's already out. Look at this. He's already on the other side.
Oh, yeah, look at that. I love this play by Bagopah.
Yeah.
Just recognizing that given the way this circle is developing, this might be a problematic area over here on the north side of the bridge.
Yeah.
They might run into some trouble.
This is smart.
Send Sungjong there very early. He probably had some of the best loot on the team to get there that quick. And just establish a forward post, gather the intel they need.
Yeah, you're cutting a DMR from Sungjong to get there. I didn't see one, at least, unless there's a bug in the observer. He didn't have a secondary gun, so that's fine. It's better safe than sorry here, and you never know. You can find another DMR or just a bolt even to throw it in the bag and get rocking and rolling. This GFY, for right now, doesn't look like they're too keen to do anything like a bridge camp. They might just go get a little information here on the edge, just see what's going on. There is a very rare world where this does go to the military island. Again, I'd say that's 2% chance, maybe less. Circles just don't like to work that way. They don't like to have that much water in them, so unless you get one of the outrageously rare like coastal finishes, which do happen from time to time. I've seen them. They are possible in the esports mode. It's actually even possible to have the Phase 8 circle have a little bit of water in it. It's actually possible. I've seen it. I can confirm that it's, unless they change the way the circles work again in the last time, which was last year, the last time I saw it. But so things like that can happen. They're just outrageously rare.
And I think we would know straight away with the next circle if it's going to go down like that. It would have to be.
Yeah, it has to hard shift south.
Exactly. As this crate landing here, I believe it had an AUG suppressor, some nice 3 gear. We'll see if GFY decides to step out of Milta and pick that up, as the Tongmu seems like he's going to get on his horse and go on his way. Infantry sharing some loot over here really quick, just kind of spreading things out. Red dots and attachment.
Oh, those poor red dots. Well, I feel sad they're getting left behind.
I'm sure they have enough.
I'm sure they do, but, I still felt a little bad for them.
Yeah, it's like abandoning a little puppy or something.
Oh my God, that's real sad.
We love our red dots. They're beloved for PUBG players.
That was a lot sadder than I was gonna make it. I was like gonna be like a Toy Story kind of thing, like leaving your toys behind, like Toy Story 3 or something.
Went dark
I don't
with
know.
it, man.
You went dark, dude. Dang, man.
All right, well, Sungjong's going to confirm for Bagopod that it is safe for them to cross that bridge to the northern side, and they do so safely. Freaks on their heels will be making their way around shortly. Now, GEX does spot this rotation here from Gen G, quite close to Shelter. So we'll see exactly what's going to happen here. Of course, keeping an eye on Gen G is important here to understand how the situation will develop for GFY, as GFY, wanting to secure that top 5 spot for those very critical points, needs to stay ahead of Gen G, who's only 3 points behind them.
Yeah, and, you know, Gen G would love to play spoiler, no doubt about it. They would be perfectly happy to kick GFY out of this thing. And the Freaks as well, not too far off. So there's a world where the Freaks, or even Tianba, heck, I don't know, Tai Lu wins this. There's a bunch of weird ways that this could actually shake out for GFY, that they fall out of 5th place. And this is a really, really important game for them. Yeah, like you were talking about just a minute ago, Bagopod's bridge camping, sort of, not really. It's not a full-on bridge camp. It's more of a, please don't cross this bridge just yet. We're gonna move. Just be patient. You guys get in line. You gotta wait your turn. Like, this is a queue. This is a queuing operation. You're making the Guangdong Freaks queue.
Is Bagopod suddenly British or something?
Yes.
And they all want to get in line.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, the Freaks are responding in kind. Looking at the map feed right now, Hikari is halfway up the bridge, and the rest of the Freaks kind of identifying the situation, as you said, looting that compound just to the south of the bridgehead. And now Tianba rolling in all the way near Rozak. No one in front of them, so they will have a clear pathway into this next circle. As Pero making their way down from Severny as well. And at least Tosi actually trying to find an angle here on USG Donuts, as these two teams sparring just a little bit over here to the east of Potato Mountain.
All right. Let's see. Everybody's, you know, drifting in as close to the farm as they can. Again, it's more likely to be that way than not. That's the center of the circle, and you know, with as much water as in this as there is initially, these players just know that there is a slight likelihood that it's going to be closer than not. So everybody's trying to get a little bit deeper into that territory. New Happy looks to be playing safe again. It looks like that's the same game plan from the previous game to me, almost identically, just in a different position.
It does seem that way, and this is a little bit concerning considering the way that last game shaked out. Of course, now New Happy only has an 8-point lead. But for now, just kind of playing safe, as you said, to the south of Yasnaya, posting up in a couple easily defendable compounds with a 2-2 split. As GFY also playing very quietly over here in Milta. Not too much action early in this one, as every team is just trying to put themselves in the best position to prepare for the next circle.
Okay, so I have an update on some PGC point things just from our friend Patrick. He does a great job keeping us up to date on everything on Twitter. So first of all, I appreciate you, Patrick. It's hard for me and State to find time, as literally we do the casting, we do the analyst desk, we do everything to put this math together in between our short 5-minute breaks, where that's the only time we got to go to the bathroom as well. So really appreciate you, Patrick. You're a great dude. So Bagopod is in. It's a done deal. There's a whole bunch of interesting things for whoever wins this, of course, like we've been talking about. But for GFY, 5th place, they're in. 6th place, TMA is in. So the tiebreaker goes to TMA. But if GFY is 6th place and Infantry gets up to 7th, then Infantry gets in to PC. So there's a world where Infantry still has something to play for. It's going to take a banger game, but they could do it.
They had like a dozen kills last game. They're clearly feeling it. They're able to repeat that performance. Yeah, maybe they're going, but
yeah. We'll see. Yep, that's kind of what you expect on this. Just immediately leaves the military island. 2Heart probably going to have to leave sooner rather than later.
It does seem to be that way, as Hikari is slowly inching his way forward on that bridge. Ian, Akata, and Lash waiting very patiently on the south side, but something's going to have to give here at some point here for the Freaks, as they inevitably will have to cross. And New Happy seems like they're going to be ending their 2-2 split. Zipion and company coming over here to this house compound on this nice stretch of road. And now Ghibli Esports Heaven, he's been such a killer for this team. Just getting so much damage done. Gets yet another one with a nice headshot spray there on Zenon.
Yeah, this is GEX just trying to mad dash for the center, and there's a lot of guns pointed their way on this, what is sometimes colloquially referred to as Death Road, and you can see why. And there's a lot of ability for teams to make it difficult for you to go down here.
Yeah, for a dirt road on Erangel, it's quite flat with not a lot of trees, which are some of the things, you know, elevation and trees that you expect to play with a little bit to give you some soft cover here on Erangel. Instead, Death Road, quite dangerous, aptly named, as Pero's going to be rolling into this compound, along getting a good idea of the lay of the land here, perhaps identifying New Happy in that compound, spotting Damwon Kia rotating in to the northern side, as well as Ing's trying to get that UAS in. Hitched up just a little bit, locked on that wall. We'll see if he makes it in as GFY now leapfrogging just a bit out of Milta to the northern side, taking these compounds.
Yeah, the Freaks made it over to the southeast corner of the circle as Bagel Paw shifted over to the west a little bit, but not past the farm just yet. Two Heart kind of leapfrogged up into the point position now, from rear guard up to forward, kind of reconnaissance, I suppose, is the way to look at it. There's another player there with him.
Sungjung, yeah. Sungjung and Two Heart manning the fort down to the south of. Oh, that's a scary baby. These babies always terrify me when I go in these rooms, man.
Oh, they're not as bad as the dolls on or the mannequins
yeah,
on
don't even.
Sanhok. God.
Getting flashbacks to the first time I played on that.
I know, and you like walk into that room, you're like, geez, and you like shoot at whatever it is. Oh, no.
Oh wow.
No way, dude.
Double headshot.
Jeez.
Let's go, Non.
That's nasty.
3-bullet shot, 2 headshots, and he gets a knock. Of course, that's hundreds of meters out, so no finish. But New Happy, although they hung up a big goose egg in that last game with 0 points, obviously still feeling it, still dialed in. Only need to maintain this lead that they have over 17 Gaming and Bagel Paw.
Yeah, we'll see. Ghibli, part of that Death Road camp, as GEX gets on the other side of it. And I don't think they know Saviour's as close as he is. I think Yumin's about to walk into death. Yep. Oh, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Savior a little bit off there on that spray. Finally able to get it under control and takes down Yumin, but that was momentarily dicey. I thought Savior might have whiffed that.
Yumin with a fast response, got a couple of bullets in. Unable to respond with a knock, is now Tosu's out for revenge. Ghibli down to 3 players as Bagel Paw. Wow, Two Heart actually worked his way all the way to the south of Farm. This is a surprising move to me.
Well, he's got the Freaks on the right now, crossing over there. Circle's going over to the west. Hard shifted over here, so pretty unexpected circle movement now as Bagel Paw has tough choices ahead of them. Great headshot with a mutant of all guns.
Oh my god.
For Lambu.
6x mutant is not something you see every day.
No, not very much, especially over here in Asia. Teams are a little bit more keen to stick around and get their loot than I'd say I see sometimes in other regions on certain circle shifts. So, yeah, Donowa, well, they'll take what they can get, but they're basically good to go.
Yeah, the Freaks now driving past Farm as it has been vacated. Sungjung, DG98, PO, and Two Heart all roaming in on the southern side. We'll see where they end up as that southmost compound is unoccupied. And now Gen G making their dash, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try to find a dip somewhere here in the middle, as they are often apt to do.
I believe you are correct, but I don't know what's open. There's that hillside dip that's really dangerous that I've never seen anybody make work.
Yeah, but people continuously go for it.
Yep. So Tai Lu sits on top of 4 a.m. and 1 grenade is good. CC sends some flashes down in. An infantry awaits. Genji. I guess there is. Okay, these houses are technically open.
Yeah.
It's something.
Yeah, no one occupied these houses despite all the teams in this area, as Tai Lu and 4 a.m. fighting it out a little bit more to the north. And CC's going to be coming down. We'll see if they end up squaring off here with Gen G, as they're getting quite close to each other down here. Now GFY rotating out of Milta. They're going to swing around to the south of KDF. Lashes spraying this down, unable to connect.
Well, this is almost certainly going to put them under the crosshairs of Bagel Paw.
Yeah.
And again, GFY is a team that would like to get some insurance points to stay out of Gen G. And this might be one. Foxy out on his own. The rest of Damwon Kia is pretty far behind him, so this is a solo scouting mission, which I think might cost him dearly in just a second. One more bullet. Yeah, it's a headshot from Pang, and Foxy never looked behind, never assumed that anyone could be there.
Yeah, Foxy just with no clue that Penguins over there at the north of that bridge, and now GFY going to be establishing some kind of position over here in the south of the circle, trying to stay out of the range of Bago Pa as USG Korn gets the finish on Yan Lee, eliminating GEX from this lobby as they're the first team out in the final map of PCS7 Asia. Now New Happy, it's been very quiet for them. The start of this game and the last one is going to start running in.
They like the third-party fights, but they're just, the opportunities haven't been there. And with the way they positioned themselves in the previous game, the opportunities really weren't going to be there. Let's see if they can find something here. They're going pretty far in. Looks like they're heading towards the road. Are they going to crash something? Are they just going to take the edge of Potato Mountain? I see them veering up onto Potato Mountain. They might just be going for information, looking for a position to sled down into a fight that starts, if they can find the ability to do so. But that shack is not one of my favorite spots to be.
No, and this is a great reason why. That angle that Soul has is spectacular. Just a
Yeah, and if somebody comes behind you, it's tough to defend.
very. I mean, Soul peering in from that window, it's almost like looking down a bunch of bowling pins in a bowling alley. Like it just lines right up. All 4 men of New Happy trying to stay down there. CP Young going to move to the south side of that road as Damwon Kia probing just a little bit. They do confirm the position there of Akkad as they're going to struggle a little to find their way out of farm safely as Gillick to the north. And oh my God, PO. Just absolutely shredding Summer. He gets the headshot for the knock, not able to get the flush, but he does get a tire.
That's ridiculously good shooting, and that's an SKS, which I can tell you right now is not his favorite gun, but heck, it's working. They're trying to get to Summer here, is GFY. Damwon Kia just trying to find some kind of open space. It's just way less for 4 angry men inside of here, but this is dangerous. On the wrong side of that car, they get out. 1, 2 go down, and 3, it's Gen G and Tai Lu make short work of Damwon Kia, and they're going to end the tournament somewhere towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Gen G cleaning that one up quite nicely as that makes things a little bit more complicated for GFY, and EO was unable to get the flush there as Summer is res. GFY going to try to establish something on the southeastern side, but man, they do not have the best position. They're trying to make it work with some smokes, but at this point you kind of feel like they have to make a move to crash something.
They got to fight. It's almost the inevitable for them, and then it's going to be tough fights no matter where they go. I mean, Bagel Pazzi, of course, a really challenging opponent. They've got the Freaks on top of them. Now Hikari just got knocked, so that might have given them the opportunity they need to start something. I don't know. It looks like GFY, though, hasn't tried to pounce onto that knock. Maybe they don't quite understand where it is. Xiao UDD. Oh, no. Not like this, Petrichor Road. Okay,
exactly
we stabilized
like
it. Oh, my God. That bullet went inside the vehicle. Just missed.
You're saying not like this, but man, I want to see Xiao UDD land some
oh, I mean, yes. Don't get me wrong.
That nade just barely bouncing off the windowsill. Unfortunate bounce there for Xiao UDD as he was not able to get that in the house. And now Petrichor Road and 17 Gaming, 2 of the top 4 teams sharing this compound north and south. Is Ming going to try and connect with a spray here on Xiaobei, who's opting for the nade.
Like the shutting of the door there, because he saw that grenade in hand. Make sure that that's not going to be able to get through without some other, bullets being committed to open that door. Oh, great shooting again here, but it's actually going to be Tai Lu who puts GFY out, and they are down to 6th. Gen G already has enough points. They're ahead. GFY, as it stands, is out of PGC.
Rough break there for GFY, just unable to make anything happen here with that rotation into the circle, and now Petrichor Road continuing to battle here with 17 Gaming for this critical junction of the map. Keep in mind, only 13 points separate these teams as, wow, USG Americano actually got a ton of kills there on Tiamba, as Tiamba now eliminated from this lobby. And this is a very important fight to decide exactly how the top 4 in this bracket is going to shake out.
Yeah, exactly. This is a really challenging fight for Petrichor Road, and 17. Oh, that grenade bounces right into all of them. Ming wipes 17 out. No way, no how.
What a huge nade there out of Ming. 17 just gets absolutely obliterated. You couldn't have placed that nade more perfectly if you tried, as Pero with a huge moment there. Gonna wipe 17's hopes of winning PCS7 off the board. And now Pero at 211 points. Them Bago Pa are the only ones that might stand a chance here against New Happy, who quietly...
Unbelievable that this tournament ends like that for 17.
Yeah.
Absolutely heartbreaking Oh my god, what a grenade though. Absolutely beautiful stuff. The Freaks are down to just 2 players now as they're trying to push uphill into USG. USG holding the line decently, catching the tail end is Lash, but he is going to be shut out. The Donuts here have to recover quickly as the blue is on its way. Sheva, I'm not sure is savable. New Happy though is going to swing up into this. They want these points.
Yeah, they want these points. 17 Gaming and Pero now both off the board. It's all up to 17 or to New Happy and Bago Pa. One of these teams will win it, and New Happy, they want to solidify that lead. ZP on with a huge spray here, gets 1, gets 2. Kane and Americano go down. He gets the flush, and now the USG Donuts, they have 7 kills already, but that might be coming to an end here as Korn gets taken out. New Happy now with 5 kills and a 17-point lead over Bago Pa, and it seems all but over for the remaining teams in this lobby, man. New Happy, their lead is so good.
Well, the only one who has a chance now is Bago Pa. Petrogor Road got eliminated while this fight was happening, so it is only one more team that is within distance of our top team to topple them, and it's going to take a ridiculously massive game to do so. They've got to start farming points. I mean, Bago Pa, hopefully they're aware of the leaderboard. I mean, this is one of the most insane grenades I've ever seen. That's the best I've seen since Captain's Grenade at the FaZe Global Summit. That is unbelievable, just monumental, and just heartbreaking for 17 Gaming. I mean, they probably thought they could get out of there basically no problem, but Ming just with the perfect grenade takes them down. Now let's see if Donawa can play spoiler. They can shut New Happy down right here. That's door open for Bago Pa, but again, Bago Pa has to get on their horse and start getting some kills.
Yeah, Bago Pa needs everything to go their way right now. 17 points is a big hurdle to cross. They need at least 8 kills and the win, and that's assuming that New Happy gets no placements, gets no more kills. So they're going to have to play to perfection here as New Happy. They want to build on this lead. They want to lock this one down and win their first ever PCS Asia Championship. 4 men still standing strong, getting ready to make their next move.
Yeah, for New Happy, it's completing the triple crown, right? The PCL, the PCS, and PGC. They've already got 2 out of those. The PCS is the one that's missing, and that's the one they're looking for here. Loading up into these dossiers. Away we go. See where they can find any footing in this. They're going to drift in towards 4 a.m. Well, I tell you, the way 4 a.m.'s been playing, that's probably the way I'd go too. Grenades are going to be pre-thrown here from ZG. He cooks that one pretty decently, gets a fair amount of damage. Now, Forever going to let loose with one of his own. I mean, there's a ton of damage being done to New Happy somehow, some way. No knocks again. It just feels like that USG fight on Miramar all over.
Yeah, these nades are connecting, and like you see it again there with HS, he only takes 27 damage as the utilities continue to fly. Somehow no knocks on either side yet. That nade just goes barely past HS and he gets it off. But now Shalu and Forever coming in. They get 2 knocks. Forever gets a 3rd one. It's all up to HS, but with a shotgun. Forever shuts him down, and this gives Bago Pa an opportunity. If they play perfectly from this position, they might be the champions.
They need a lot of kills. I don't know if it's possible, but they need a lot of kills. That's all I can say right now. We'll find out if they're going to be able to do it. They're making a center circle dive to try to see if they can establish it. Well, never mind. They're going for Donawa here. Donawa spread out in the open, and Lambu gets 2. DG's able to find 1 himself, but Lambu doing a ton of damage, and this may be it. This may be New Happy winning this event, but, well, don't count Pio out just yet, I suppose. He's going to be able to get the knock onto Helen there. That fire, if it reaches Salute, he is down. Somehow that hasn't wrapped into his corner, so he's able to pull his heel off, and Infantry is keen to try to scoop up whatever points they can.
Yeah, and Pio struggling for time right now as more nades are coming in, and Salute coming in from the side will wipe out Bago Pa.
Still a great event for Bago Pa, all things considered, and that is going to put the win firmly into New Happy's hands, so we'll get to that at the end of the game. Infantry, though, again, still potentially something to play for here. If they can shoot themselves up into 7th place, I don't know if it's doable. I don't know if there's enough points even left in the lobby, but hey, might as well make a go at it. Monsters continues to have a monster day. A lot of kills for him as he's been a bright spot for Infantry. Soul's going to get knocked by Asura. Genji might be able to, you know, put together a solid little ending here.
Yeah, they might. They've been kind of quiet over there in the southeastern side. Haven't veered too far from that compound as Infantry now going to try and weaken the position here for Donawa. Spraying through the smoke, and they actually find 1. Asura's going to get the finish there onto Soul. So Forian picking up another point, inching closer towards that top 7 spot. We'll see if they're able to get it as the circle just centers up.
All right, Chao Lu outside, him and Forever, able to take down the winners of this tournament. We can safely say it, New Happy. Yep. But they, of course, want to have a strong finish, feel good about the ending. They're in last place, but Hate as well go out in style. Sia there taking some damage from Renba's grenade. If there's any more, he's done. It's just Molly's left. They're either too far or too short, so he's able to survive. Oh, nope, that one caught him.
Yeah, finally catching a Molly is the first aid kit coming down. Will it be able to be in time? Spear coming in from the side, does spray through, but he hits the vehicle a ton. Takes a bunch of damage for the Molotov, and CZ actually getting the knock there for Tai Lu. Now Infantry getting in on this action.
That's a bit of a problem. Spear took a lot of damage there, trying to get around that corner. Fortunately, it looks like the res will be in. That's a frag. Asura's in trouble, but he's able to sidestep it enough. Another frag going to be thought about by Xiaolu. Will that one get in? No, doesn't get into the bathroom. Second one, though, almost catches Asura as he continues to throw healing inside of him, probably desperately calling out for help. Oops.
Xiaolu, a little bit of an unfortunate bounce there as he bangs himself with that flashbang. And getting ready to breach the top of this compound as Genji, Asura trying to hold on for dear life here. In the meantime, Spear in a lot of trouble along with Renba.
Yeah, this is tricky for those two. As that vehicle almost does a backflip, not able to get enough momentum to complete the trick. Asura still just everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at him here. Switches over to the pump. Forever has one too, though. Aha, my pump is better than yours. And you can see that Spear is trying to help. A decent game for Genji, but not a ton of kills to write home about, and the Blues about to finish the game potentially as Genji, with the points they've got, there's not much further they can get ahead in the leaderboard, so be it. Probably just wait this one out.
Yeah, Spear gonna pop another kit. We'll see what he decides to do with that. It's largely Infantry versus 4AM here now. 3 men up on both sides. Monster gets a nice knock there on 4AM, and this might provide Infantry with an opportunity here. ZG firing back, gets a lot of damage on Lin. Lin 1 bullet away from getting knocked there, but somehow manages to skirt disaster.
This might put them out of the Freaks. This might put Infantry into PGC. If my math is not incorrect, it's gonna be really close. There's a couple more kills out there. Spear is going to go down to the blue. 4AM has 2 left. If Infantry wins this, I think they go. I think they go to PGC, but Xiaolu has something to say about it. He's going to knock Longsker.
4AM fighting back. It's a 2v2 now. Monster's now trying to go for the res to bring Infantry back up to 3 guns. ZG probing ground here on the north side. He wants to find an angle, but obscured a little bit by the smoke, by the hillside. And Len now with some nice connections here on ZG. That's a lot of damage coming in.
This might just be it. This might have changed the destiny. GFY goes out with a whimper, and Infantry trying to go out with a bang, but again, it's Xiaolu with the barrel, hitting some serious damage, getting the knock. He's out in the open, though. Monsters is going to get the kill. Infantry's going to win, but I think they're only in 8th.
They're only in 8th.
They come up just short.
Just short is Infantry in 8th place. But man, New Happy, the champions. They've done it, Paper Thin.
Yes, your PCS7 Asia champions, completing the triple crown, is going to be New Happy Esports. The best team in the world right now, hands down. And they go into PGC looking to be our first back-to-back PGC champions.
What an amazing moment here. New Happy playing consistently and beautifully from start to finish in this tournament, racking up the kills, racking up the placement points, and man, what a way to close it out here is New Happy just dominant. It was a close race all the way up to the end, but 3 days in a row here on championship weekend. They're first place every single time. I mean, just a great performance out of this team.
Yeah, just solid, consistent, so talented top to bottom. There's so many great things to say about this team. Everything they do well, and it's a pleasure to watch them play as they continue their reign of dominance in the last couple of years. You know, they finally put the pieces together to make a championship team, and it's wonderful. They're just so solid, so consistent. They're so talented with those barrels. You know, it just feels like in a close quarters combat fight, you're going to lose against them.
Yeah, we saw that.
They're just nuts.
We saw that time and time again. As New Happy breaching compounds, third-partying fights, just moving with such confidence. Confidence that earns the crown of a champion here as New Happy finally emerging victorious here at PCS Asia. And China wins yet again.
Yep, there you go. That's all the PCS is still in the hands of the Chinese teams. And a heck of a run by 17 as well. Just that grenade, unbelievable. End of their dreams. Just, how does that happen? How does Ming just bounce that perfectly at the right time? I mean, just what a world to be in for 17. But it's still a hell of a tournament again. And they're going to go into PGC as another team that you have to be considering favorites. But we'll see about their battle for Pachinki Picado with Sonics and others potentially. Of course, that's going to be on everyone's mind. But yeah, Big Opa, what a showing from them.
Yeah.
3rd place with a team that just, a bunch of former professionals who decided to become streamers who are now back to playing again. Just insane.
Yeah, seeing PO come to life here, especially in this second weekend, has been such a treat to watch. And Big Opa from top to bottom, fantastic team. And this nade by Ming, man, gonna go down in history. Just absolutely perfect. Look at that bounce right in the middle, gets everybody on 17 Gaming. And New Happy
and it's
with
17
this.
Again. It's 17 again.
That's right.
I just remembered it. I mean, it's the same team that had the captain grenade to them again. That's just, I mean, you can't make that stuff up. It's ridiculous.
Gotta be romantic about PUBG. Some beautiful moments here. PCS7 Asia. Man, what a way to close it out. What a fantastic finish. Couldn't have asked for a better game to cap off this weekend.
Yeah, it was a fun one here at the end. I thought Infantry might be able to do this if they won.
Just barely.
I thought, oh, I see. I was miscounting the points because it already adds in
the placement.
Yeah,
you're
so
right.
They come up just short. They came out, I think they're just short of making PGC. I thought for a moment there they might do it. I got excited.
I got excited too. It was a beautiful finish, but man, Infantry, they made a run of it. They got first place in the lobby.
If they had won the previous game, they would have done it. If they had punched through and won 2 in a row here, they would have done it.
So close.
That's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, well, Infantry gonna emerge victorious in that match. 4 a.m. with a nice way of finishing this one out after a rough tournament. Gonna get 15 points and 9 kills. Genji there with 5 kills, and Danawa also with a pretty good performance. I mean, it's been very competitive here from even the middle and the bottom teams in the leaderboards in this final day.
Yeah. It was nice to see them, kind of step it up here towards the end. But at the end of the day, I don't know. It is kind of interesting to see some of these teams like 4 a.m. that just are they just don't have it anymore, man.
Well, PUBG very much a game of momentum. Perhaps some good showings in the future, then get the ball rolling again, I mean.
Yeah. They're going to have to do some retooling, some restructuring, I think, and we'll see what that's going to look like. Monsters is going to be your player of the match, so my fantasy team thanks you. That's going to give me a nice little boost.
Not like you need it.
No, but I'll take it. I don't think I'm losing to you, so
no.
Get wrecked, nerd.
Every single day.
Yep.
We always go to that screen. You're always ahead of me. It was brutal.
Yeah, it felt good. I'm not going to lie. I mean,
even more dominant than New Happy, man. Just clowning on me.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Imagine being the 4 a.m. of our fantasy.
Oh, no.
Oh.
That one hurt. Well, New Happy going to be your champions. 92 placement points, 141 kill points, as their game was so well-rounded, man. Only winning 2 maps overall in the tournament, if I'm not mistaken, but still 92 placement points. These guys just felt like every single lobby they were in contention to win it. If they didn't, they were going to get top 4. And 141 kills is a ton, as they're going to emerge victorious with a 13-point lead over 17 Gaming. And Big Opa, Petrichor Road, going to round out the top 4.
Yeah, great performances from all these teams that have more than 200 points. I mean, that's really, really good PUBG. Across 20 games, we had 4 teams. Wait, no, 30 games.
30 games,
30 games. Nobody's even close to 300. You could say that you average 10 points a game, right, and you're winning an event. Well, nobody's even close. This is that's how tight this event was.
Very close.
I mean, Gen G at 189, GFY at 182, Quantum Freaks at 181, and then Infantry, man, 5 more points. Golly.
It's a heartbreaker there for Infantry, but also, what a showing by Petrichor Road here in the final day. They were the points leaders in the first 2 maps of the day, and there was a world where they could emerge victorious, but keep in mind, they started in like 7th or 8th on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And here they are finishing in top 4.
They played great today.
Just fantastic. And maybe if that fight with Guangdong Freaks goes a little bit differently.
Yeah. If they get that knock on the E end, that actually, we could be living in a world where Petrichor Road is maybe not winning, but 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a critical fight, and it just goes to show that PCS7 Asia really hung on a knife's edge all the way through to the end. I mean, from start to finish, day 1 to day 6, this tournament was tight as hell at the top of the leaderboard, man. Like, 13 points separating 1st and 2nd, and then the drop down, like 3 to Bagel Paw, 6 to Petrichor Road. It's just such a fantastic finish. Love to see it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So competitive.
No, great. Just beautiful ending. I mean, you can't ask for a more competitive ending, basically. I mean, it's hard in PUBG Esports to have an ending be more competitive than this one was. This is a great tournament. I mean, so many teams within such close range. I mean, even Tyloo, Tianba in the 170s. I mean, everybody's within spitting distance in the top 10. It was a crazy good event. A lot of exciting moments, huge plays, top to bottom. But it is going to be New Happy that just is unbelievable right now. They're so good. It's just, it's crazy what they're doing.
Best team in the world for a reason, man.
Yes, they are the best team in the world right now. That is without a doubt.
Just absolutely stellar stuff, top to bottom, this team. I mean, see Pian with a Groza over and over again in this tournament. Ming, HS, and Nan rounding everything out, and
yep.
Just working so well as a unit. We talked about it time and time again, how they cover each other, how they set up rotations, how they engage in team fights in such a tight formation, or they set up different angles. It feels like they almost never stumble. They never make any mistakes, just spotless play.
Yeah, exactly. They're very rarely doing things that I'm left scratching my head with. So here we go. It is going to be indeed Take Me Away Gaming, who hangs on to this spot with GFY sliding. At the end of the day, an infantry not able to gather enough points to get into that 7th place position. So TMA gets in. I cannot believe it. That is just insane the way this last game shook out. I mean, GFY has just got to be besides themselves with grief. That's a toughie. And then Danawa does squeak in here, so they will be going Bagel Paw. See, I mean, you still get 4 teams from Korea, 6 from China that are going to be going, and of course, the Donuts and GEX from their respective regions. So what an event. So exciting. What a finish. What a great last game. That grenade from Ming, that'll be around in my brain forever.
Yeah, that was insane. Couldn't have scripted it better than that. And of course, like being Pero in 17 as well, like just absolutely crazy.
Yeah, the moment
4
was,
teams.
I mean, that's just like, that sucks. Like, Left is going to get some nasty DMs from 17. Nah, they probably aren't. They're probably friends. It's fair play. It's fair play. I'm just joking. But of course, 17, just that was their dreams of winning this event. Just dashed right there. I mean, they're still going to PGC, so hey, still had a great event, great year. Still a lot to play for in Dubai, so we look forward to that. We hope you guys enjoyed the show. We had a wonderful time bringing it to you. It was a great one. We still have the interview coming up, of course, with our championship team. So with New Happy, you have that to look forward to. The championship ceremony presentation is we got to find a way to make a trophy apparate inside of the New Happy house. I don't know how we're doing that, but
we're gonna have to get a second house just for the trophies, man.
Dude, they are gonna have their own building on Erangel that has all their trophies at some point. Okay, let's turn it over to the award ceremony here, as we will look over to our champion is, of course, New Happy Esports, $80,000 USD for winning this event. Plus, you get a little bit extra for the skin sales and stuff. Gotta love it. Incredible team. I'm just beyond thrilled every time I get to watch them play. They're just devastatingly good.
Yeah, nigh flawless in an incredibly competitive lobby. Just stellar from top to bottom, consistent all the way through the tournament.
All right, let's see. Our kill leader, I think I know who this is, but let's get the confirmation. Yeah, it's Petrichor Road's Aches Left with 56 kills across 30 games. Hell of a performance from him. Came out just guns blazing in the first week. Just absolutely blowing the doors off of teams by himself. The guy's just an absolute monster, no fear. Just runs over other teams by himself, it feels like at times. He's just that good.
Yeah, not a surprise at all. I mean, this guy had 1,000+ damage lead on the second place damage leader at some point today. Just absolutely playing out of his mind. And the all PCS team, Xleft, Zepion, Show, and Pio. Yeah, that's a fantastic team right there. No problems with that.
Nope, that's right where I'd put it.
Wow. God,
100%.
just imagine.
100%, that's right where I'd put it. That's a great team. I mean, just 4 superstar players who, event after event, are just incredible. And we may not be seeing Pio and Show next year, but I'll tell you what, they're making a go of it here at the end of this. I mean, to get to see Pio at another PGC, of course, I think a lot of fans are going to be happy about. You should be really looking forward to 17 and Show at PGC. They have a lot to play for, a lot of pride, and a lot is on the line for them. You know, Xleft and Zepion, we know they're going to bring it. And Bagel Pa is going to be our insane squad, and I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
I think I could see them or Petrichor Road. I would give them the insane squads, but you know what? Petrichor Road, Xleft won the player. Let's give the team to Bagel Pa, and I think this is, you know, the insane squad is a team that shows us the most explosive plays. And how many times do we see Bagel Pa win, you know, 1vx, 2vx fights that they have no business winning?
Yeah, like that moment with Pio and DG holding off at a 2v4 is just fantastic. And also, credit to this team for, you know, coming together over here and competing at this level. They were almost the first Korean champions at PCS.
Yeah, it's amazing. All right, guys, let's hear our interview from New Happy. Send it over to our translator.
Congratulations on your win. No, you guys won the PCL and the PGC from last year, and it's the first PCS that you guys have won. And there were some very fierce matches throughout the last 2 weeks, and some close competition up until the end. Zepion, how do you feel about being able to make it to the first place and being able to win your first PCS?
还是非常开心的嘛，毕竟我们拿到了一个大满贯的成就。
일단 우승을 해가지고 기분이 매우 기쁩니다.
First of all, we're just very happy that we were able to win this PCS. Mingming, you were able to show great moments throughout this PCS7 Asia. Could you tell us how you feel right now? Could you tell us some of your thoughts and some of your moments that you feel right now?
很开心吧，就跟周平说的一样，我们拿到了一个很好的成就。
Just
like Zepion said, we're very happy that we were able to win, and that we were glad that we were able to show our best.
또 좋은 모습을 보여준 환선 선수, 사실 이번 PCS7 아시아 역대급으로 치열했습니다.
It was one of the fiercest competition ever, and who showed one of the greatest performances. You know, how'd you guys react that you guys were finally chosen to, you know, at the last match that you guys knew that you were first place? How'd you feel about that?
我觉得首先我们大家的心情应该都是一样的，然后还是开心吧，我觉得。
일단 저희 선수가 다 똑같은 생각을 하고 있을 텐데.
We all had the same thoughts. You know, we're just very happy about that we were able to win. You know, Nan, you showed great performances as one of the team members. Could we also hear from you how you feel? How are you feeling after winning today's games?
非常开心吧，心情跟前面兄弟们说的一样，已经拿了一个很不错的成就，非常開心。
You
know, we showed great performances throughout this tournament, and we're just glad that, as my teammates have said, we're just glad that we were able to win. You know, you guys are progressing towards the greater performances. You know, you had a PCL, and then, you know, you had this PCS. As you guys were entering this PCS, Mingming, how did you guys prepare for this, and what were some of the thoughts that you guys had before coming into this PCS7 Asia right after the PCL?
感想就是打得很开心。
저의 소감은 저는 일단 대회하면서 계속 좋은 성적을
As the tournaments have progressed, we were glad that we were just able to show our great performances throughout this tournament. I think during the first week of PCS7 Asia, there were maybe some disappointing moments, but as you guys progressed ever from the second week, you guys gradually picked it up. Could we know what's the driving force behind it? You guys overcoming some of the disappointing moments from the past and being able to overcome that. How do you guys usually overcome that issues?
我们每次比赛都是那种慢热的，我们都是慢慢追分，就是前面的分是我们觉得是没有很大的优势的，就后面的分才叫那种真实的分。后面的比赛会好打一点。
저희는 항상 이렇게 첫 주차에는 좀 천천히
I think our team generally has a slow start, but from the very first week we didn't have a great start. But the first week is not that important, but gradually picking it up and stacking up the points and the kills were more important to get this victory for today. I guess the driving force might be the stacking up the points from the second week. You guys had an overall great performance. Would you like to thank any member from your team, HS? Is there a member from your team that you would like to thank or share your thought to?
感谢的成员
我感谢我的队友啊，然后感谢我们的教练，还有老板，好吧。
일단 저는 저의 팀 멤버 다 너무
I'm grateful for all my team members. They've been great throughout, and especially our coach and our analysts. For being there always with our team. Glad that you were able to hear from you about that. You guys are almost achieving the Grand Slam, PCL, PCS, and one more tournament of PGC 2022. There's one more stage coming up as it is awaiting soon. Are there any thoughts that you guys would like to share about that? Are there any comments that you guys would like to share about that?
决心，我们调整一下状态，我们保持一下状态，我們肯定是还想卫冕一下的。我们决心就是卫冕冠军。
컨디션 관리를 잘해서 다시 한번 세계 무대에서
during the world tournaments, we'll try best to become the first again, just like last year. You guys are one of the strongest team right now. You guys won the PGC last year. And, however, your fans might be curious, as the 2022 PGC is coming up. Mingming, could you share a last message to your fans? Could you share some comments or, thoughts to your fans lastly?
然后我们会保持状態，打好每一场比赛。
일단 팬분들이 계속 저희를 꾸준하게 응원해줘서
thanks to our fans always for cheering for us and rooting for us.
세계 대회에서도 좋은 모습.
And we'll try our best and show our great performances during this PGC 2022. Congratulations once again on you happy on your win on PCS7 Asia.
And there you have it. New Happy has done it all. They've won just about everything. Now they're looking to set more records. Going to PGC is certainly they have to be the favorites coming into that. If they can win back-to-back PGCs, of course, that'll be the first time that's ever happened. They cut short Petrichor Road of winning their 4th PCS. But man, what a great tournament. A real pleasure. Thank you so much to all of you guys for watching, the production team as well. Let's give them a big shout out. Thanks, State, for sitting next to me and letting me make fun of you. But no, I'm just joking. You did great.
Well deserved.
Yeah. That's going to do it for us, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. And make sure you stay tuned for EU, which is coming up later. And, of course, PGC coming up in November. So have a wonderful day, everybody. We'll see you next time. Oh, wait, hold on. I got debated here. Okay, now we're leaving. Bye-bye. Have a good day.